vous l'ai pas. Merci beaucoup. Tabling of documents. Premièrement, à l'article.
Pursuant to Section 79.22 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Analysis of Changes to the Taxation of Corporate Passive Investment Income.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Committees. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology entitled Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer, Promoting Best Practices. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House on Monday, November 27, 2017, when debate concludes on the motion to refer Bill C-59 in bracket, the Act respecting national security matters, and a bracket to committee before second reading, every question necessary to dispose of the said motion shall be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until the expiry of time provided for the government orders on the day. On that day.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary did not indicate that he was asking for unanimous consent for this motion. Is that what he's asking?
Yes, my apologies, Mr. Speaker. I understand there was discussions amongst the parties, and if you would seek it, I suspect you'll find unanimous consent to have that motion.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to present the motion? Agreed. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Adopted. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising today to present two petitions from constituents in my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, both relating to nuclear weapons. The first states that points out that after 60 years after nuclear bombs devastated Hiroshima and Nagasaki, people around the world are very much desire a nuclear-free world, nuclear weapons-free world, and therefore they call upon Parliament to enact legislation to make Canada an official nuclear weapons-free zone. And the second refers to depleted uranium weapons, pointing out that they are radioactively and chemically toxic on impact, that they've been used in recent wars, and they call on Parliament to enact legislation banning the manufacture and stockpiling of these weapons in Canada and forbidding Canadian forces to use depleted uranium weapons in any of their actions.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today on behalf of the wonderful constituents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. The first one, the petitioners recognize that in 2008, the House of Commons adopted a motion in support of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has called on this for their calls of action. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-262 and act to ensure that Canadian laws are consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
The Drummond.
Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member, I guess, for Cowichan and Malahat, Langford, perhaps had not finished, thought he had finished. And he has a second petition. And of course, I remind all members not to provide editorial commentary or debate during this process. But we'll let the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford finish, and then we'll go to Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for the misunderstanding. The second petition I have, just as evidenced by the sheer number of signatures that I have and the importance my constituents attaches, this is on behalf of bees and pollinators. They recognize that, honeybees contribute more than $2.2 billion to Canada's agricultural economy each year, and they are very concerned with the collapse in hives and the health, and so therefore they call upon the Government of Canada to take concrete steps to solve the problem of the high mortality rate amongst bees and other insect pollinators, to develop a strategy to address the multiple factors that are related to bee colony deaths. And as a small-scale farmer myself, Mr. Speaker, I can very much attach importance to this very message. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to present a petition signed by hundreds of students from the École Secondaire La Poudrière in Drummondville. And what they say in this petition is that given that Saudi Arabia is one of the worst countries in terms of human rights, the government should cancel the $15 billion contract for sales of lavs to Saudi Arabia. And therefore, what the petitioners are calling for is that the government of Canada put an end to the sales of Canadian arms and weapons to this country that violates human rights. Honourable member for Algoma Manitoun Kapuskasing.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise one more time on a petition that was given to me, and the petitioners are speaking about eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia, and they indicate that these types of illnesses have the highest mortality rate of all mental illnesses, that children as young as 7 are actually diagnosed with eating disorders, Mr. Speaker. And more than 1 million Canadians sufferers and families have been negatively affected. They also indicate that the damage caused affects brain, hair, skin loss, and bone mass, and the heart to shut down. The first cause of death, Mr. Speaker, they indicate is cardiac arrest, and the second is actually suicide. So they're asking the Government of Canada to support motion M117, which happens to be my motion, Mr. Speaker, and also indicate that they're asking the government to work with the provincial and territorial governments and all stakeholders to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian strategy for eating disorders to include better prevention, diagnosis, treatment, support, and research, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, may I add that the petitioners are from Penetanguishene, Penetang, Midland, Tiny, London, Kitchener, Guelph, and Cambridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government bills, government business of supply.
Assets standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Lukiski, moves that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1, 2017 that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. The Honourable Member debate. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are called to this place to act in the public interest, to advantage the people we represent and not ourselves. No one has more power to advantage either himself or others than the Minister of Finance. He imposes taxation, tariffs, regulation, subsidies. His department sells hundreds of billions of dollars of bonds on the market, bonds that pay interest from Canadian taxpayers to lenders here and around the world. And as the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, with whom I will be splitting my time, will point out later on, those powers must always be carried out in the public interest. There are two major dangers to allowing one man or woman to have so much financial power. The first is the danger of a conflict of interest, and the second is the misuse of privileged information. Let us begin with the first. When any individual controls $330 billion of other people's money, regulates how businesses operate, he or she can make decisions to favor companies or entities in which he or she has ownership. Let me give you an example. The Minister of Finance was executive chairman of a billion-dollar pension administration company before he took his public duties. During that time, he advocated for a new hybrid model of pensions called a targeted benefit pension plan. Those plans take from defined benefit plans and defined contribution plans, mix them together, and provide people with a pension that has a benefit that is aspirational rather than locked in stone. In other words, the company would promise that it will try to deliver a certain benefit to future retirees that work for the company, but acknowledge that market conditions may change and therefore the benefit may also change with it. These are highly technical, very specialized pension products, and very few companies offer them. I've had my research team scour the financial system and they have found that there are only 3 companies in Canada that have any specialization in offering these unique products. One of them is Morneau Shepell, the very company that the Minister of Finance helped create and for which he was the executive chairman. Up until only weeks ago, he had continuing interests of approximately $20 million in that very company. He then introduced a bill allowing that company to provide these highly specialized financial products, targeted benefit pension plans. So he was, let me just be clear about the specificity as opposed to the generality of this particular initiative. Generally, he introduced a bill on pensions while owning shares in a pension company. Specifically, he introduced a unique financial product which that company provides through a bill in the House of Commons. And even more specifically, he used the unique model that exists only in New Brunswick as the prototype for the bill he would introduce here in the House of Commons. Who helped unveil and design that model? Morneau Shepell. When? Shame. While the minister himself was the executive chairman of that very company. Now, that is not a matter of general application. That is a matter of high specificity. The law says a Minister of Finance can advantage himself as long as he's advantaging everybody else at exactly the same time. So when Jim Flaherty got a discount on a hockey stick over at Canadian Tire because he cut the GST, he was not in a conflict of interest. Anyone else could have saved 2 percentage points on that same hockey stick, all 35 million Canadians. This bill, by contrast, is so unique, so specialized and technical, that not only are there only about 3 companies in all of Canada that could provide the product created in the bill, but of those 3, the one that had previously designed the product in question and all of the detailed contours of that product was his company, a company named after his family, a company on which his father is a board member, a company in which, up until discovered, the minister himself held $20 million in shares. Highly specific, clear conflict of interest. But there's another issue, and that is the advanced use of privileged information. Ministers have the ability to make stock markets rise and fall because they make announcements on regulation and taxation that influence and affect the markets. And that's why we have to ensure that they don't make financial decisions of their own, buying and selling stocks, using that information before it is available to everyone else. The basis of the free market system is that buyer and seller have at their disposal the same information, so that neither has an unfair advantage over another. Now, one might do a better job of researching or accessing that information, but as long as it's equally available, there is no problem. And that is precisely why we have a tradition, a very carefully guarded tradition, that no market-moving information is to be introduced before the closing of the markets. Typically, big announcements in government are made throughout the day, but not big market-moving announcements. They are made in the evening, so that nobody can get the news, get online, and make a trade. That is how seriously we take the commitment that everyone in the marketplace is on the same equal footing, and that no one has an informational advantage over anyone else. That informational advantage is not an academic question, because if the buyer knows more than the seller, or the seller knows more than the buyer, then that person who has the advanced knowledge is actually, in a strange way, robbing from the person with whom he or she is carrying out the transaction. If John knows more than Jim because he has privileged information, and John sells stocks to Jim on the basis of that privileged information, he may, for example, get a better price than he would have if Jim knew what was really going on. And so Jim is shortchanged because he has to pay more than he would have paid if he had the same information as John. And that is why John and Jim and Bill and everyone else should know exactly the same things when they agree to the voluntary exchange of securities in the stock market. That latter danger, the danger of allowing some to have privileged information over the rest of the marketplace, has been an underexplored aspect of the finance minister's personal controversy, one that we will explore in greater detail. And one way to explore it is by opening up his books. He has a vast array of numbered companies and trust funds in which he has not revealed the assets that he held over 2 years, making important decisions that could enrich himself at everyone else's expense. If he has nothing to hide, then he will stand today with us in this House, and he'll support this motion. He'll tell Canadians everything he has owned, both personally and through these companies, so that all of us can judge his conduct and ensure that he has always acted in the public interest and not his private interest. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper affirmed the Ethics Commissioner and the role that she had played. In fact, the very same rules that this government is operating under is the very same identical rules that the Conservatives operated when they were in government, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that is worthy of noting is that this particular minister has been under attack virtually since day one, as he has provided so many wonderful initiatives to the Canadians, to Canada's middle class. And I will get the opportunity to expand on some of those initiatives. The Office of the Commissioner is an independent office. Why should Canadians believe that we have a joint opposition across the way that continuously want to attack the character of the Minister of Finance, because since day one they've been after the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance has done exactly what it is other ministers, including ministers under the Harper government, did, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
So the member's logic is that because the minister has done so many wonderful things, he doesn't have to be accountable to Canadians. Now, I would question the pretext of his argument. I'm not going to concede that the minister has done any wonderful things for anybody other than for himself. And if that member disagrees with me, then he'll vote for the motion. Because if he believes that this minister has acted with unimpeachable integrity, well, then he will throw open the blinds and let in the sunshine, which the Prime Minister has called the greatest disinfectant. And he will let all eyes see what there is inside and behind those blinds. But, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying this. The member continually says, no problem. The minister has filed everything in a secret report to the Ethics Commissioner. The Ethics Commissioner works for the House of Commons. But let's be clear, so does the minister. In our parliamentary system, we are all accountable to Parliament, not to a bureaucrat or an official somewhere in the apparatus of the government. We are accountable to this place because this is the place that is elected by the Canadian people, and it is this place he should be.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would extend my colleagues' comments to say we're accountable to the people that sent us here, and specifically on the promises we made to those people during the election time and then since. The Prime Minister made a commitment, as did all of his cabinet ministers, that they would allow that their personal holdings would bear the fullest public scrutiny. That's the exact quote from the Prime Minister's letter to his cabinet ministers. So we only found out about the Morneau Chappelle shares that were still being held and controlled, not in a blind trust. They hadn't been sold. We only found that out because journalists at the Globe and Mail dug until they found it. It wasn't the finance minister, for all his great character that the friend from Winnipeg talks about, who came to Canadians and said, oh, by the way, I know I let it be known that my affairs had been placed into a blind trust. Liberals repeated that line ad nauseum. Morneau Chappelle believed that as well. That turned out not to be true. That turned out to be a lie. So a question of trust and confidence in your finance minister is pivotal because they're such a powerful figure. My question for my friend is this. As the ethics code sits right now, that this minister followed, apparently, maybe, allegedly, there's a distinction between whether the shares are held in direct control or they're placed into a numbered company, wholly owned by that individual, wholly benefiting that individual, but the ethics code right now makes some sort of distinction between those two situations, whereas a Canadian will look at that and say, if the money is going to the same person wholly, what's the difference? I'm wondering if my friend can comment on this loophole that may have been likely exploited by the finance minister to relieve himself of any alleged conflict of interest.
Member for Carleton.
When I was a teenager, I worked at TELUS Communications. I was in the collections department, which I'll tell you something, when you're calling people to collect on their phone bill and they're in business and you have the ability to collect for them to keep their phone service, the nicest people in the world on the other end of the line, those are the people who are paying their bills to keep their service intact. And I, as a result, as a teenager, earning about $12 an hour, I got to own some shares in TELUS. I got a little certificate and I kept it as a keepsake. It was worth about $70 when I left. Came to Parliament, got elected, and the Ethics Commissioner said I couldn't even keep that little certificate worth $70. I had to go to a bank teller and sell it because there might be a conflict of interest if I didn't. $70, a little certificate. Yet this minister had $20 million of shares while he was in charge of our financial markets and regulating the very company in which he had invested. Mr. Speaker, this was an obvious conflict of interest. He should have known better, and he should not blame the law or the Ethics Commissioner for his failed judgment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Here. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I've I've always been of the belief, Mr. Speaker, that every person, from the moment they first achieve cognitive thought, knows the difference between right and wrong. Everyone except, it appears, this finance minister. This finance minister, Mr. Speaker, has been involved in so many ethical transgressions for the last 2 years that I honestly believe it would be fair to say that I don't know if he does understand the difference between right and wrong. And if he does, it does appear he simply doesn't care. Mr. Speaker, for your benefit and the benefit of those who may be watching today, I'm going to enumerate some of these transgressions and what they mean in today's Parliament, what they mean to Canadians, and what they mean to those who may find themselves in a real or apparent conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, we first found out a few months ago that the Minister of Finance had failed to sufficiently disclose all of his assets to the Ethics Commissioner. In fact, he failed to disclose a very significant asset. And what was that asset? That asset was a villa, specifically in the province or region of Provence in the south of France. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not really that knowledgeable about real estate, but I would assume a villa in that region of a very wealthy part of France is probably worth in the millions of dollars. Now, going back just a little bit, Mr. Speaker, I should point out that every parliamentarian since 2004 has been required, and we still are required on a yearly basis, to disclose to the Ethics Commissioner all of our assets and liabilities, and in fact, the assets and liabilities of our spouses and family members. For an example, if you own a house, what is its relative value? Does it have a mortgage? Do you own mutual funds, stocks, bonds, trust funds? Do you own real property? And we report that, Mr. Speaker, to the Ethics Commissioner each and every year so that she will be able to determine if there is any perceived or real conflict of interest, or if there could be a potential conflict of interest. Did the Minister of Finance do that? No. He failed to disclose a $1 million plus asset owned by a private corporation which he controlled. Could that potentially be a conflict of interest? Most certainly it could. But when queried by the media as to why he didn't disclose this to the Ethics Commissioner appropriately and on time, he merely stated it was an administrative error. And, Speaker, I don't know about you, but to me, making a $1 million omission on your disclosure to the Ethics Commissioner is much more than an administrative error. But, Mr. Speaker, that was the first, but certainly not the last, of these ethical lapses we have seen from the Minister of Finance. We next learned through a report first published in the Globe and Mail that the minister was the owner of a private corporation, a numbered company, in fact, in Alberta. We also found out that that numbered company had assets. Specifically, it owned approximately $20 million in shares in a company called Morneau Shepell. And as my colleague from Carleton has pointed out just a few moments ago, that is the same company that the current Minister of Finance used to run. A family-founded, family-run, very successful company that specialized in pension and pension products. And Mr. Speaker, that alone should have raised a lot of alarm bells. But it gets even worse, Mr. Speaker, because we later found out, again from the Globe and Mail, that the minister had not placed these assets, these approximately $20 million in shares, into a blind trust. He had, however, implied to many people, including his colleagues on the government side of the House, that he had placed all of his assets into a blind trust. He had told his former colleagues and former co-workers at Morneau Shepell that he had placed his assets into a blind trust. He had not, Mr. Speaker. So that was a clear conflict of interest and a clear violation of the Ethics Code. Now, in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, at the same time he was benefiting from having shares in a numbered company which he had not disclosed, he introduced Bill C-27 into this place. A bill sponsored by the minister, brought forward by the minister, that would in effect, if passed into legislation, allow employers to change their pension plans from a defined benefit plan into a targeted benefit plan. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will not get into the details or the nuances of the differences between those two pension plans. Suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, that the minister himself, through his numbered company in Alberta, saw the share price rise approximately $5 million worth. In other words, Mr. Speaker, because it was not in a blind trust and still directly controlled by the minister through his numbered company, he and his family benefited to the tune of $5 million because once he introduced Bill C-27, the speculation on the stock market was that Morneau Chappelle would be gathering and garnering much more business across Canada because they were the largest firm in Canada that specialized in these products. And it was only, Mr. Speaker, after all of these revelations came to light did the minister determine that he should sell his assets and place any other assets into a blind trust. Mr. Speaker, that's akin to somebody saying, I'm sorry after I got caught. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I received an email from one of my constituents after the story came to light in which he said to me, you know, that kind of reminds me of a bank robber who gets caught a couple of years later and then promises to pay the money back to the bank. Then goes on to say, no harm, no foul, let's move on, nothing to see here. It doesn't work that way, Mr. Speaker. You have to be accountable for your actions. And the very definition of conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker, determines quite clearly that the Minister of Finance was, for 2 solid years, in a serious, serious conflict of interest. Again, I go back to my opening comments. I am not sure if the minister truly understands the difference between right and wrong. But today we are giving the minister an opportunity to do what is right. And to do what is right means simply this: disclosing all of the minister's assets that he holds currently in numbered companies. Why is that important? Because, Mr. Speaker, having assets in a numbered company means Canadians don't know what those assets are. What could they be, Mr. Speaker? Let's assume for a moment that some of those assets are shares in, let's say, Bombardier. Would that be a conflict of interest? Clearly it would. What would happen if some of the shares in those numbered companies owned by the Minister of Finance would be shares in a company like Irving Shipbuilding or Davy Shipbuilding? What happens if those shares that we don't know about in these numbered companies were shares in a company of a medicinal marijuana company that is coming onto the market? Mr. Speaker, there are so many things that could be conflicts of interest that we don't know about. The minister must reveal the source of those assets, if only, Mr. Speaker, to gain or regain the confidence of the Canadian public and to prove to the Canadian public that he is not in a conflict of interest. By refusing to reveal the assets in these numbered companies, all he is doing, Mr. Speaker, is reinforcing in the public's mind that he is like every other dirty politician, out for personal benefit and not for the public interest. Mr. Speaker, I beseech, I call upon this minister to simply do what is right. Reveal the assets, open the books, and let the Canadian public see what he's been hiding for these last 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member knows very well, as Canadians should know, is that we have a process at this place, and there's independent officers of Parliament. And independent officers of Parliament have a responsibility to ensure that members of Parliament are in compliance. And that is also to ensure that the partisanship of this place is not reflected in that work, so that we can actually serve in the best interest of Canadians. I would ask the honourable member, would he agree that the independent officer of Parliament has a responsibility to know the information that the Minister of Finance has disclosed, that she is more than capable of doing her job, and we should let her do her job? Does the member agree? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, the member talks about the roles and responsibilities of the Ethics Commissioner. I would suggest to the member opposite that it's the ethics of the Finance Minister that are under question, not the motives or the ethics of the Commissioner herself. For 2 years, Mr. Speaker, the Minister basically deceived the Ethics Commissioner by refusing to reveal that his assets in a numbered company in Alberta were not held in a blind trust. It was only after an investigation and story appeared in the media did the Ethics Commissioner become aware of that. If the Minister truly wanted to be forthcoming, and if the Minister truly believed in proactive disclosure, he would have informed the Ethics Commissioner at the outset of his time here in Parliament. He chose not to do so, Mr. Speaker. That was a decision made by the Finance Minister to deceive the Ethics Commissioner. And, Mr. Speaker, that is something that is intolerable and unconscionable, and the Minister should be, quite frankly, ashamed of his actions.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals like to congratulate themselves when they make some action and often say this: we're making history. This is historic, this decision today, this action today. Well, they've made history here because never before have we had a Prime Minister and a Finance Minister under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner at the same time. It is confounding to me, and I'll read a citation from the Prime Minister's own words, and I'll ask my friend to comment on this. This is what confuses me, and I think confuses many Canadians, as to why Parliament has to spend a whole day simply asking Liberals to keep a Liberal promise. Because here's the promise, and I'll read it. This is a direct quote. Both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. Let me underline that last part one more time. The arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. So the only reason we found out that the Finance Minister still maintained control of his $30-odd million in Morneau-Chapelle is because some journalists found out. That's not public scrutiny that he offered up. It was only dug up. We still have remaining 5 or 6 numbered companies that the Finance Minister won't tell us about. Public scrutiny means just that. I'm wondering if my friend can comment on how difficult it is to get a Liberal to keep a Liberal promise.
For Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
I thank my colleague and my friend from the NDP for the question. He's quite right. It's almost impossible these days to get a Liberal to keep a promise, but that's perhaps a debate for another day. What I would agree, however, with my honourable colleague is on this fact, that the Finance Minister must be held, because of his position in Parliament, as arguably the second most important person in government, to not only meet the minimum standards, but exceed standards in expectations of the general public. Mr. Speaker, we know about the Conflict of Interest Act. We know the definition of a conflict of interest. What is also contained in that definition, Mr. Speaker, is a statement that says a decision maker, which obviously the Finance Minister is, cannot be viewed as acting impartially or with integrity if he or she may receive personal benefits from their decisions. What has happened here? The Minister of Finance decided not to put his assets into a blind trust. The Minister of Finance decided to introduce Bill C-27, which definitely benefited his family's fortune by the tune of about $5 million. Those were deliberate decisions made by the Minister of Finance which contravened every single tenet of the Conflict of Interest Act. Mr. Speaker, I know that the Minister is under investigation. I encourage the Ethics Commissioner to find a resolution to this with great haste because Canadians need to have the confidence that their elected officials, particularly their Minister of Finance, is acting with the integrity they have been charged to uphold.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I think that what is clear, and what I've said many times in this House, is that the Minister of Finance, like all other parliamentarians, did what was expected of anyone who has the privilege of sitting in this House. In other words, he met with the Ethics Commissioner, laid out his situation, and tried to find the best way of respecting the rules and ensuring that the highest standards of integrity were expected. That's exactly what the Minister did as soon as he arrived in Ottawa. The Ethics Commissioner recommended that he set up a conflict of interest screen, which he did, and that was good enough for former ministers from the previous government, and it's a measure that the Ethics Commissioner determined to be the best way of meeting the standards. Now, the Minister of Finance has always worked the Ethics Commissioner and will continue to do so. He said that he would go even further than her initial recommendations. What I've seen, though, Mr. Speaker, is that the opposition wants to do anything to avoid talking about the Minister of Finance's record when it comes to the economy.
The opposition is going to great lengths to talk about anything other than the Canadian economy and the help we're bringing to middle-class Canadians and to Canadians from all walks of life. They don't want to talk about the 500,000 more new jobs that have been created over the last 2 years. They don't want to talk about how our economy is growing faster than any other in the G7, including the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of watching the wealthiest get further ahead and the rest get further behind, we're working to make sure Canada's middle class today feels confident that their economy is working for them and that no matter what cards you're dealt with at birth, you can play a good hand. And Canada's middle class, Mr. Speaker, is stronger today because of the hard work and because of the leadership of our Finance Minister. In order to serve to the best of his ability, since day one, he has worked with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and followed her recommendations and her advice. And in this spirit, the Minister has always made an effort to work with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner on any matter, going above and beyond her recommendations. The Finance Minister is focused on his job, growing our economy and making sure that the benefits of our economic success result in more opportunities for each and every Canadian. And the fact is, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is focusing on personal attacks so they don't have to admit that our plan is working precisely where theirs had failed for too long. Grâce à notre plan, Monsieur.
It's a plan, Mr. Speaker, that is allowing the government to make smart investments that are creating good, well-paying jobs, growing the economy, and giving all Canadians a real chance at success.
Our investments in people, in communities, and in the economy are making Canada stronger and positioning Canadians for success in the economy of tomorrow. Lorsqu'on est arrivé au pouvoir, il y a deux...
When we came to office 2 years ago, we immediately took action to help the middle class. We introduced the middle class tax cut while asking the wealthiest Canadians to pay a little more. 9 million Canadians are benefiting from that tax cut today, Mr. Speaker. In addition, thanks to our Canada Child Benefit, 9 out of 10 Canadian families are receiving more in child benefits than they did under the previous system. It's estimated that with the introduction of the CCB...
Order. The Honourable Member for York Simcoe on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There is a rule in the standing orders, of course, that requires that people speaking to a motion in the House of Commons respect the rule of relevance, that they must actually speak to the specific motion that is on the floor in the House of Commons. And while I hear the member talking about some interesting things, they are not anywhere even close, remotely close, to the actual motion that is on the floor, which relates to the affairs of the Finance Minister, his failure to disclose to Canadians transparently, as required, the holdings that he has in order to establish that he's following the ethics rules. This is nowhere remotely close to that, so I would ask, Mr. Speaker, that you require that anybody addressing this motion show some shred of relevance. I understand latitude is often provided, but we are so far out of the ballpark here that it's not even close.
I thank the honourable member for York Simcoe for his intervention. He's certainly right that relevance to the motion that's before the House is, of course, the boundaries by which members should guard their comments and interventions. Members will also know that in the course of a 20-minute, I note that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is about 5 minutes into his 20-minute time period. And, of course, I'll encourage him to bring his comments around to the motion that's before the House. But in that regard, members are also afforded a degree of liberty around how they can pose these arguments. And as long as they introduce the ideas that they're presenting to the relevance to the idea, to the motions before the House, they're able to present arguments around those ideas as well. So we'll ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to continue and keep in mind the motion that's before the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what I did, and I would like the opposition member to listen to the first part of my speech, because I spoke about the actions that the Minister of Finance took from the time he arrived in Ottawa. He worked with the Ethics Commissioner and made sure all the rules were followed. So it's one thing to talk, but it's another to listen, and I would invite him to listen. Mr. Speaker, he said that there were interesting things that I was saying, and I assure you I will only get more interesting as I go along, so it's important that people listen to me. Now, if we've done one good thing, it's reducing child poverty by 40% in this country, Mr. Speaker. That's very interesting. And not only did we reduce child poverty, but it's how we got there. We did it through the Canada Child Benefit. And that was through the work of the Minister of Finance, which is mentioned in the motion here. So, when the Minister of Finance came here, he decided to review the CCB to make a more progressive, better targeted benefit. We didn't want to send checks to millionaires like the previous government. And then he also came back to increase the limit of the TFSA. Now, you remember the Conservatives increased the TFSA limit to $11,000. And the American who initially came up with this concept said that this would put the state in a terrible position. And when they were asked what they would do for future generations when they weren't getting enough income to ensure basic services, they said, well, that's a problem for Stephen Harper's granddaughter. So we don't want to leave problems for anyone's grandchildren. We want to fix Canadians' problems today, and that's exactly what we're doing by presenting the Canada Child Benefit. I'm also proud to say that in the fall economic update last month, we took measures to further strengthen the CCB by proposing to index it to inflation almost 2 years ahead of schedule. So that's starting in July 2018. This indexation will ensure that as the cost of living rises, so will the CCB, and that's important for Canadian families, who, of course, are our target. A strengthened CCB means additional support to help pay for books, winter jackets, and skating lessons, for example. So things that Canadian families really need. The added confidence that the CCB brings to families has been shown to have an immediate impact on economic growth. And growth rates, as you know, are higher than in other G7 countries. But we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance's work is not stopping there. In the economic update, we also announced that we would be further supporting low-income workers. Starting in 2019, the government will enhance the Working Income Tax Benefit, or WITB, by an additional $500 million per year. This will put more money in the pockets of low-income workers, including families without children and the growing number of single Canadians. This enhancement will be in addition to the increase of about $250 million annually that will come into effect this year as part, or rather the same year, as part of the enhancement of the CPP. With these two actions, Mr. Speaker, will allow the government to boost the total amount spent on the WITB by about 65% in 2019, increasing benefits to current recipients and expanding the number of Canadians who receive this much needed support, as we know. So, if you compare that to the former government's measures, like increasing the TFSA or income splitting for families, which the PBO said at the time was going to benefit only the wealthiest 10%, you can really see where the opposition's focus is and where the Harper government's focus was. Our goal is to help as many people and the people who need it the most. This extra money, Mr. Speaker, can help cover the grocery bill or buy warm clothes for winter. This improved benefit will help low-income working Canadians make ends meet.
Here, the government has taken important steps to securing also a brighter future for Canadians. In the last 2 years, we strengthened retirement security, housing, and healthcare. In June 2016, Canadian finance ministers worked collaboratively to reach an historic agreement to strengthen the Canada Pension Plan, the CPP. The CPP enhancement will take effect in January 2019. At maturity, it will increase the maximum CPP retirement benefit by about 50%, which in today's dollars will represent an increase of nearly $7,000 to a maximum benefit of around $20,000. Earlier this month, I'm proud that my very own province, Quebec, took action to enhance the Quebec Pension Plan in a similar fashion to the Canada Pension Plan. This complements the government's plan to build an economy that works for the middle class and means that Canadians in all 10 provinces and 3 territories can look forward to a safer, more secure and dignified retirement. On housing, the government has re-established its leadership role. No later than yesterday, the government announced Canada's first ever national housing strategy, a 10-year, $40 billion plan that will give more Canadians a place to call home. This bold 10-year, $40 million...
Order. Order. The honourable member for York Simcoe on a point of our...
I've been listening patiently following your encouragement that we see if there might be some relevance coming in this speech and the arguments. And I thought when we got into the housing strategy, the government's housing policy, we might hear about the French villa that was not disclosed as part of the finance minister's French villa that he failed to disclose as his commissioner wasn't there. The motion says that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets that he has bought, sold, or held within all his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. The member has failed to, I think, say a passing word that relates to the motion on the floor. He's speaking about everything the Finance Minister has done except for his ethical disclosures. As I said, I thought when we got into housing policy, he might talk about his French villa he failed to disclose. When he started talking about pensions, he might address the ethical conflict of holding shares in a company that regulated those pensions. He didn't address that, just went right on by. There is simply no relevance whatsoever in this speech. In fact, it fits the pattern of the government all the way through, which is stonewalling. And stonewalling, by failing to be relevant, is simply not permitted. We have a lot of latitude. But what we have here is a shameful disregard for the role of this Parliament on the ethics rules, on the failure to disclose, the fundamental nature of the motion, and now the very way it is being addressed, by not addressing it with one word, heightens and furthers that contempt of the government. So I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to, unless the member gets to the point and in some way addresses the motion, conclude the speech as not being in order and not being relevant.
I thank the honourable member for York Simcoe for his intervention. Once again, it's true that the standing order concerning relevance is important.
And I certainly agree with the honourable member for York Simcoe in terms of his demand that the rules of relevance be followed in the House. Certainly that's the orders that apply to all of us. As I have indicated in the past on questions of this nature, what becomes important is that members create a connection between the arguments and positions they are posing in the House, perhaps introduce those ideas as to how they are relevant to the question before the House, and then continue with their explanations and arguments in that regard. If that link or connection is not made at the outset of the text that they may be presenting, it's difficult for members to put in context then how those particular arguments refer to the very question that the House is taken up with through the course of the day. So we'll go back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and ask him to put that in the right context, and we'll continue from there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I hear from the member opposite fits also into a pattern where the opposition plays politics while we work for Canadians. I kind of find it regrettable. I find it regrettable, Mr. Speaker, that the member opposite would make a mockery of the housing strategy, the first in Canada, that's going to lift, that's going to help 530,000 households get removed from their housing needs, and that's going to reduce chronic homelessness by half in this country. I find it quite regrettable that he would make a mockery of that. But I'll address what he's mentioned, as I have in the beginning of my speech, had he paid attention, where I said the finance minister is expected of all parliamentarians, has worked with the ethics commissioner from the get-go when he got to Ottawa, has disclosed to her in full transparency all of his assets, and has asked her to set the path to follow. And what she recommended was to put in place a conflict of interest screen, which was good enough for ministers back when of the Harper government, which she deemed to be the best measure of compliance possible. Now the finance minister has announced that he would go.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
In this House, we are all supposed to conduct ourselves in appropriateness, honesty, transparency, and one of those things is it is not permitted for a member to knowingly mislead the House. It's a very serious point of privilege. I'm not going to raise it at this point. I would simply ask the member to correct himself. It is a matter of public record that the Minister of Finance did not disclose his holding in a French villa, as required by the ethics rules. He later did disclose it when required to and got a fine, was convicted for having violated those rules.
That's right.
So when the member says to the House...
Order. Order. I appreciate the intervention there, the Honourable Member for York Simcoe. Really, we are, I believe, into a debate on the matters that have been presented in the House, and I think the Honourable Member will have the opportunity, perhaps under questions and comments, to pose those kinds of arguments. I don't see that as a point of order, and we'll go back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, the Finance Minister from the very beginning has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner, continued to do so. Yes, from the beginning, Mr. Speaker, he's worked with the Ethics Commissioner, and he's put in place what she deemed to be the best measure of compliance possible, which was a conflict of interest screen. And now, Mr. Speaker, he's announced that he would go in the interest, he would go even above and beyond, that he would place all of his assets in a blind trust, that he divested himself of all shares in Morneau Chapelle so that he can continue the important work that he's been doing for Canadians for the last 2 years, a work that's generated more success to the Canadian people and to the Canadian economy than they ever could in 10 years, where we've had sluggish growth, high unemployment under the previous Conservatives. Remember, Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago when we debated in the last federal election whether Canada was in or heading into a recession. No one's asking that question now because Canada has the strongest growth in the G7, has created 500,000 jobs over the last 2 years, and that's the direct work of the Finance Minister, and that's precisely because he's worked with the Ethics Commissioner and he's done everything that, according to the rules, that the Finance Minister is able to do the important work that he's been doing for the last 2 years for Canadians and will continue to do. And on healthcare, Mr. Speaker, the government has reached a new health funding agreements with the governments of all provinces and territories. Each will receive its share of the $11 billion federal investment in home care and in mental care. This means that Canadian families can look forward, and that's the work of the Finance Minister, to better healthcare support, particularly in urgent priorities of home and mental health. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, in addition to all of the important investments the government has made in people, we are also investing in small businesses, which are the backbone of the Canadian economy and provide good, well-paying jobs to millions of Canadians. The government is helping these small businesses invest, grow, and create jobs by proposing to reduce the small business tax rate to 10% effective January 1st, 2018, and to 9% effective January 1st, 2019.
This will leave an additional $1,600 per year for entrepreneurs and innovators to reinvest in their businesses and create jobs. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the government intends to make important changes to the tax system that will ensure Canada's low corporate tax rates go towards supporting businesses, not to providing unfair tax advantages to high-income and wealthy Canadians. The steps taken to date are having, as I've mentioned, a positive impact on our economy and on the middle class and Canadians from all walks of life. Optimism is on the rise, and with good reason. Our plan to strengthen the middle class and grow the economy over long term is working. Job creation is strong, with over 500,000 new jobs created in the last 2 years, most of them full-time, and our youth unemployment rate is near its lowest on record. Canada is the fastest growing economy in the G7 by a wide margin, growing at an average of 3.7% over last year, which is the fastest pace of growth since early 2006. On prévoit aussi pour la prochaine année.
Growth is forecast to be 3.1% in 2017, significantly above expectations at the beginning of the year. The fiscal outlook has improved by more than $6.5 billion annually, on average from which was projected in budget 2017. What is also important to remind everyone in this House is that the federal debt-to-GDP ratio is firmly on a downward track, and Canada continues to have the best fiscal position among G7 countries. Perhaps to remind people here, when we came to power in 2015, the federal debt to GDP ratio was 32%, and now we're at 30%, and it's going to continue to decline to below 30% and below to what it was 10 years ago. And that is a fiscal position for Canada that is the envy of the world, and that is the result of the Minister of Finance who showed up with the right plan at the right time for all Canadians by making investments in our infrastructure and by putting in place the Canada Child Benefit. I have 1 minute left. Thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to sound fiscal management as it continues to make investments to support long-term economic growth and a strong middle class. And we'll do this while preserving Canada's low debt advantage for current and future generations. While Canada's economic performance is impressive, there is still more work to do. And we can say that our social performance is impressive as well. We're on the right track, and that is thanks to the work of the Minister of Finance. And we were able to deliver to Canadians a strong economic performance. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member and I are about the same age. We're firmly committed to our community, to our politics, and we do our work as parliamentarians. And at the beginning of his mandate, I heard the member for Louis-Hébert say very clearly to the media that he wanted to combat cynicism, which, according to him, is rampant in Canadian society. And I think that he should step back a bit and look at his own speech and realize that he is part of this problem of cynicism that he said he was trying to fight. I can understand that this government has achieved certain results that are perhaps legitimate and favorable for Canadians. I'll admit that. But today, we're debating a motion that is extremely important, not only to fight cynicism with regard to politics, but also to ensure that the Minister of Finance becomes well aware of the actions that he has taken to the detriment of Canadians' trust. The member for Louis-Hébert came very close to having a point of order against himself. That is very serious, because he did mention barefacedly that the Minister of Finance had told everything to the Ethics Commissioner, and that's not true, because he didn't reveal the existence of his French villa. He had to pay a $200 fine. So I would warn the member about what he is saying, and I would ask him to tell us transparently that he is aware that we are debating something that is very specific, which is the accountability of the Minister of Finance to Canadian citizens to be 100% ethical. And what we want is for he, as Parliamentary Secretary, to ensure that he has no other possessions that could put him in a conflict of interest. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm reassured to realize that I was almost the subject of a point of order. The matter of his French villa was unveiled was disclosed to the Ethics Commissioner. But when he talks about fighting cynicism, when I see someone like the Minister of Finance who leaves the private sector to come and serve his country, as the Minister of Finance has done, with great personal sacrifice, I have a great deal of respect for a man who makes such a choice and who does so with such excellent results. So, speaking of fighting cynicism, I'd like to explain to my colleague why I got into politics. Because I saw inequalities grow under the previous government, and now I've gotten into politics, and many of us have, to help people who were deprived by the former government of proper housing, of social fairness. I have people in my riding who had trouble making ends meet before we put in place the Canada Child Benefit, and we heard about the Conservatives who raised the TFSA, which only benefited 5% of the wealthiest. I know that there are not many people who can contribute to the maximum of their TFSA. Only 3% of Canadians can do so. So what were they thinking of when they put that limit in place? I got involved in politics to ensure, to help the people that the previous government neglected, and that's what the Minister of Finance has done to help with the Canada Child Benefit, with the working income support benefit, and so forth.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we all know in this House that being a parliamentary secretary is largely a thankless job, and I think we've seen that in evident displays. The poor parliamentary secretary has been forced in the term of his speech to regurgitate talking points for the Prime Minister's office and completely ignore the issue before us by simply going over government policy that we're all very well aware of. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm a father of 5-year-old twin daughters, and I've noticed two things with my kids. When the subject matter gets difficult for them, they try to change the topic. And secondly, when I accuse them of something wrong, they say, well, my sister did it, so therefore it must be okay. I would like to know from the Parliamentary Secretary, will his government stand in this House today or in the near future, show some leadership to the Canadian people, take responsibility and admit that they have done something wrong with this, own up to it, solve the problem, and stop blaming the previous government for mistakes. We have reached a statute of limitations. We are over the halfway mark of this government's term. I'm still waiting for them to stand in this House to show that leadership, that maturity that Canadians demand of their government, and admit there's a problem and that they are going to fix it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think what's important to mention is we're not saying anyone's sister has done it, so it's okay. What we're saying is the Ethics Commissioner, in full knowledge of the Finance Minister's situation, set the path to follow to the Finance Minister when he first got to Ottawa, as he's worked with her from the very beginning. That's what I've been saying. And he's followed her recommendations, has put in place the conflict of interest screen, which she deemed to be the best measure of compliance. And the Ethics Commissioner is the institution that's in charge of making sure that the integrity of Parliament is protected and is respected, and that's why the Finance Minister has worked, will work with the Ethics Commissioner. And as far as talking points are concerned, when he says that, to me, the Canada Child Benefit, and to the families I represent in my riding, and the food banks I visit, the Canada Child Benefit is by no way, shape, or form a talking point. It represents, it's not, yeah, okay, but and I've touched on the motion that we are discussing today. I've talked about the actions of the Finance Minister with the Ethics Commissioner, but I find it offensive when they say that this is talking points, because to me as a kid or to the families I represent, there are no talking points. There are more money at the end of the month, and that's 40% reduction in child poverty. That's something the NDP should be proud of and should applaud.
That's right. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is quite simple. If everything is all sunshiny and full of integrity with the Finance Minister, then why did the Ethics Commissioner fine the Finance Minister $200 for not fully disclosing his assets, and why did she find enough evidence to open up an investigation about a conflict of interest with C-27?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I've mentioned, Monsieur le Président, j'ai parlé de la propriété.
Mr. Speaker, I talked about the property in France for the previous question, and I said that that property had been disclosed to the Ethics Commissioner, and it was an administrative error, and the Minister of Finance, as he always has done, was working with the Ethics Commissioner. It's not an investigation, it's a review, and he's working with the Ethics Commissioner as he has always done, and that's the only thing to do, because it's the Ethics Commissioner who is in charge of preserving the integrity of Parliament. We have full confidence in her work to ensure that the parliamentarians should assume their responsibility as parliamentary secretaries, ministers, and members. We need to follow the right path to comply with the rules that exist in this House, and that's what the minister did. And in my speech, I was very proud to say what the Minister of Finance has done for all Canadians, and I think that we have done a great many good things, and that's why people voted for us.
Honourable Secretary.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
I'm glad to stay on point. I'd like to talk about sunshine and a couple of the infected policies from the previous government that the Minister of Finance has disinfected over the last 2 years. And I'd like to pose the question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and ask him if he could develop a little more on some of the infected policies that the Minister of Finance has disinfected with his sunshine over the last 2 years.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's a fair and that's a very good question. And one of the first things that the finance minister has done was that as interest rates were low, as the Canadian economy had been sluggish for too long, as we were debating whether we were in or heading into a recession, the finance minister said that we would invest in infrastructure, and we've pledged $180 billion over the next 12 years. Has mentioned that we would jumpstart and boost the Canada shall benefit to grow our economy, and that's the approach. I would point to my honourable colleague that was not only the right thing to do, but the thing that economists around the world said countries like Canada should do. Christine Lagarde from the IMF said this approach should go viral. This has created growth for the Canadian economy. This has created opportunities for Canadians, and this has contributed to reduce social inequalities, which we've seen grow in Canada for too long. And I think that's the focus of my engagement in politics, and that's why I'm proud to serve alongside the finance minister and in this government after the decade where we saw Conservatives, for instance, double the TFSA limit. I've said it in French, but it's worth repeating. Well, they say here. The guy who invented the TFSA said this was ludicrous, that it would put the state in a fiscal straitjacket. But at the same time, that's what Conservatives always want, because they don't want the state to make sure that inequalities are not on the rise, to provide for the essential services that Canadians need. They think that no government is good government, and that's why a fiscal straitjacket was good enough. And Joe Oliver at the time said that's a problem for Stephen Harper's granddaughter to solve. We're not letting any problem for anybody's granddaughter or grandson to solve. Thank you, Mr.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be splitting my time with my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. So let's start where we need to start, just at the beginning. With
this motion that we have before us, tabled by the member for Carleton, that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, that, quote, sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all his private companies, and so forth. Now, this exists because there's a loophole in the public interest, the Code of Conflict Interest. We're talking about placing his assets in private companies, and now we know that wealthy people do that. And that is a conflict of interest. But look at the Prime Minister, who said, our code of ethics applies to you and your employees. As indicated in the code, you must observe the highest standards in matters of honesty, integrity, and impartiality in carrying out your duties as part of your official functions, as well as the conduct of your private affairs. This must also hold up to a scrupulous review by the public. That is what he said. And it is very odd that today we're just asking for the Liberals to keep a promise that they made. And it's an opportunity for the Liberals, especially for the Minister of Finance, to save his reputation. And all we're asking him to do is keep the promise that he made and that the Prime Minister made to all Canadians, to ensure that all his private affairs are in order and that it holds up to a scrupulous review by the public.
Help Liberals out. It's not an easy thing to do sometimes because it's correcting bad behavior. You don't have to do it once. You have to do it over and over again because there's a certain amount of recidivism when you talk about liberal and liberal culture when it comes to ethics. Canadians have seen this movie before. They are entitled to their entitlements. And a concern that I have is that this finance minister doesn't even understand that he's done something wrong. Not just that he has done something wrong with the introduction of a bill that personally helped him and his company out, is that he doesn't seem that there's any problem with that. So not only is the behavior itself, the decisions that were made initially bad, not just by the finance minister, but by the Prime Minister's office, by the finance minister's staff, in breaking faith with Canadians, is that after that faith was broken and it was revealed and publicly revealed, the finance minister stands up day after day and says, what's the problem? Yeah. He's just under investigation by the ethics commissioner. He's already had to pay a fine for his French villa. And he says, I'm moving on. I've got no problem here, and why should anybody else? Well, having faith in the finance minister is important for Parliament. It's important for all Canadians because it's such a powerful position. So I think it's important to read out the promise that we're trying to help Liberals keep today, because it's a promise that the Prime Minister himself made, who came in on a white stallion of integrity, and he was going to bring forth a new era in Canadian politics and integrity. And here's what he told Canadians and demanded of all of his ministers, including the finance minister. You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. The only reason we found out that the finance minister's shares in Morneau Chapelle, which totaled, well, it depends on when you take the date, some $32 million. When he eventually sold them, they were worth between $6 and $12 million more. So when Liberals talk about the personal sacrifices the finance minister has made, I'd love to make a personal sacrifice in which I gain $6 or $12 million. Most Canadians would love the idea of that being the definition of personal sacrifice when you're forced under public pressure to make $12 million profit. I'm sorry if we don't hand out Kleenex for the tears that Canadians are shedding for the finance minister, who may have just cleared between $6 and $12 million profit. Tough to be him, I guess. The notion is this, though. It only came to light because journalists dug through records to find out that he was still controlling these shares because they were in a numbered company in Alberta, and that there's a loophole in the ethics code, never been exploited before to my knowledge, because no one thought of it, I guess, where if he took the shares that he owned in Morneau Chapelle and simply moved them into a numbered company in Alberta, even though all the profits would still eventually go to him and him alone, that was no longer considered a conflict of interest. Well, that's a shell game. Canadians sitting back and watching this say, well, who made the money? And we say, well, he did. Well, that seems like a conflict of interest because he introduced a bill, Bill C-27, that directly helped out Morneau Chapelle, in which he still had tens of millions of dollars of shares. That seems wrong. If the health minister introduced a bill while still owning pharmaceutical shares worth tens of millions of dollars that helped out that pharmaceutical company, we'd scream foul. And the finance minister gets up day after day and says, oh, the opposition is obsessed with me. Well, he's under a conflict of interest investigation. It was revealed only after media dug into his personal accounts in some ways that they could to find out about the French villa, which was in a numbered company that he forgot about. It was only because the media dug into public and semi-private records that they found out he was still controlling shares in Morneau Chapelle worth millions of dollars while regulating the pension industry. Hold that for a moment. He worked in the pension industry. His company made profits in the pension industry. He now moves into public life to serve the public. He maintains millions of dollars of shares in a pension company while being the regulator of the pension industry. And the finance minister doesn't see a potential conflict of interest. So now we have today a motion where the entire day the House will be spent asking the Liberals to simply do this: follow your promise. Keep your promise, because you said public scrutiny. Because it doesn't end with the Morneau-Chappelle C-27 affair. We know the finance minister has at least 5 other numbered companies, the contents of which we know nothing about. And so the very first test he faced, whether we should trust him or not, was around introducing a bill C-27. He failed the test. The Ethics Commissioner is now investigating him because he failed that test, because she believes there's enough evidence to launch that investigation. Now, you know what the finance minister's office did when it was revealed that he was going under this investigation? They tried to spin it and say it wasn't an investigation, it was just an examination. That's what his office said. Lo and behold, you find out there's no difference, because in the Ethics Act, the only word for it is examination. They're in a hole and they just keep on digging. In fact, I think they went out and bought a bigger shovel. Never mind that Morneau-Chappelle, when we now found out, as revealed through an access to information request, that Morneau-Chappelle still maintains 171 contracts with the federal government. $53 million in value in contracts with the federal government, while the finance minister maintains shares in Morneau-Chappelle. It is a landmine field of conflicts of interest all over the place. Every decision he's making, you would have thought that if he wanted to keep his promise, that all of his personal affairs would bear the fullest public scrutiny, he would have divested. That a cabinet minister sitting in Donald Trump's cabinet can't do what this finance minister do should cause Canadians some alarm. That if you walk into cabinet and work for the President of the United States, even this President of the United States, you have to divest yourself of your interests, because otherwise you will run into conflict of interest almost every day. This finance minister still has not come clean. He has not revealed to Canadians what he owns, what his interests are, and he says, trust me, I'm a good guy. He may be a good guy, but he's doing bad things. And doing the right thing after you get caught is not exactly the same as doing the right thing, is it? You don't exactly build up trust that way, saying, well, now that I've been caught, I will do this, this, and this. If he wants to regain confidence, and the finance minister needs confidence, not just of the Prime Minister, but of all Canadians, he needs to simply do, this all goes away, by the way, if he just does that. The only person that can make this story end is the finance minister himself, who simply has to keep his promise that he and the Prime Minister made to all Canadians, tell us what he owns, how he owns it, so that Canadians can judge. Because that's who we work for. We all in this place work for the Canadians that sent us here. This Prime Minister promised that he would reveal what he owns and how he owns it. He, to this day, has not done that. And the only record that we have is his dealing with a pension bill that directly helps out his company. And only after he got caught did he beget generosity towards charities and donate the profits. And we still don't even know how he did that, and if he's getting a tax receipt for that. So come on now, Liberals, join with us. Come into the light. Let the sun shine in. Tell us what he owns and how he owns it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. As usual, he adds to the debate, he adds more information, but also an interesting perspective. Well, I want him to reflect on this. I think what we're going to hear from the members of Parliament on the Liberal side of the House today will be speeches of justification. They will say that everything's okay, the fine is okay, and the behavior of the Minister of Finance for the past 2 years is just okay, because look how well the economy is doing. Look at all these wonderful social programs, and that's okay if then the Minister of Finance swept some of those breadcrumbs off of the table into his pocket. I'd like the member to reflect on that, whether it's okay to justify such behavior in the House, and to bring the entire political class and every single member of parliament in this House into disrepute because of that.
Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
So where I come from, northwestern British Columbia, your word is your bond. If you want to be in business, if you want to be a good member of the community, how you conduct yourself, the promises you make matter, because people have to judge you on that. They have that only to judge you on. The finance minister and all ministers in this cabinet made a promise to Canadians when they swore an oath and came in to cabinet that they would reveal what they owned and how they owned it. That is exactly the commitment is in his mandate letter. Liberals talk about mandate letters all the time. They probably won't talk about this part of the mandate letter today. I would challenge, invite, encourage a Liberal today to talk about that promise, about full public disclosure. Because if they believe that that's true, if they believe those mandate letters matter at all, if they believe their words matter at all, then they should be the ones more than anybody else encouraging the finance minister to come forward and tell us what he owns. Because his word matters. Canadians need to be able to trust somebody who runs a $330 billion budget of somebody else's money each and every year.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I wish I could thank my honourable colleague, who I know for his comments this morning. I think it's his presentation and all of the rhetoric that informs it that debases this place. The notion that the finance minister got into politics for any reason other than to help the people of his community, to help the people of this country, and to do the hard work that is necessary to achieve those objectives is absolutely ludicrous. It's what lowers the quality of debate in this House, and my honourable colleague knows better because he knows the finance minister and he works with him in collaboration. So to hear him string together the tissues of nonsense that we've had to endure over the last couple of months is regrettable. The finance minister has been pointed out on numerous occasions, has worked with the ethics commissioner. He will continue to do so as part of the due diligence of meeting the high standards of integrity and ethics which are demanded by the people. And what I want to know is whether or not the honourable member is prepared to restore the level of debate that is becoming of politics, that is becoming of the priorities that matter to Canadians. When is he going to talk about the economy? Why doesn't he join us on a debate in national housing? Let's hear that debate come back to this House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Order.
Because the debate today is about those standards and those ethical standards that the finance minister committed to. Allow me to finish. The finance minister said this to all Canadians: I will disclose my personal holdings to the fullest public scrutiny. That's what he promised. In order for him to do his work that my friend talks about, he needs to have the trust of Canadians. He has still not kept his promise. He talks about debasing and rhetoric. There is nothing I said today that isn't fact. He owned the shares. He let it be known to my friend and to others in the Liberal Party, correct me if I'm wrong, that he put those in a blind trust. Morneau Chappelle thought those were in a blind trust. Only because journalists found out that they weren't did we find out that that wasn't true. He had allowed a lie to exist for 2 years and says, now trust me, I'm a good guy. I actually don't know the finance minister, to correct my friend. I've never had a conversation with him. He may be the nicest guy in the world. It doesn't matter. Does he understand that your conduct is what matters? Your promises are what matters. He broke his promise and continues to break it each and every day where he hides his personal assets. You promised, this entire government promised, that when you step into cabinet, full public disclosure of your personal assets. My friend knows this to be true because it's in the mandate letter. I'll send him a copy. And this finance minister still hasn't done it. He knows that to be true. He can call that rhetoric if he wants, but he knows those are facts. Anytime he wants to come back at me with some facts, I would welcome the debate because that's what raises the tone and level of debate in this House, not just spitting out issues of facts. These are all facts I stated. I'd welcome him to join the debate on facts.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know this is going to be a difficult day for my Liberal colleagues because this is the role of Parliament, and sometimes we have to discuss things that they don't want us to talk about. But, Mr. Speaker, there are two parts to the Conservatives' motion today. The first part is calling upon the House to agree with the Prime Minister's statement in this House on November 1st that sunshine is the best disinfectant. And I believe he was responding to a question from my honourable colleague from Hochelaga. And, this is not a very widely known proverb, Oh, sorry, it is a widely known proverb, but the origins are less well known. The proverb actually derives from the quote, "Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants," which is attributed to Louis Brandeis, an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. Now, in 1914, Mr. Speaker, he published a series of essays under the title "Other People's Money and How the Bankers Use It," in which he harshly criticized investment bankers who controlled large amounts of money deposited in their banks by middle-class people. The very people who, I might add, will be harmed if Bill C-27 is passed. Now, the quote under question, Mr. Speaker, is found in Chapter 5 under What Publicity Can Do, and it was used in support of regulation through disclosure obligations, which is precisely what we are trying to accomplish in this House today. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a delicious sort of irony here. This Liberal Prime Minister who leads a party and a government that have traditionally been very friendly to Canada's big banks, who refuse to do anything to tackle their business practices, including how they sell their financial products and the exorbitant fees they levy as service charges on middle-class Canadians. This same Prime Minister has unwittingly quoted a man who is very harshly critical of those same banks. Now, Mr. Speaker, we know Morneau Chappelle is getting quite concerned by all of the bad press they're receiving. I mean, it's basically become a household name in Canadian political discourse now. And so they have actually reached out to their friends in the Financial Post, and yesterday it published an article in which it reported that Morneau Chappelle rejects the suggestion that Bill C-27 would generate a flood of business for them because guess what? There are many suppliers of pension services, and the added business would not at all be significant. The article then relies on the fact that, Morneau Chappelle shares actually dipped in value a few weeks after C-27 being introduced, as if this made it all okay for the finance minister to have owned shares in them in the first place, because, he would have lost some money. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's really all the article can do as a defense, because it then proceeds to do a hit job on the union leaders who are, surprise, surprise, going out and standing up for their members and advocating against the very thing that Bill C-27 is trying to do. And that's really the only defense possible, because this is an indefensible situation that we are in. Mr. Speaker, I find it very helpful for both the members in this place and for my constituents in Couch and Malahat Langford to really go to the crux of the matter. And it has to deal with a very important piece of federal legislation, the Conflict of Interest Act. And when you read the first section, starting with Section 4, for the purposes of this act, a public office holder is in a conflict of interest when he or she exercises an official power, duty, or function that provides an opportunity to further his or her private interests or those of his or her relatives, and so on. It also goes on to say under Section 5 that every public office holder needs to arrange his or her private affairs in a manner that will prevent them from going into a conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, it's all spelled out quite clearly under the legislation, and it's unfortunate that members on the government side seem to have some trouble understanding why we're debating this very issue today. The government's publication in Open and Accountable Government states quite clearly that ministers and their parliamentary secretaries must act with honesty and uphold the highest ethical standards so that public confidence and trust in the integrity and impartiality of government are maintained and enhanced. Moreover, they have an obligation to perform their official duties and arrange their private affairs in a manner that will bear the closest public scrutiny. This obligation is not fully discharged merely by acting within the law. Those are not my words, those are the government's words. And so the Liberals can rely on the defense that they are complying with the Commissioner, that they're complying with the Act, but they are ignoring the fact that the spirit of the law has been completely trampled upon, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we are all very well aware of the Prime Minister's mandate letters to each of his ministers. in which these tenets were upheld and even pushed. Now, there are Liberals who, because of the opposition's line of questioning during question period and by bringing forward this motion today, they accuse us in the opposition of launching personal attacks. Well, I think that is a complete deflection from the issue at hand. The role of Parliament, one of the most important roles of Parliament, is to hold government to account. And, Mr. Speaker, I just want to refer to a quote from the great Stanley Knowles, who in, I believe, 1957 gave a great speech to the Empire Club. And I'll quote here, he said, "The Parliament of this country, elected by free men and women on the basis of free discussions, which cannot be abrogated, is not just a club of good fellows who ought to do the nation's business in the shortest time and with the least possible contention. Rather, it is a body which should examine every proposal to make sure that it is in the country's best interest. It is a body in which attention should be drawn to proposals that ought to be made, but which are often overlooked, unless an election is just around the corner." And the final part, Mr. Speaker, is he says, "It is a body which should scrutinize expenditures and inquire into the administration of public affairs to make sure that fairness, justice, and equity are maintained." I'll just let that hang in the air for a moment, Mr. Speaker. That is precisely what we are doing today. And we operate by a system of responsible government, where the executive branch of this government sits within the legislature, and it can only continue doing its function with the support of the legislature. They are responsible to us. We hold lines of inquiries to make sure that ministers of the Crown are living up to their fullest obligations possible. This is a very, very legitimate line of questioning, and the government's deflection on, not going over all of the great things that they've been doing. If they're so happy with those great things, I invite a minister of the Crown to move the appropriate motion so we can have that debate on a different day. The motion before us today is what we are debating, and it goes directly to the finance minister's conduct. And I believe my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley mentioned, this is a time when we have both the finance minister and the prime minister under investigation. And I think the very fact that they engaged in activities that led to the investigations in the first place should be very troubling. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will now go on to my conclusion. And I want to refer to all honourable members from the government side to the second part of the motion before us today. And it reads that we call on the finance minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all of his private companies or trust funds since he became finance minister, to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. And when we ask questions to the government, we see a lot of glum faces in Liberal backbenchers as they have to listen to this finance minister day after day try to defend the indefensible. They may not see it from their point of view, but in the opposition, we see the Liberals' reactions. They know this is a tough position to defend. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to end with a reference to sunny ways. The Liberal leader, Wilfrid Laurier, proposed that a diplomatic sunny way would work better. And he used an illustration of Aesop's fable in which the sun and the wind hold a contest to see who can remove a traveler's coat. The sun's warm rays proved more effective to the wind's bluster. So if the Liberals truly believe in sunlight being the best disinfectant, I call upon them to use their sunny ways to remove the finance minister's coat of silence so that we, as the people's representatives, can truly have confidence in his role. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks. I'd like to ask about something that has been touched upon a number of times in debate today, and that is that perhaps the finance minister is incapable of recognizing his ethical responsibilities, and that's why he's in a conflict situation. We know the finance minister was born into great wealth. He married into great wealth. He has lived a life in a rarefied atmosphere that the overwhelming majority of Canadians cannot relate to. The company which bears his name, Morneau Chappelle, specializes, among other things, in offshore tax avoidance. one of the family yachts, the motor vessel Playpen, does not fly a Canadian flag. It's registered in the Marshall Islands to avoid the obligations, the responsibilities, the regulations, the laws that most recreational boat owners in Canada submit themselves to. So I asked my colleague, does he believe that perhaps the finance minister simply believes himself to be above the responsibilities to which all in this House submit themselves, the exception, of course, being the notable exception being the Prime Minister himself?
Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think that for everyone who enters public life, it can sometimes seem like quite a jolt to the system. I come from the other end of the spectrum. I did not come from an area of great wealth. And when I entered office, you know, the obligations that were announced to me, I found them to be pretty easy to follow. And whenever I had a question, I had people who were much more knowledgeable than me around me to fill in the blanks. And I'm very surprised that the finance minister, with all of his political staff, with the entire staff of the Prime Minister's office at Finance Canada at their disposal, I don't see how it's possible that the entire staff around the finance minister missed the fact that this could be a problem. And perhaps he is unused to the fact that disclosure is an integral part of public life. I think he's well aware of it now, and that's why we are calling upon him to honor the spirit of what we're trying to get to today, so that we know that his time as finance minister, he was not in a conflict of interest, so that he may continue his role to bear to the utmost possible scrutiny.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there is something that the member across the way does have in common with the Minister of Finance, as all of us do, Mr. Speaker. Once we are elected, there is an obligation for us to report our assets and so forth to the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Each and every one of us have that responsibility. And one of the reasons why we have that responsibility, Mr. Speaker, is because at times this chamber becomes very partisan. And in order to ensure that Canadians are best served on the issue of conflict of interest, we have an independent ethics commissioner. So the member across the way does share the fact that he himself would have submitted his assets, whatever they might be. I'm not going to be critical of one member of Parliament over another because some might have more assets than another and so forth, but the principle is the same. My question to the member is, why does he believe that the rules that we've been operating under for over 10 years is not good enough today? And if he believes they're not good enough today, why doesn't the NDP then move a motion to change the rules?
Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we did that very action that he refers to at the Ethics Committee. I will note a small difference between me and the Finance Minister. I don't regulate companies that are in control of nations' finances. It's a small difference, I know. But, Mr. Speaker, it's about living up to the letter of the law. And when we have evidence before us that the Finance Minister was involved in the pension industry, that he still held shares in a company that he regulates, and then he introduced a bill which could serve to benefit that company and the shares that he holds in it, Mr. Speaker, I have constituents who right away would see that as a conflict of interest. And the fact that this is an ethical blind spot to the Liberals remains very troubling to me and indeed to very many Canadians. And we're just calling upon them to just do the right thing, show some leadership, disclose the financial obligations that the Finance Minister has so that he may continue in his role without this cloud of suspicion hanging over him.
Before we get to resuming debate, I'll just let honourable members know. I know we're trying to get all members who are rising during the time for questions and comments, and I've noted who you are, and when the next chair occupant comes, we'll make sure that she is aware also. We'll do our best to make sure we get everyone included. Resuming debate, and the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Trust is earned when actions meet words. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Popé-Lemieux as well, and I think it's worth repeating. Trust is earned when actions meet words. It's unfortunate that today that we're here in this House having to call out the Finance Minister for breaking the trust of Canadians. The Prime Minister and the Finance Minister arguably are the two most important, powerful officials in government. We as parliamentarians, and more importantly Canadians, must be able to trust that they will act in the public interest rather than in their own private interest. As the Prime Minister has said, sunshine is the best disinfectant. So let's lift up the rug, throw open the doors, and reveal what is in all those numbered companies the Finance Minister has set up in various provinces. Now, the Liberals are clearly not very comfortable talking about this topic. Either at town halls or through correspondence and phone calls, they have had to defend the bad life decisions the minister has made. And for folks at home wondering why we're having this debate, it's because Canada is not a backwards country where elected officials get to live off the largesse of the office they hold. When the actions of a minister of the Crown are in dispute, the minister has a moral duty to provide the information needed to uphold the trust bestowed unto him or her by Canadians, but also to the overall institution. Parliament is bigger than any one minister. Regardless of one's self-appointed importance, the reputation of all of us is at risk due to the mistakes of one individual, particularly when the circumstances of the incident are as serious as this. Politicians should not personally benefit from the office they hold. Ministers of the Crown are fairly compensated for the work they do on behalf of Canadians. They don't need to set up numbered companies that are designed in such a manner as to avoid giving up control of their assets. We are here because the Minister of Finance did not live up to his mandate letter. To quote the mandate letter from the Prime Minister, it said the following, and I quote, "You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality, and both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs should bear the closest public scrutiny. This is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law," end quote. We are here because the minister thought, in some twisted world, that he could have his cake and eat it too. His actions in this ethical quagmire do not live up to the standards to which ministers of the Crown should aspire. The Minister of Finance has clearly broken the spirit of the conflict of interest rules. There is no ambiguity about that. He said he was going to put his assets in a blind trust, but then conveniently did not. Regardless of whatever lame excuse or spin the government tries to use today to defend the minister, it does not pass the smell test. No one is buying it. His approvals ratings have dramatically dropped, and their narrative of fighting for the middle class is not even believed on the pages of the Toronto Star anymore. And you know, a Liberal minister is in trouble when the Toronto Star starts criticizing their behaviour.
Good point. Good point.
This bad news is taking a toll on the minister's public approval. According to a new poll, he is now the most negatively received member of the Prime Minister's cabinet. 46% of those who knew of him gave the Finance Minister the thumbs down, while 23% said he's done a good job in his position so far. Well, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of all members, those numbers are even lower than President Trump's approval in the United States. Furthermore, if the Finance Minister continues to drag the government down with him, he will soon find himself joining his former colleagues, John McCallum and Stéphane Dion, doing the embassy cocktail circuit with the prefix His Excellency added to his business card. So that's where we find ourselves today. The ethical pyramid that has been constructed has come crashing down, and the Minister of Finance has no one to blame for this but himself. And time again, he has avoided doing the right thing, which is, for a start, to apologize. For 2 years, the Finance Minister held shares worth approximately $20 million in Morna Chappelle, a company that he regulates. He held these shares outside of a blind trust, despite his own colleagues believing his shares were in a blind trust. Right after being sworn in as Finance Minister, he spoke to the CBC in an interview. It was in that interview where he said, and I quote, "I resigned my position as chair of the firm that I was chair of before, and I expect that all my assets will go into a blind trust," end quote. Well, it turns out that didn't happen. His assets were not placed in a blind trust, but were set up in an elaborate way that still allowed him to control them in a numbered company in Alberta. Only after the finance minister was revealed to not be holding his assets in a blind trust did he acknowledge his wrongdoing and agree to sell those assets. And he continues to hold several numbered companies, but the assets held within those companies are not publicly known. While he held these shares, the finance minister also introduced Bill C-27, which would create targeted benefit pension plans. We also know that benefit pension plans are a highly specialized product offered by Morneau Chappelle. And it was just announced the Ethics Commissioner has launched an investigation for his involvement with C-27, particularly in his shares in Morneau Chappelle, as his shares in Morneau Chappelle rose in value after the legislation was announced. And these are the facts that the Liberal member from Eglinton Lawrence just called tissues of nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Well, these costly mistakes have tarnished the minister's reputation, and from media reports, will end up costing him roughly $5 million after his assets are divested. For someone who is as educated and successful as he, it boggles the mind how he could have thought his actions were ethical. Even the most casual political observer would have recognized that the Minister of Finance should not have control over his assets, which surely would be impacted by the decisions he would make in office. So today, in this debate, we will ask the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all his private companies or trust funds since being sworn in. We are calling for this information to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. Now, the Liberals may try and just shrug this off and pretend this debate isn't happening. In fact, I suspect that many will not even try to defend the Finance Minister's ethical lapses.
They're not showing up here.
They know they cannot defend the indefensible. They can bob and weave during question period and avoid answering the tough questions. But if they, for one moment, tried doing this with their constituents back home, the wrath and fury would sure be quick to follow. So today, many members will lay out the argument for why this motion should pass. You will hear why the Minister of Finance should do the right thing and begin the process of revealing what he has bought and sold since he became the Finance Minister. Then and only then can we be sure that he did not personally financially gain for the decisions he has made while being in office. To my friends in the Liberal Party, this is your chance to stand up and demand better from those who govern us. Regardless of political stripe, I think we can all admit the Minister of Finance has been less than forthcoming with Canadians. If the shoe's on the other foot, or if the shoes were on the other feet, Mr. Speaker, many of the MPs who sit across from us today would be in an uproar with what has transpired these past 2 years. From secret villas to numbered companies to legislation that will financially benefit the minister's bank account, it paints a very troubling picture. I call on every MP and demand better. Demand that the Prime Minister is held to his word. Demand that ministers are held to a higher standard than finding a loophole and then proclaim innocence. Canadians are smarter than to fall for the claptrap that is far too often peddled. We know in our guts that what has become known is not only morally unacceptable, there are very clear breaches of the law. Trust takes years to build, Mr. Speaker, seconds to break, and forever to repair. The very least the Finance Minister could do is to be transparent and forthcoming with Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Brandon Soares for his speech. Knowing that he is acting in good faith and that he is a logical person, doesn't he not think that it's a little bit pathetic to see the fact that there are very few government members here in the House? I can only see 3 Liberal MPs right now. Maybe 2? Order. Order. I would remind the honourable member that it is not allowed to make reference to the absence or presence of a member in the House. The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. It just seemed normal that I would notice that the Liberal government seems to have very little interest in today's question. I think it's a little bit sad to see that these people talked about so many things that were so positive. They said they were going to do politics differently. They talked about sunshine, disinfecting everything. Well, today, it's clear that the Minister of Finance doesn't care about any of this cynicism. He's got maybe $12 million in his account because of this, but clearly this is decreasing the public's enthusiasm for politics and increasing their cynicism. And for us, I think it's discouraging to see people saying, well, politics isn't good for anything. Even the Minister of Finance and the system are not serving the public well. The honourable member.
Or Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question. He's quite right. Mr. Speaker, we talk about, the government wants to be the ones that talk about sunny ways, but Mr. Speaker, there's a huge cloud hanging over that whole government these days, and Canadians know about it, and we hear about it every day on our phone calls and our emails and the messages that are coming to us. And, you know, maybe it'll turn into a thunderstorm, Mr. Speaker, because there's been a lot of lightning strike over there in regards to some of the efforts of the minister to diffuse some of the obvious things that I've quoted today that he has been charged with, actually, and found guilty of and paid a fine for. And I mean, there is a huge vacuous presence of policy in this government trying to do things that will happen in some decade down the road. And even in the debate today, I was listening in my office before I came to give my speech, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Simcoe York tried to bring some relevance to the House in regards to some of the speeches from the Liberals trying to defend the minister today, and the minister's name or the whole situation never even entered into the discussion of the Liberals, and so it proves they're embarrassed by this whole effort that the finance minister has got them in, and it's also the fact that he isn't even being able to be honest with his own prime minister. Now these, as I said in my speech, are the two most important people in government. What can Canadians trust, Mr. Speaker?
Questions and comments. I guess I comment on the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the introducer of the motion that we're debating here today, I posed a question in regards to the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and the Canadians need to be aware that what we have is, you know, the opposition parties are happily working together jointly on this particular issue, and what they're trying to say and imply is that, you know, Stephen Harper's rules, the same rules that we are living by today, are not good enough. In fact, Mr. Speaker, all 338 members of Parliament are expected to abide by the very same rules that, in fact, Stephen Harper had to abide by. So we have seen a politicization of this issue to an extreme in which we have both opposition parties working hand in hand on the issue, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague across the way would not recognize that it is important that we have confidence in the Ethics Commissioner's office. We on this side of the House do. Do the Conservative Party have, or does the Conservative Party have confidence in the Ethics Commissioner's office?
Member for Brandon Souris.
Speaker, I'm glad that the member from Winnipeg North raised that, because I have utmost confidence in the Ethics Commissioner's office. I don't have any confidence in the Minister of Finance's ethics in regards to what I've talked about in my speech today for the things that he's already paid a fine for. I guess the one thing about Stephen Harper is that you can be sure that he left a surplus to the Canadian public. And this government is running $30 billion deficits every year. They never talk about the fact that he reduced the debt, never mind the deficit, by $30 billion in his first 2 years in government before the 2008 recession hit, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so the member can stand up and talk about rules all he wants. It's the accountability. If he wants to talk about the opposition working together, yes, we are. Why wouldn't we? This is one of the most unethical situations I've ever seen in government, and I've been in it for 17 or 18 years now, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, I just feel strongly that we're not only working together as the opposition, we're working with Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say hello to all the members, all the constituents in Beauport-Limoilou who are listening to us right now. You know, our political system is parliamentary democracy. It's the best system in the world, in my opinion. According to all the members in this House, I do believe. It's a system in which the most important thing, something that we do every day, thanks to the question period, thanks to opposition days like this one, is ministerial accountability. That's the most important thing. Mr. Speaker, ministerial accountability, which was acquired here after long debate and even lengthy military campaigns. You know, for example, the Patriots weren't just French Canadians, but English Canadians as well. And in the 1820s and 1830s, they fought to obtain ministerial accountability because the British Crown and the Westminster system gave to us. With the Union of Canada in 1841. What we're doing today with our opposition day, Mr. Speaker, is to put forward and to ensure this ministerial accountability. Thanks to the work of investigative journalism, we on this side of the House take that work very seriously. And in fact, it was a senator from in the other place who, thanks to the sponsorship of the member for Louis Saint Laurent here in this House, was able to have this bill adopted, which protects whistleblowers and the sources of protection of journalistic sources. So what did these journalists teach us and reveal to us in the past few months? Three very troubling things. Three actions or three omissions, three breaches, let's say, which were perpetrated by the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance, who I might remind you is number 2 in the order of precedence in the Government of Canada, not because he is more important than other ministers, but because one might claim that a country's finances are fundamental to everything that stems therefrom, whether it be education, health, the well-being of Canadians. And that is why this position, Minister of Finance, is held in very high esteem, and everything must be done to ensure that the person holding that position never, ever puts in doubt or undermines the trust that Canadians have in him or her. Now, unfortunately, these three breaches that occurred in the past little while that were reported on by investigative journalists in the past months have slowly but surely eaten away at the trust of Canadians in the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. Now, three principles, in my opinion, must constantly guide the attitude and the behavior and the actions of all members in this House, or outside of the House as well, including everyday activities. That is the sense of duty, the sense of responsibility, and the sense of honor. And I would beseech my colleagues on the other side of the House to listen to this closely. The Minister of Finance, like everyone else, had the solemn duty and the legal duty as well to disclose at the outset, as soon as he came into this position, and he had 6 months to do so, to disclose to the Ethics Commissioner through a form that's very easy to fill out, perhaps more difficult for him because he had so many assets and in his life, so many possessions, but his duty was to disclose plainly, with no ambiguity, with no doubt, with no hiding, all of his possessions. That was his duty, Mr. Speaker, which he did not carry out. And I'll come back to that. I'll tell you why. He also had the responsibility, and he still has it to this day, to ensure that throughout his term in office, if there was any change to his personal status with regard to new assets, a boat in the Bahamas, a second villa in France, for example, to mention it, to disclose that to the Ethics Commissioner. Now, I know myself, as a Member of Parliament, I received the updates from the Ethics Commissioner, who reminds me that as a Member of Parliament, I must do my duty and to be responsible throughout my term in office for disclosing continuously any new assets that I might acquire. For example, I reveal the fact that I purchased a house recently for my wonderful little family, and I'm very happy about that. Now, that is the responsibility that all members of Parliament have. And there's a third responsibility that I think is even more important than duty and responsibility, a third principle, because when we have this duty of honor, when we carefully preserve this principle of honor in our hearts as members of Parliament, then duty and responsibility logically come along with that. They follow on. So, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance, through his actions, which I will tell you about, did not carry out his duties. He shirked his responsibility as a minister, as a member of cabinet of this government. He shirked his responsibilities over the past 2 years, and unfortunately for him, and unfortunately for this government, he sullied his honor, Madam Speaker. So what did he do, Madam Speaker? Well, 2 years ago, when he had to fill out that disclosure form that I was telling you about with regard to assets and submit it to the Ethics Commissioner, he somehow forgot, or perhaps he didn't want to disclose to the Ethics Commissioner that he had a company, a corporation set up in France, which is quite unbelievable. And this corporation is the owner of a sumptuous villa in Provence, a region in southern France. So it must be quite expensive and probably quite fancy, Madam Speaker. I have here a public notice on penalties with regard to a conflict of interest. So this is not a joke. This is not just a suggestion. It's not just attacks by the opposition. It's not, how can I put this? These are not assumptions. This is true. A penalty was issued by the Ethics Commissioner only a few weeks ago, stating that the Minister of Finance must pay a fine of $200. Why? Because he violated paragraphs 21(1)A and 21(1)D of the Conflict of Interest Code because he did not include in his confidential report a corporation set up in France and its approximate value. And especially, he did not include in this confidential form his position as a director on the board of that corporation. Madam Speaker, this is serious. The Minister of Finance is a well-known businessman on Bay Street. He manages a family company, which is, of great value. And he forgot to disclose those possessions in France. So that is one thing. That's the first thing. And, this is very clear. This is a concrete thing because he had to pay a fine. So he was caught out. He was caught red-handed. And it's administrative. It's not criminal, but it is administrative. So that is his first breach of his duty. For his first breach of the law, of Canadian laws, and the first tarnish upon his honor, and the first action that undermined the trust of Canadians in him and his government. Oh my goodness. Wow, that's very sad. I just have to tell you very quickly then that he did not put his shares at a value of $20 million in Morneau-Chapelle. He did not put them in a blind trust. Instead, he hid them in a numbered company in Alberta, and from there, he withdrew millions of dollars over the past 2 years. Thank goodness he gave it to charity. It was the least he could do. But he still hasn't apologized for that, and he has ignored the fact that he violated the spirit of the law. And finally, he's under investigation once again by the Ethics Commissioner for a conflict of interest because he tabled Bill C-27, which seeks to amend pension plans, and guess what? They're going to benefit the family company that his father created. So he is in a conflict of interest. He breached his duty, his responsibility, and his honor.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I listened closely to the member's dissertation, and I have several concerns. And first, this gives me an opportunity to say that I have enjoyed working with my colleague, the Minister of Finance, and I have absolutely no reason to doubt any of his decisions or his integrity on any issue, and I am pleased to call him a colleague. I am pleased to call him an honourable member. I do have a concern, both with the motion today and with the member's speech, in that what I am hearing are specious arguments and some rather outrageous claims that are not based in fact. And I know that that's the opposition's role, and I've been in opposition, and I understand that. What I'm looking for today is very clearly, does the member support the current rules, which I believe have been followed completely by the Minister of Finance? Or is he actually saying that the rules fall short? And if they fall short, is he or is his party actually suggesting some changes to our conflict of interest guidelines? And how could he actually make a positive contribution to this debate?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
The facts could not be clearer. The member, the minister, has not divulgated to the Ethics Commissioner his holdings and the value of these holdings. The villa, for example, in France, he has not divulgated that. And that's why that the Ethics Commissioner, he didn't say that he had still up until last month, $20 million worth of shares from Ownership Hill, hiding, sir, Madam Speaker, sorry, hiding in a numbered company in Alberta.
Right. What else?
And still, he didn't say that he was currently, in the past months, constructing, putting together a law that will directly benefit 3 specialized enterprise and companies that work for pension plan in Canada, which one of these is Ownership Hill, which he owned until he was minister. So, Madam Speaker, the member said there is no facts. There are facts. There was a penalty here from the Ethics Commissioner of $200. It's significant.
Good.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And, you know, the Liberals across the way talk about going by the rules, you know, hiding behind the Ethics Commissioner. Madam Speaker, I just want to mention that I used to sit on the Environmental Appeal Board in British Columbia, the Forest Appeals Commission, and when I took on those roles, I was sent off to a kind of judging school for a week, and we had judges come in and tell us how to act in those hearings because we were essentially acting as judges. And one of the really important parts of that training was to recognize when we are in a conflict of interest. And the judge, I remember, told us that the rule that we had to go by, the general rule, the legal test for conflict of interest, and I forget what they call it, but it was something like the sidewalk smell test. You walk up to someone on the sidewalk and explain the situation and say, are you in a conflict of interest? And I'd like the member to comment on that and whether if you walked up to people on the sidewalk in Canada and said, we have a finance minister who holds shares in a company of his own that is benefiting from his own decisions, is that a conflict of interest?
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm to the honourable member, last week we were all in our riding. I met many constituents and they all told me it was outrageous. And even more outrageous to see the Minister of Finance as acting as if nothing was. There is a clear conflict of interest here, and we should always remind the Canadians that the Prime Minister sent a mandate letter to each minister stating in the first paragraph that not only did he wanted them to follow precisely each article of the law, and most concerning this one today of the Ethics Commissioner, but he said go well and beyond the spirit of the law. And well, Madam Speaker, I can say the minister went well and beyond physically by putting all his shares in a hiding company in Alberta. He has put together an action which brings a huge distrust from Canadian people to this government. And us, as the opposition, we have the duty, the responsibility, and the honor to put the responsibility, ministerial responsibility to the bank. Merci.
Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And maybe what I'll do is I'll pick up on the answer that my colleague just provided. And to say, you know, when I sat in opposition, the Harper government made the decision virtually to kill the Canada Wheat Board. They were taking away the monopoly, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure if you take a look at and reflect on many of the Conservatives that are here today that sit on the opposite side, and the issue back then, and when I went out into rural Manitobans, I would often get, or on occasion I would get, don't want to exaggerate it, on occasion I would get individuals that come to me and say, well, how can the Conservatives get rid of the Canada Wheat Board when many of them farm wheat? It's a legitimate question. People say, well, if Conservative MPs are farming wheat, should they, or they're a farmer, should they be able to get rid of the Canada Wheat Board? Legitimate question, I guess, Madam Speaker. But you know, we have in Canada established the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. And it would appear, because what we've seen over the last while is the Conservatives and the NDP, not only on this piece of item of agenda, but on previous agenda items too, more and more the Conservatives and the NDP work together in order to attack the government. And that's fine. If they want to do that, that's completely their call. But I can suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that there appears to be at least one, and I suspect hopefully others, political entities in this chamber, that would clearly demonstrate confidence in that office. And that's what it is that I would like to talk about today. Because I want to highlight the fact that whenever there has been an opportunity for the Conservatives to be critical of this Minister of Finance, they've jumped all over it, Madam Speaker. Whenever there has been an opportunity. And more often than not, you have the NDP tagging along, joining them in their opposition. And I would like to give some examples of the types of things in which I believe we have seen that united opposition front. And hopefully, maybe individuals that are listening or following this debate will have a better appreciation in terms of why it is that we are where we are today. First off, we need to be very clear. The Minister of Finance is obligated, like each and every one of us. When we are elected, we are expected and obligated to go to the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Commissioner and declare our assets. Contrary to the misinformation from the opposition benches, the Minister of Finance did go to the Commissioner and did declare. Even the House in French was declared with the office. Not eventually. Not eventually. And that's just it, Madam Speaker.
Just want to remind members that they're not to be going back and forth. The speech and the questions and comments will go through the Speaker. And so there's no debate back and forth on this. No, and no, you're not reading your speech. So again, I know you know, we're getting to the end of the work week, and I think that we can all get through this. So I just want to bring it back to the Parliamentary Secretary. And I would say that there's going to be 10 minutes of questions and comments after. So, you know, hold on to your britches. You'll get there. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, I'll give leave to have more questions. I'm more than happy to answer. But, you know, even what the minister or the member across the way just finished heckling while I was reading my speech, it's in his speech. It's in their speaking notes, Madam Speaker, to give false information. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. They will stand up, and they have no qualms in doing it. They will say that no one knew about it. Well, have I got news about that house in France? Not only did the commissioner know about it, but it was actually reported, weeks after the last federal election. It was in a newspaper. There's no hiding when it's published in one of Canada's newspapers. But you know what? Maybe they can revisit that particular factoid when they make their presentations today, Madam Speaker. But what needs to be emphasized is that each and every member of Parliament has that obligation to go before the Commissioner and declare their assets. And that's exactly what the Minister of Finance has done. And I would suggest to Canadians, as opposed to listening to the opposition benches, and I would suggest to you grossly exaggerated claims at times, Madam Speaker, that they allow for that independent office to do its job. It was good enough for Stephen Harper, Madam Speaker. These are the very same rules under the former Prime Minister. And you didn't see any Conservatives back then jumping up saying, oh, let's change the rules, let's change the rules. The reason why they're talking about it today is because they're trying to change the focus of what's happening today in the real world. We have an opposition, a joint opposition on this issue, continuously going after the Minister of Finance. Their focus is on the Minister of Finance. And that's fine. You can continue focusing on the Minister of Finance. I can tell you that this Prime Minister and this government and the Liberal members of this caucus are going to be focused on Canadians and the constituents in which we represent, and all Canadians, Madam Speaker, even those that we do not represent, because we understand and we appreciate what is important to Canadians, Madam Speaker. It is absolutely critically important that we look at ways in which we can improve the quality of life. We often talk about Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, because this government genuinely believes in Canada's middle class and has taken many initiatives that have been led by the Minister of Finance. And that's why, when they talk about the character assassination that's taking place against the Minister of Finance, and that's what it is. Some of them shake their heads saying, no, that's not the case. Well, Madam Speaker, when we hear individuals across the way trying to imply that the Minister of Finance became a member of Parliament because he wanted to enhance his financial fortunes, that's absolute garbage and rubbish. And I am disappointed in any member inside this House that tries to impute the motives of other members that come to this House wanting to improve the society and the communities in which we live. And the Minister of Finance is no different. The Minister of Finance is very passionate in wanting to evoke changes that will be to the betterment of Canadians. And each and every one of us should know better than to say some of the allegations. We just had a speaker that talked about duty of honor. Well, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that we have a Minister of Finance that is committed to that duty of honor. I would challenge any member across the way to tell me or to inform me as to when any other Minister of Finance has been so successful at redistribution of Canada's wealth, of trying to make a difference in the inequality of income. And I'll use it as an example in terms of the character assassination from members of opposite and their continuous attempt to try to get at the Minister of Finance. One of the very first initiatives that this government taken, headed by the Minister of Finance, was the 1% of Canada's wealthiest, where we decided that there was going to be a tax increase for the 1% of Canada's wealthiest. What did the joint opposition party do? New Democrats and Conservatives were more than happy to be critical of the Minister of Finance. They even voted against that special tax on Canada's wealthiest, Madam Speaker. Then if you take a look at it and you say, well, another initiative, and I believe it was under Bill 2 and incorporated into the budget, was the tax break. The tax break to Canada's middle class. Hundreds of millions of dollars being put into the pockets of Canada's middle class. And what do we see again? Once again, we see the NDP working with the Conservatives and vice versa, opposing it. You should read some of the speeches given from members across the way, criticizing the Minister of Finance or that particular policy, Madam Speaker. All being critical of the Minister of Finance, just like they're being critical in the motion that we have today. And they actually voted against that particular initiative, Madam Speaker. Imagine, if you will, as I say, the hundreds of millions of dollars that went into taxpayers' pockets. The NDP were being very critical of the Minister of Finance back then, saying, well, what about those that are working poor or those individuals that needed more? What did the Liberal government do then, Madam Speaker? We brought in, as a government, the increase to the Canada Child Benefit Program. We changed it so even those individuals that were receiving that particular benefit were no longer going to be millionaires. And it's interesting when we put those kind of, again, hundreds of millions of dollars into a program, literally lifting thousands of children out of poverty. What did the NDP do? They did the same thing that the Conservatives did, and they voted against that initiative too. If you start to look at it in total, you'll find that it doesn't seem to matter what the Minister of Finance is doing. They're critical of the Minister of Finance. And that's what they're doing again today, Madam Speaker. In fact, I think this is the second day where we've had a motion of this particular nature. You know, one of the initiatives that the Minister of Finance brought in that I was exceptionally proud of, Winnipeg North, as other constituencies across our country in all regions.
Point of order, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, I have been listening to the honourable member for the past 5 minutes give this House a history lesson on what the government's achieved in the last 2 years, but I do not see him staying relevant to the subject of the motion today. And I would ask you in your capacity, Madam Chair, to keep the honourable member on track with the subject of the motion today and ask when he might come back to the subject at hand. We don't need a history lesson. We need debate on the motion before this House. Thank you.
On the same point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Yes, on the same point of order, Madam Speaker, and this isn't the first time. We've had, when the previous Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance was speaking, and we had at least 2 interruptions of that particular Parliamentary Secretary. Members opposite might not like what it is that they're hearing, but it is not for them to determine whether or not it is in order. If we take a look at everything that I have said in the last 10 minutes or 5 minutes or however long it has been, I have been focusing my attention, Madam Speaker, on the issue of the character assassination from the joint opposition towards this Minister of Finance, and I'm very clearly establishing that it is nothing new. And I'm pointing out specific examples as to why this joint opposition continuously wants to go after the Minister of Finance and why it is that we need to reinforce these particular points. It is absolutely relevant.
So I just want to remind the members, first of all, that there is some latitude when the debate is happening. However, I do also want to indicate, maybe remind the member of what the actual motion says, and if he could bring it back, from time to time to that relevance as he makes his speech. So it does basically say, the motion reads as follows, that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has brought, sold, or held within all his private companies or trust funds since he became finance minister to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. I know that during his speech he did was on message here, and I just want to say if the member could bring that back to the motion, that would be great. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 5.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I hope that point of order didn't take away from my time. You know, it's much like when the member from Brandon Verdon, and I had posed the member from Brandon Verdon a question. And he responded, and I asked him about the former government of Stephen Harper, and we were operating under the very same rules as Stephen Harper was. And the member from Brandon Verdon indicated and made reference to the fact of, well, Stephen Harper's budget surplus and so forth. And I can easily see the relevance in that, and I didn't stand up on the point of order because, in fact, one needs to take those things into consideration. I realize, and I would reinforce, Madam Speaker, that what we're really talking about is, in fact, the Minister of Finance, and we've had members from both political parties personally attack the Minister of Finance. So there's absolutely nothing wrong. You might not, or members across the way might not like the content of what it is that I'm saying. But everything that I am saying is the absolute true reality of what's taking place inside this House of Commons and has been taking place in the last 2 years. Before the interruption, Madam Speaker, I was talking about one of those issues that is really important to my constituents, many of the seniors in my constituency, an initiative that this Minister of Finance brought to this House, and that was the Guaranteed Income Supplement, Madam Speaker. We had literally, through the increase of that supplement program, we saw literally thousands of seniors, hundreds from my own constituency of Winnipeg North, that were lifted out of poverty as a direct result of that particular initiative. And again, like today, we saw the NDP and the Conservatives working together, again, to be critical and ultimately vote against that initiative also, Madam Speaker. And the list goes on. And this is why, you know, when we get right down to the crux of the issue, the manner in which the opposition is trying to create that look, and they're focusing their attention on, is the issue of, well, you know, we believe that there's a conflict that's here. Yet, like each and every one of us inside this chamber, the Minister of Finance did, in fact, report all of his assets to the Commissioner. And, Madam Speaker, that is something in which, like often we hear about the House, overseas House that the Minister of Finance has. And the Conservatives have no problem saying that it wasn't, in fact, declared, when, in fact, not only was the Commissioner aware of it, but there was actually a published article on the issue. So how can you have a published article on the issue and the Commissioner knowing about it and saying that the Minister of Finance did not declare the asset, when in fact that's just not true? But they don't have collectively any opposition in terms of trying to give a misrepresentation of that particular issue, Madam Speaker. I think that there have been opportunities for us to demonstrate, and there needs to be a demonstration, I would argue, that we have the confidence in Mary Dawson and the role that she plays. Because equally it would be false to give the impression to Canadians or anyone watching or following this particular debate, to give an impression that it's only Liberal MPs that have to abide by the Commissioner. That, in fact, that there are members, I suspect, in all political parties inside this chamber that might be under investigation. The Commissioner will look into matters when matters are brought to her attention. And we do know that the commissioner has a responsibility of secrecy, and she might not necessarily fulfill the political agenda of the Conservative NDP alliance. I can appreciate that. But at some point in time, Madam Speaker, the commissioner will provide a report. And I want to emphasize the importance of respecting the independence of that office. Because, as I say, the opposition is focused on the Minister of Finance. The Government of Canada is focused on Canadians. And the Liberal caucus has the confidence in the Commissioner in continuing to do the job that she has been doing, not only in the last 2 years, Madam Speaker, but also for the 10 years of the Stephen Harper government. The very same rules that we are following today. You know, here, time inside this beautiful chamber is limited, Madam Speaker, and you're telling me I've ran out of time. So maybe through questions and answers, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that members across the way might have. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader for his comments. Now, the question that I have is this. He has stated that, the opposition is making untrue statements by saying that the Finance Minister didn't fully disclose his assets. But as I understand it, the Ethics Commissioner charged him $200 for not fully disclosing his assets. Could he please explain?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great example. It's a very good example. The Minister of Finance has very clearly indicated himself that he has fully disclosed his assets. That was, in fact, done virtually day one. The Conservatives tried to give the impression that no one knew about the house that he had overseas, Madam Speaker, when, in fact, it was reported in a newspaper here in Canada weeks after the last federal election. They're trying to give a false impression, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just want to address some of the comments that the member made in his speech. First of all, I find it very interesting in being lumped into an alliance with the Conservatives. I think the Parliamentary Secretary may have just inadvertently released the Liberal campaign platform for 2019. Help us stave off the evil NDP Conservative alliance. But that aside, Mr. Speaker, in a previous speech, my honourable colleague from South Okanagan, West Kootenay, made mention of the smell test. And it goes like this. If you were to approach a member of the public on the sidewalk and explain the situation and ask them, am I in a conflict of interest? And they can give you a reliable answer. The public are usually pretty good at perceiving what's a conflict of interest. And so I would like to hear the honourable member's comments on this. The Finance Minister owns shares in a company that he has incredible power of regulation over. He owned those shares when he introduced a bill which is going to significantly amend pension regimes for federally regulated employees, a scheme that Morneau Chappelle could then bid on for contracts. And if they were to increase in stock price, the Minister of Finance would have benefited from that. I think if you ask any Canadian, that would not pass the smell test. And so, this is not a personal attack on the Finance Minister. It's about the office he holds. And to put him on the same plane as a member of the opposition is completely false and misleading. So I want to know, will he just allow the Finance Minister to continue his job, to have the Finance Minister disclose his assets so that this House may again have confidence in his role, that he's proceeding forth fairly and without any kind of suspicion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary at the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my friend from across the way and I were to take a walk in his constituency, and let's say we pose a question of, are members of Parliament overpaid? And if a majority of the constituents that we ask that question to will respond, yes, politicians or MPs are overpaid, would the member across the way then take a pay reduction? I think that is, when we talk about that so-called smell test, I think that we always have to put things into a proper perspective. And it's not just as simple as us just walking down a sidewalk in his constituency and saying, is the member from Parliament overpaid? That you need to provide that background information. That's one of the reasons why we have the independence of the Commissioner, because the independence of the Commissioner is to take away the partisanship. And we have confidence in that particular office. What's not clear is whether or not and I like the word the alliance, I might want to pick up more on that. I appreciate the suggestion, because that's what it seems as of late. And then on the second part, Madam Speaker, if I have the time, when the Prime Minister or when the Minister of Finance increased the GIS, or when he got the Pan-Canadian agreement to increase the CPP, I suspect that did not help Marno. I suspect that's the case. I wonder if the members ever looked into that aspect.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the colleague for his speech across the way, and obviously we disagree in regards to the ethics of the finance minister, but he has had a lot of experience. He did say that he had a lot of experience in government, and he has a little bit more than I have in regards to the number of years that he was in the Manitoba legislature. But when I was there, he was one of two members in the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker, and so I understand that he is voluminous in regards to speaking in the chamber. We had a fair opportunity for him to do that in Manitoba as well over the years when I was there, because he got to speak to a lot of bills as an opposition member. And I think we have to remind ourselves that he's only, I think it's been 22, 23 years that he's been a member in Parliament, and only 2 of those, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been in government. So I think he's got lots of experience in opposition, and I look forward to the day when he's over here again. And that might happen in 2 years, Mr. Speaker. But to relevance, and I want to get to that because it's important, he said he was, in his opening remarks, that he was talking about the real world. Well, the real world, Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this government's got huge deficits. They've got adding to the debt. They're making costs of food, clothing, and heating family homes higher. They've broken about 50 promises that they tried to make in their promise, and they've only been in government for 2 years. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just wonder if he can articulate to the government and to the people of Canada why we wouldn't be working with the NDP and all Canadians on such an important issue as the ethics of one, if not 2, of the top people in government in Canada today.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I did enjoy the many years in opposition in the Manitoba legislature and working with my colleague across the way in the Manitoba legislature on many occasions. Having said that, I think in total it's probably about 20-plus years in opposition, 2 years in government. I'm hoping to match, level it out, hopefully. But we'll have to wait until see the voters of Canada will make that determination. In regards to, I appreciate what it is that the member across the way highlighted in regards to the deficit. And I think that all in all, the type of debate that we'd be having today, if we were to take an issue, whether, we had this fantastic announcement about housing yesterday. The first historic national housing strategy was put into place yesterday, Madam Speaker. So if we took the recommendation, at least in part, and what the member across the way is saying, and we were to have those types of debates, I have a lot of thoughts on the deficit situation. So, for example, I would say that the Harper government inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus from the Paul Martin government before the recession. That turned into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. Harper never really got rid of the deficit, and at the end of the day, we're seeing and we believe that by investing in Canadians, that things will happen in a more positive way here in Canada, and we're starting to see the results in that. 500,000 approximately, or just under 500,000 new jobs in 2 years.
We have time for a brief question. Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Brandon-Souris, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Again, I have to remind my colleague that what the money that he's talking about is being spent in the next decade, and so it's not likely that it'll ever get an opportunity to spend it. And I look forward to having the opportunity to put a housing program in place that is efficient and works. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I just want to ask him again. You know, we've got a finance minister that has broken rules in this House that has not even been acceptable to his Prime Minister and his mandate letter. How can this member, who knows what those mandate letters say, possibly think that they're following it when they don't have a plan to balance the budget until 2051?
Answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, we're talking about the Code of Ethics from the Commissioner. We have confidence in the Commissioner, Mary Dawson. We've made that statement on numerous occasions. And the Minister of Finance, like every other member, has submitted their assets. At least we hope all members have done that. We know the Minister of Finance has, and the Minister of Finance is working very cooperatively with that particular office, and has indicated he will continue doing so.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House and speak during the debate on the Opposition Day motion calling on the Liberal government finance minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all his private companies or trust funds since he became a finance minister. We all heard and we all know about the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, where he says that sunshine is the best disinfectant. In his quote, the Prime Minister was referring to his election pledge, promising to provide Canadians with open and transparent government. His belief that his cabinet ministers would be above all reproach, and the best way to prove it was to be able to shine this sunshine on it and use it as a disinfectant. We all know about the multiple failures of the Prime Minister and his Liberal government have had when it comes to fulfilling their election promises. It's a terrible record of failure. They have disappointed many Canadians who believed in their campaign promises. They believed the deficit would only be $10 billion. They missed it by another $18 billion. The Finance Minister has for weeks now refused to use the disinfectant that the Prime Minister recommends to cleanse himself from the shroud of secrecy that clouds his tenure as finance minister. The finance minister refuses to come clean and tell Canadians about his personal wealth. And before we go on further, Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with a member from Calgary, Shepherd. Mr. Speaker, our question, our concern is, has the finance minister refused intentionally to conduct himself under the open and transparent rules that the Prime Minister promised Canadians? Or has the Prime Minister A-okayed the Finance Minister's constant and continuous refusal to tell Canadians what investment he owns? Has the Prime Minister A-okayed the fact that the Finance Minister is using his position to enrich his personal finances and his family's firm? Is the Finance Minister willfully disobeying the Prime Minister? Or is the Prime Minister backing down, succumbing to threats made by the Finance Minister as he refuses to confess what he owns and how he is using Canadian law, or how he used it to enrich his own family portfolio? The Prime Minister talks about his family fortune, so it is possible that the Prime Minister understands his fellow multimillionaires, finance ministers' stubborn refusal to share with Canadians public the details concerning the numbered companies that the finance minister owns. Madam Speaker, this refusal to be honest and open is disrespectful to all Canadian taxpayers, to Canadian public, middle-class Canadians. No one can trust someone who refuses to tell the truth. Worse, the finance minister has been playing what we call silly games with Canada's Ethics Commissioner for 2 years. And Madam Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner, contrary to what the former member said, has found him guilty I'm reading right from the nature of the violation that she printed. Failure to include in a confidential report a corporation, one of his corporations, established in France, and an estimate of its value. Of course, it was that corporation that controlled the interest of his chalet in southern France. Failure to include in the confidential report his directorship of that corporation. Madam Speaker, he's playing these games with the Ethics Commissioner. He's playing these games with Canadians, and certainly that's why he belittled the NDP for joining together with Conservatives. I mean, I think every member of Parliament, including many on the Liberal side, are very much concerned with the direction they see this finance minister go. Canadians understand the process. When someone is named to cabinet, they declare their assets, and the Ethics Commissioner helps the new cabinet minister sort out his assets so that the new cabinet minister is free to work on policies and government business without a conflict of interest. Everyone does it. Well, everyone is supposed to do it. It's actually easy unless you really have something to hide. You know, we've had a Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Paul Martin. He was also Cabinet Minister. He was Minister of Finance. Very wealthy man. His family was famous for owning ships, paying some taxes in Canada. These were massive ocean liners, sized cargo ships that operated all over the world. He placed his holdings immediately into a blind trust so that he could be free to be finance minister and then prime minister, because Canadians had a reasonable assurance that he was not writing laws aimed at enriching his personal wealth. But the current prime minister and his rich finance minister, they don't seem to understand that. Or if they do, they don't care. Paul Martin took his job and his wealth seriously, more seriously than I think this prime minister and finance minister do. I think both of them have come into Parliament fairly recently, and they just maybe aren't certain, thinking there may be two laws for different types of Canadians, the wealthy and those not quite so fortunate. The current Prime Minister was born into his family fortune, and he considers it a privilege. Madam Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner makes certain that these types of issues shouldn't come to the front. And when they do, and there's concerns brought forward, she judges on them. And she's already found him guilty. She's already going through another investigation with him and the Prime Minister and other cabinet ministers. Canadians don't need or want to see the details of every asset, but Canadians want the watchdog to be satisfied that these rich politicians do their job without a conflict of interest between the work they do and their personal wealth. And Madam Speaker, for certain, Canadians want to be sure that legislation that comes forward from position of finance minister is not going to be legislation above and beyond what actual normal legislation looks like. It isn't legislation that is going to enhance the wealth of the finance minister. Now, Madam Speaker, that's part of the concern of Bill C-27. That's not why we're here. We're here because we want to see what corporations, what assets he held in those 2-year period, and he is refusing to tell Parliament. He's refused in question period for weeks now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the Paradise Papers, released a few weeks ago, unveiled $250 billion that is owned by Canadians in offshore tax havens where no Canadian taxes are paid on the investment profits and these holdings, the profits they generate. Yet instead of chasing these investments and the rich Canadians who own these $250 billion, the finance minister and the prime minister think that it's better to raise government tax revenues off the backs of the working class, the middle class, the lower income people, the small businesses, the farmers, the waitresses, the fishermen, and more. That's why Canadians are upset by this. That's why they see a double standard. Canadians are upset because they see one set of rules for the finance minister, another set of rules for every other politician, and then they are the brunt of the attacks that the finance minister is bringing down. And this is disgraceful. We're watching the 1% right here in action in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker, on that Liberal side, and they take care of their own. Madam Speaker, this morning I chair the Public Accounts. And this morning on a different issue, the Auditor General brought down a report. He brought down the report on Phoenix Papers. He brought down a report on the Canadian revenue, and he brought down a report on Syrian refugees. Part of what he said in his report is disappointing. He says, I was hoping that I would be able to talk about something other than results for citizens. I keep delivering the same message that the government does not understand its results from the citizens' perspective. He went on and said, it appears that our message is not being heard by a whole of government. Getting these requires a concerted effort across government to understand and measure the citizens' experience. I think we have the same issue with this government. They simply don't understand that the people that are being governed are asking for certain responsible measures to protect them from the people that are governing. That's what the Ethics Commissioner does. And Madam Speaker, that's why we need the light to shine on the Finance Minister so that we can see exactly what the House has been asking for. What corporations did he own? What corporations benefited from the measures that he's put in place? For all we know, he could own shares in any number of companies across this country that the government has lent money to or granted or given to. Bombardier, marijuana grow plants. I mean, all kinds of things. All we want is the information. Canadians deserve it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have great respect for the member opposite and his work on the Public Accounts Committee. But there was a suggestion in his discourse just now that somehow there maybe should be different rules for members or ministers who have been successful or members or ministers who do not have money. I am solidly one of those in the latter group that I am not wealthy, but I think that the rules of ethics apply to me equally as they would apply to any other member, and a minister and a member are the same. So I would ask if they're actually proposing that somehow the rules should be different for different types of people who enter this chamber, and whether or not they trust the Ethics Commissioner to ensure all rules are followed.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. I thank my colleague for the question. I know that there are different types of rules because I served in Cabinet. And I know that in Cabinet, the level of accountability, I think, was greater. I think we recognized, whether it was that we recognized it or I can tell you former Prime Minister Harper, he would come in and he would say, listen, we need to be above reproach. I don't even want you taking a free ticket to a hockey game because you need to be above reproach. Buy your own ticket. And so we lived with that type of standard being set. And, Madam Speaker, the member from Winnipeg Centre asked the question earlier about the Canadian Wheat Board. I can remember because I own a farm where I was told that I shouldn't ever take out a cash advance because I may end up voting on the Canadian Wheat Board sometime. And so we absolutely not. The Ethics Commissioner told us, and we didn't. Madam Speaker, I thank you for your...
Allow for more questions, but maybe the member will be able to add that into his next response. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris, is it? Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments and his words. Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Research Branch has conflict of interest rules and for federal legislatures. And in it, Madam Speaker, it talks about techniques of control. 3 of them are, 1, disclosure, which we know that this minister didn't do. Number 2 is avoidance, which we are still trying to figure out exactly whether he avoided or not. And the 3 is withdrawal, in which really talks about recusal. I'm just wondering if the honourable member might be able to comment on any one of those 3 points as to what he sees this minister has done.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, it's what he's done and it's what he hasn't done. So what we know he hasn't done is, Madam Speaker, we know that he has not claimed a certain corporation in the south of France that owned a beautiful chateau in the south of France, didn't want Canadians to know about it, didn't want the Ethics Commissioner to know about it. He failed to report it and was found guilty as charged by the Ethics Commissioner, and he paid the fine. So we know that's one thing that he didn't do. One of the things that concerns me in what he did was in the bringing forward of the new legislation on Bill C-27. I'm not going to get into the benefits of Bill C-27, the positives, the negatives, but all we know is that with that one piece of legislation, this minister stands and stood to profit massively. We know that his family, company, expertise is around target benefit plans. We know they have been used to help formulate the target benefit plan in New Brunswick. So he hasn't reported his own corporations. He hasn't reported his own assets to the Ethics Commission. He's withheld that. But he's come in the back door with legislation, and it may be all right legislation, but it's legislation that his company is going to benefit with. Well, I can tell you, when I signed as a minister, we signed saying the code says that you will not bring forward anything that will benefit you financially or your family members. And it may say friends. It may even say friends. I can't recall right now. So here is the problem. This is why all the opposition parties have joined together and said, why won't the Prime Minister allow this son?
I'm sorry, I tried to allow the member some additional time, but time has run out. Questions and resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam.
Hadn't been crossed out yet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the saying goes, when you sweep the house, you find everything. It's a Yiddish proverb, and it applies. All the House is asking for is to sweep and find out everything. And you, Madam Speaker, are a servant of the House. Just like every single member here in every single seat serves their constituents. We ultimately hold this power on behalf of our constituents. There is no commissioner that can replace Parliament. There is no government official that can replace the duties that we take on behalf of the citizens, the residents of our ridings. So what this House is asking for through this motion is a sweep. We want to know, what does the Minister of Finance hold, so that we can judge as a group whether he is meeting the ethical requirements that we believe is necessary for a Minister of the Crown who holds such vast power over Canada's economy and finances. The motion itself, presented by the member for Carleton, I think he's done laudable work improving and explaining the deficiencies thus far that the Minister of Finance has shown in conduct of his duties to Canadians in general. The motion reads that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all of his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister, to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. Madam Speaker, there is only one chamber in this House that can attest to whether a Minister of the Crown is fulfilling those requirements, whether they are working in the public interest, and it is this House. We can lean on the Commissioner, we can lean on officers of Parliament for their opinion, but they cannot substitute or replace the work that we do on behalf of our residents in our ridings. At the end of the day, it's this House that makes a judgment call, nobody else. I'd be remiss also if I didn't mention the member for Cochin, Malahat, Langford, and his contributions, the smell test, comparing it to raising his children, his twin daughters. Glad everybody is okay then since his return to the House here. An excellent member who's made great contributions as well to this debate in this House. You heard from the member for Battle River Crowfoot, his views, and he was a former Minister of State, so he brings to this debate an interesting perspective from the other side, from the side that works for the Executive Council, a member of a previous cabinet who understands what it means not just to live up to the letter of the law, but the expectations of Canadians, of residents, and of prime ministers who set the rules, who set the tempo. You know, I previously asked a question to one of the parliamentary secretaries. You know, the speeches of justification that we have heard from the Liberal side, and we're going to continue to hear in questions and answers and in speeches, the justification for the Minister of Finance has done. It took 2 years to get to the point where he admitted fault, although I don't believe he understands why he had to admit fault, and he was fined $200 for breaching the code. The specific violations were a failure to include in a confidential report a corporation established in France and an estimate of its value, and a failure to include in a confidential report his directorship in that corporation. Now, I still don't believe the Minister of Finance understands what exactly he did wrong. He knows that the Ethics Commissioner fined him, but doesn't quite, I think, understand why that is wrong. Apart from the breach of the law, there's something much higher there, the ethics, the honorable status that all members hold here. We refer to ourselves as the honorable member for the riding that we represent. And I think it's a moral and procedural blindness. Actually, that's exactly the term used by Globe and Mail editorial describing the Minister of Finance's conduct thus far in the past few years. And when I rose in this House to ask a question, it was, you know, does it justify the speech of justification here? Does it justify all the conduct we've seen thus far, the ethical lapse, the moral blindness to what's been going on? You know, it's okay, they've said on the other side. It's okay. The economy is doing great. We have all these great social programs we have created, invented, who may or may not turn out to have been good programs. Who knows? Probably not. But it's okay that the Minister of Finance then brushed some of those crumbs off the economic table straight into his pocket, because he's giving it all back. And we heard from another member on the New Democratic side. I think most Canadians would say, if I, you know, earned a few extra $1 million and then had to give that away to charity, that'd be a pretty good day, most people would say. They'd be pretty happy with themselves. Actually, how much was it out of their pocket that they lost out of this? They wouldn't say be that much. And it's not to say that this hasn't happened before, Madam Speaker. I think if you go back through Canadian history, and I'm going to use an example from British Columbia provincially, from the Social Credit Party there, an exact situation like the one we have here, where a minister of the Crown resigned. And that's not what we're asking for yet. We're just asking to see what exactly are in all the corporations that the minister holds. And my example is Stephen Rogers for the British Columbia Assembly. Now, Mr. Rogers was a minister. He's the former health minister at the time. And he resigned, wasn't forced necessarily into the resignation, took some time to obtain it, but he took the honorable step to resign due to a personal conflict that arose, and this is from the British Columbia Assembly's website. Because of a conflict of interest situation involving Rogers's family trust owning shares in Westman Resources, which stood to benefit from the decision to expand mining in Strathcona Park. As reported by the province on March 4th, 1987, on page 6 of that newspaper. Switch a couple of the words around for different corporations, and what do you get? You get a very similar situation to what you have here. What did Minister Rogers do at the time? He resigned. We're not asking for that yet. What we're asking for is to see what type of conflicts can the minister perhaps has or may not have in all the private corporation that he holds. We're not at that step yet. We just want to see, let the sunshine in. We want to see more. We want to be the judges. And that is our role on behalf of the residents of our individual ridings. This House, whether by unanimous consent or by a majority vote, can express its will. And that's what we're testing today. We have a will to let the sunshine in. We want to see whether the conduct of the Minister of Finance over the past 2 years has indeed been honorable. We want to judge on behalf of our residents. We are getting emails and phone calls from residents who want us to judge. We can't do that without the information, so that's what we are asking for. You know, in that particular situation, that resignation that happened in 1986 from a provincial minister was exactly this. It was a family trust, was decisions made by the minister that benefited the private corporation. It's almost similar. I mean, just change the names and you're at the same point. So, of course, I believe that the motion presses us, indeed, both to vote in favor of it and pass it in this House. You know, the headlines at the time in the Leader Post, even it made its way all the way to Regina, had headlines like this: former minister pleads guilty to not disclosing finances. Now, in that case, it went to a court of law. In this case, was an ethics commissioner that fined the minister $200. And there are Canadians out there who say that is far, far, far too little. Should have been fined a much higher amount, but that is what the Act calls for. But beyond just fining ministers, beyond just the legalese of the situation, there is a certain thing that we should be living up to. There's a certain ethical standard. The Prime Minister has set it out in mandate letters and the expectations on the conduct of his ministers. And this House is here to judge that conduct. The Prime Minister can judge the conduct of his ministers, can replace them, can remove them, with the consent, obviously, of the Governor General. But also, this House should be able to judge whether individual ministers are meeting the ethical standards set by the Prime Minister. But not just the Prime Minister, the ethical standards, the expectations of the residents of our ridings and Canadians. I want to go back to one thing that I've said in this House before. I think it applies again here, and is this sweep, this motion I call the House sweeping we're trying to do. And it's something that former Prime Minister John Diefenbaker used to say. He would end his speeches, and also sometimes he would use this as a speech crutch. He would say, "I'm a House of Common Man." That this place was the most important institution to him. This is where he set his ethical and moral bar too. What this House said, he accepted. So I wonder whether the Minister of Finance will rise today at some point and defend himself, defend his conduct. Is he a House of Commons man, or is he not, Madam Speaker?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for another excellent speech. And I think one of the reasons that we're here today is that when Canadians hear the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister continually saying things that don't line up with the facts, they're losing credibility. When the Finance Minister says he fully disclosed his assets, but the Ethics Commissioner has charged him $200 for not disclosing his assets, it's clear that there's a problem. When the Prime Minister says, "Oh, Stephen Bronfman, no, there's no issue there," and then we see it on the front page today, Canadians lose confidence. And so I think that's why they want to know what are in all these other companies, because, you know, there is no credibility, and so we can't just take the Finance Minister's word for it. Would my colleague agree?
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of course, I agree with my honourable colleague. And I get to call her that, my honourable colleague, because I know that she's met all the requirements, not just of the law, but the expectations of her residents, of the residents of her riding who brought her here. And this is where I have a problem, is the speeches of justification that we will hear from that side all day long. The economy is doing great. We have these great social programs. Look what we've done. Look anywhere but in the personal finances of the minister. Don't look there, because there may be problems. We're not sure. Actually, the reason we're not sure, because none of us know what potential conflicts of interest lurk in any of those corporations. All we have to go on is the word of the minister. And the Ethics Commissioner has fined him already for failure to disclose what took 2 years to get to this point. That's where I have a problem. You cannot justify this behavior. We need to see what is in those private corporations.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Well, as a federal member of Parliament, to the people in my riding, I like to tell them that this is called the Parliament because we talk about very important topics. So doesn't he find it regrettable that the government is being so obscure, it's being so secretive? This is a point of order, really, and we have to spend a whole day on it. So doesn't he find it sad that we're at that point?
Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for his excellent question. Obviously, yes, he's right. This is a point of order. This is what it should be. But we're obliged to come to this House and table a motion to debate it. So we came now because it took us 2 years to find out the truth. It took us 2 years for the Ethics Commissioner to say that the Section 62, where it says that the Commissioner has published of the nature of the violation and the penalties imposed on the Minister of Finance, and describes the nature of the violations so that we could know about it in this House. Now, but the Commissioner cannot replace a Member of Parliament. All she can do is to give her opinion and to opine on the bill, on the law. And here we are, simply to ask the Minister of Finance a simple question: what is in his personal affairs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member across the way can give some sort of a clearer indication as to whether or not they have confidence in the Commissioner's office. The Commissioner has an obligation to review not only the Minister of Finance, but all members. All members are obligated to report, and the Commissioner is the one that's been charged with the responsibility, as opposed to, at times, a very partisan opposition party that creates their own parameters and wants to focus on something totally different than what Canadians want the government to focus on.
Answer from the member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Justifications again, a dodge, an evasion. That's where this government is going all the time. Blame the Ethics Commissioner. It's all her fault that she figured out that the Minister of Finance was not telling nothing, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. A $200 fine speaks for itself. The nature of the violations speak for themselves. We've delegated a certain amount of authority to the Ethics Commissioner. If the government doesn't trust the Ethics Commissioner, they can, of course, replace her at any time. But they haven't done so because she's still investigating the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance on a separate infringement of the rules. A first for the Canadian government, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to address the Opposition Day motion. I am happy to assure this House that through smart investments and an overarching commitment to fairness, our government will ensure that Canada's best days lie ahead. I'd like to focus, Madam Speaker, on the state of Canada's economy and our recent measures in the government's fall economic statement, which is a continuation of the government's plan, a plan that we lay the foundation for in our first two budgets and built on during last month's fall economic statement. The government's plan to invest in Canadians and in our communities is based on the belief that when you have an economy that works for the middle class, you have a country that works for everyone. And I think it's fair to say that there are many clear signs that the government's plan is indeed working. Madam Speaker, right now, the Canadian economy is the fastest growing in the G7, with average growth of 3.7%.
Point of order. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to remind my colleague that we're not talking about the Budget Implementation Act. Right. We're not talking about the budget. We're here today discussing a very clearly defined motion that the opposition has placed, and I would ask you, Madam Speaker, to be sure that we address the motion and his comments. Earlier today, we had the same kind of games being played by other members, and they went on and on talking about government accomplishments, when we're here today talking about the ethics or lack thereof of our Finance Minister, Madam Speaker.
So I just want to remind the member that the honourable member who just raised the point of order is absolutely correct in that the speech has to be relative to the opposition motion, and therefore if he can kind of bring it around to that motion, that would be greatly appreciated. There is some latitude, however, it has to be related to the motion in itself.
Well, Madam Speaker, with respect, it is completely irrelevant to the motion. The way that my honourable colleague characterized the motion isn't inaccurate. I'll read you a line from the motion. It has nothing to do with ethics. He's saying the last line, the finance minister, to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties, Madam Speaker. That part of the motion draws into complete question whether his private interests conflict with his public duties, Madam Speaker, and I'm relating to the House and to all my colleagues and to all Canadians that he has put his public duties first. His financial interests have nothing to do with the fall economic statement, and in fact, by laying out the success our economy is seeing, any Canadian, any objective bystander will come to the only conclusion that the finance minister's public duties always come first, Madam Speaker. That is the very essence of the motion. And to say my comments are irrelevant, my friend, is misguided and, in fact, not based on what the motion words. So with respect to my honourable member, I appreciate him interrupting my speech to grandstand, to bring the House's attention away from the success that the Canadian government is having, away from the success that Canadians are having.
I just want to remember the members of the opposition that while someone is speaking, we need to afford him the respect that he deserves, and there will be a chance for questions and comments. I understand that we're getting close to the end of the week. However, the member has brought it around, and I would ask him to continue with the speech. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your reasoned judgment on that issue. Madam Speaker, right now, the Canadian economy is the fastest growing in the G7, with average growth of 3.7% after the last 4 quarters. This is due in large part to increased consumer confidence, a direct result of programs like the Canada Child Benefit, which puts more money in the pockets of mums and dads so they can pay off debt, buy HoC equipment, or buy healthier food for their children and their family. Everywhere you look, Madam Speaker, there are signs of progress for the middle class. Over 500,000 jobs have been created since 2015, and the unemployment rate is nearly the lowest it has been in a decade. Canadian economic growth has accelerated sharply since the second half of 2016. Over the last 4 quarters, the Canadian economy has had its fastest rate of growth in more than 10 years. And growth is forecast to be 3.1% in 2017, significantly above expectations at the beginning of this year. These gains, coupled with a better-than-expected fiscal outcome in 2016-2017, have resulted in a real positive improvement to our budget outlook. In fact, Canada's fiscal outlook has improved by over $6.5 billion annually, on average compared to what we were expecting in March. The federal debt-to-GDP ratio has been firmly placed on a downward track, with Canada's net debt-to-GDP ratio projected to remain the lowest in the G7. And our government and this finance minister is committed to preserving Canada's low debt advantage for current and future generations. Madam Speaker, the actions that the government has taken are having a real positive impact on our economy and for Canadians. I'd like to now go into more detail about how the government's recent fall economic statement proposes to keep us on this positive track. Canada's fast-growing economy is giving our government the ability to reinvest the benefits of growth back into the people who contributed most to that success. This is why we are strengthening the Canada Child Benefit by making sure that it continues to play its vital role in supporting families for years to come. The CCB will be strengthened by making annual cost of living increases starting in July 2018. 2 years.
Another point of order from the member from Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, I'm just questioning the relevance of this debate.
Again, I must remind the member that he has wavered off from the actual motion, which basically says to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. You can look at the whole motion if you'd like. I could certainly send a copy of the motion over to the member. However, I would just remind the member that there is some latitude. However, it has to be brought back to the main motion. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Madam Speaker, the relevance of my speech and why it's important that I lay out the great fiscal success that Canada is experiencing is because, Madam Speaker, clearly a finance minister.
Point of order. Order. If people want to speak and are not in agreement, they can either wait for questions and comments or they can get up on points of order. I do want to remind the member that it is actually, that the wording is actually that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold or held within all of his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. That is the gist of the motion, and I would trust that the member will bring it back around.
Madam Speaker, whether his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. A finance minister who oversees the greatest growth the country has seen in a decade clearly is participating and experiencing and achieving his public duties, Madam Speaker. And yes, sunshine is the best disinfectant. Of course, Madam Speaker, we agree with that statement. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. And that's part of the motion, Madam Speaker. So I don't know if my honourable friends want to cherry-pick parts of the motion. Perhaps they should be a little more clever in how they word their motions if they don't want to open it up to comments that they don't necessarily agree with. But my comments about...
I want to remind the member that the motion is what it is, and the member has to redirect his questions or his speech according to the motion. I would remind the member that when the Speaker enforces a rule, he can call a member to order, and if necessary, warn the member that he or she risks being directed to discontinue his or her speech. So I just want to remind the member that he is to bring it back to the motion that is before the House. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
I'm having trouble seeing how it sways from the motion, but I'll try to make it more clear for all members to be able to clearly see that this is related to the motion. So I'm taking the part of the motion. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. Yes, we on this side agree with that. Sunshine is like daylight, shining a light onto things that exist. And Madam Speaker, I'm using sunshine, I'm using daylight to shine the light on the success of the Canadian economy that Canada has seen under the leadership of this government and under the policies of the Finance Minister, Madam Speaker. That is why things like the success of the CCB, things like the success and the growth in the economy show and shed light, Madam Speaker, on a successful economy, shows light on a finance minister who clearly has the public interest at the heart of all the decisions he makes, Madam Speaker. How else would there be 500,000 jobs created if the finance minister wasn't interested in his public duties, Madam Speaker? How else would Canada lead the G7 in growth, Madam Speaker? 3.7%. How else can the Canadian public, Canadian consumers, Canadian families be so confident in the economy if the finance minister weren't properly doing his public duties? He, in fact, is, Madam Speaker. There is no interest that conflicts with these public duties. And we can see, Madam Speaker, this is why it's so clearly related to the motion, that the success of the Canadian economy, the success, the growth, the job creation, more money in the pockets of all Canadians, shows a finance minister who was only performing his duties in the interest of Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that is why it's important that we continue to shed light, to shed sunlight on the success of the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, it's clear that the opposition motion is meant to draw the false conclusion that this finance minister is not interested in performing his duties as finance minister, is not interested in performing successfully his duties as finance minister. He's not interested, Madam Speaker, in making sure every Canadian has a fair and real chance at success. Well, Madam Speaker, the truth, the reality is quite the opposite. You don't need to look any further than your own neighborhoods, your own communities, to see Canadians confident, to see Canadians who were struggling to make ends meet, now having the better chance of doing so. You know, for instance, the Whitby, the income tax benefit, Madam Speaker, that was announced in the fall economic statement, is another fine example of a finance minister who cares only about his public duties. How else can you explain a finance minister coming up with a policy that will help those that are the most vulnerable in our society, those that are having trouble making ends meet? Madam Speaker, these people will now have the ability to make ends meet. Many of these people are working 2 or 3 part-time jobs. This will help them. This will help them, Madam Speaker, and I think all my colleagues agree that these are the people that need help the most. Madam Speaker, the motion before us talks about sunlight being the best disinfectant. The motion before us, and we can all agree on that, and I appreciate the applause, because it is the best disinfectant, Madam Speaker. And any type of light, whether it be sunshine or the bright lights of this House, it's clear when one looks and sees what is revealed that it's an economy working for all Canadians. It's a finance minister working for all Canadians. It's a government that, at the heart of all its policies, wants every Canadian to have a real and fair chance at success. And no Opposition Day motion, Madam Speaker, is going to change that reality. No Opposition Day motion will change the fact that Canada and the economy is in boom, Madam Speaker. Canadians are confident. Canadians are ready to innovate. Canadians are innovating. Small and medium businesses, in fact, Madam Speaker, will be getting a tax cut down to 9% by January 1st, 2019, Madam Speaker. Any amount of sunshine shone on that policy will reveal how important it is that our small and medium enterprises can continue to create jobs, can continue to invest in their workers, continue to invest in Canadians, and continue to help grow the Canadian economy. Madam Speaker, that is exactly what we're talking about today. In whose interests is the finance minister working? It's clear, Madam Speaker, on any measure, that the only interest he's working for is the interest of Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that is why looking at the Canadian economy is so important and so relevant to this motion, Madam Speaker. In fact, it's the only way we can ever decide how to vote on this motion, is if we look at it in the total context, the economic context.
There's a point of order from the member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
I was so hopeful that his speech was finished. I thought he was out of time. But seeing that there's still so much time, I ask you, Madam Speaker, to please enforce your ruling that he is not talking about the topic at hand, and he needs to come back to the topic at hand.
I thank the member for the point of order. I do want to remind the members of the opposition as well, because there was quite a bit of heckling going on a while ago. So I just want to keep it down. And I do want to advise the member that actually the member from Newmarket Aurora did bring it around, and he still has about 4 minutes and a half in his speech. And I would just remind members that if they're anxious to ask questions and comments, they can hold on for a few more minutes. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your sound judgment. I do appreciate it. Madam Speaker, it's no surprise the Tories want me to keep quiet. I take that as a badge of honour, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much. Because when, Madam Speaker, Canadians speak about how good the economy is, the Tories want to distract them, Madam Speaker. When Canadians speak about the growth and the economic prosperity that we have in the country, the Tories want to change the channel. Why, Madam Speaker? Because we can compare these 2 years to the 10 before, Madam Speaker, where growth was middling, unemployment was high, confidence was low. It was a decade, Madam Speaker, of darkness in the Canadian economy. And these 2 years, my friends will realize, again, back to the analogy of the sunshine, Madam Speaker. The sunshine has come in to the Canadian economy. and has now shown to all that we can prosper in the new economy. Canadians are and will continue to innovate in the new economy. The Canadian economy leads the world right now, Madam Speaker, and the more light shone on that fact, the better for all, I say, Madam Speaker. And this is why my Conservative friends across the floor dread the fact that I have 4 more minutes to speak, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, I speak the truth, Madam Speaker. I reveal the prosperity so all Canadians can see it. I clearly underline the contrast between 2 years of Liberal rule and 10 years of Conservative rule. The Conservatives, my friends across the floor, Madam Speaker, don't want you to remember that 10 years. They don't want you to remember any of their problems. They don't want you to. Not just you, Madam Speaker, all of us and all Canadians. So when they say, do we agree that we should shine light? I say we should shine light. We should shine it bright. And we should shine it on that 10 years of record. And the only result that will come from that, it won't be a disinfectant, Madam Speaker. It will reveal failed policies. It will reveal the lost decade of Canada, Madam Speaker. This is what we're talking about. And this is not only relevant to the motion, Madam Speaker. This is relevant, I believe, to every Canadian's daily life. This government, this finance minister is committed to serving the interest of all Canadians. Make no mistake about that, Madam Speaker. Any inference to the contrary, Madam Speaker, in my humble assessment, is a misguided one. It's a misguided one. And don't take my word for it, Madam Speaker. Look at the stock markets for another example. Record highs in the Toronto Stock Exchange. Investors agree with the policies this finance minister is making. Madam Speaker, we are well poised. We are positioned for growth. Canada is once again leading the world on so many issues, and above all, and I'm proud to say, on economic growth, there is no country ahead of Canada. Canada is second to none, and we will continue to be so. And that, Madam Speaker, is why this motion is so unnecessary, so superfluous and irrelevant that clearly, Madam Speaker, a finance minister who oversees his growth, who makes sure the Canadian economy is robust and continues to be so, any finance minister that is doing that, any finance minister that oversees his growth, clearly has only the interests of Canadians at heart, Madam Speaker, and that is the essence of the motion. But, Madam Speaker, I don't think it will surprise my friends to say I am going to happily vote against this motion. And proudly, because a vote for this motion, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, is a vote against the Canadian economy, and I will never vote against the Canadian economy, Madam Speaker, nor will any of my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, this topic is relevant and it is timely. And the reason is, even the Globe and Mail agreed that there's an obvious blind spot with this government and with particularly the finance minister. But little did I know, Madam Speaker, that the problem doesn't just come from the Prime Minister to the finance minister. It seems to have invaded the whole caucus. Because this member here has a blind spot when it comes to judging whether or not the minister is owing up to the responsibilities he's obligated to, not only under the Conflict of Interest Act, Madam Speaker, but also the Prime Minister's own ministerial guidelines that actually say the ethical bar should be quite high. So I go back to it, Madam Speaker. Would he agree with most Canadian mothers and fathers who say to their children every day, go work hard, but make sure in all the things you do that you're honest and treat people with respect? When will this government treat Canadians with respect by having their minister come clean with the conduct of his own office?
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, Madam Speaker, first of all, to my colleague, thank you for your question. I appreciate your question, and I appreciate your attentiveness during my what must have seemed like a rather long speech to that side of the House. But, Madam Speaker, I'm a father myself, and what I say to my children is the same that any parent says to their children. Of course, work hard, and you'll get ahead. Be true to yourself. Be kind to one another. These are the types of lessons our children need to learn. And in Canada, Madam Speaker, every child will have the opportunity to succeed. Every child, regardless of where in the country they were born or outside of the country, regardless, Madam Speaker, of what their parents do for a living, regardless of what region they grow up in, will have that same fair and real chance at success. And Madam Speaker, our government is committed to that as the overarching goal. So I'm very proud to tell my children that our finance minister has their best interest at heart as he helps to create an economy where they will have a strong and robust future and every chance at success that every Canadian kid deserves, Madam Speaker.
Here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad the honourable member made mention of children. There are several of us in this chamber who are parents, and you know our children often try to lay the blame for something they've done on their siblings, which we see the government doing. They often try to change the topic when the topic gets too uncomfortable for them to speak about. But that aside, Madam Speaker, you know, the member for Newmarket Aurora talked about a lot of sunlight in his speech, and I'm glad he agrees with us that sunlight is the best disinfectant. But, you know, I made reference to this in my earlier speech about the Liberals' sunny ways and how it's a reference to Sir Wilfrid Laurier and his reference to Aesop's fable that the sun and the wind had a competition to see who was best able to remove a traveler's cloak, and the sun's warm rays proved better than the wind's bluster. So I'm wondering if the honourable member will join us in the opposition to using sunshine as the best disinfectant, to using those sunny ways to remove the finance minister's coat of silence to expose the truth.
Oh, wow.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable friend's question, and I appreciate his interest in Aesop's fable, and of course that's the source of the sunny ways, Madam Speaker. But sunny ways are, of course, to be lauded. Sunny ways, Madam Speaker, are something we should all strive for. Every now and then, though, Madam Speaker, when it's too hot in the sun, sometimes a little bluster is good to cool you off, Madam Speaker. So I was happy, Madam Speaker. I sensed the house getting a little hot, and I was happy to try and cool it down a little bit. And so I was happy to make that contribution, Madam Speaker, to the well-being and the comfort of my honourable colleagues in this House. But, Madam Speaker, there is no cloak that needs to be removed from the Finance Minister. Everything has been revealed to the Ethics Commissioner. That is the regime we have in Canada. He is following the guidance of the Ethics Commissioner and will continue to do so, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague, just to expand on his last answer, we see an opposition party or parties working together to try to focus on the Minister of Finance. I would ultimately argue, as they want to focus on the Minister of Finance, this government continues to focus on Canadians. In wanting to ensure that Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it continue to advance under good leadership that's coming from the Minister of Finance on a litany of issues. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts on some of those positive things that this Minister of Finance has done, such as the tax break for our middle class, such as the Canada Child Benefit, such as the Guaranteed Income Supplement increase, literally lifting thousands of children and seniors out of poverty.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. And, Madam Speaker, of course, this Finance Minister and this government as a whole has done a lot. And continues to pursue policies that help the middle class and those working hard to join it. The CCB is a good example. The Guaranteed Income Supplement is another good example. The middle class tax cut, Madam Speaker. Now the Whitby is going to, of course, help with those who need it most. And also the small business tax cut that's going to happen in 2018 and 2019. All these policies are meant, Madam Speaker, to ensure that our economy continues to grow and Canadians continue to have the opportunities that they so richly deserve. Thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary-Single Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the member for Newmarket was very entertaining for the last 20 minutes, and I know that the strategy of the Liberal caucus is to fill time, and he did an admirable job of filling time. What I'd like to ask the member, though, is I know last week we had a break. And I happened to read in the paper where the where all of the members on the Liberal benches were instructed by the PMO to go out and listen to their constituents that week. Well, we did the same thing. We didn't have to be instructed. We just do that automatically, Madam Speaker. But I want to ask the member for Newmarket, when he was talking to his constituents last week, what were they telling him about this minister and his unethical behavior? Because I can tell you what our constituents are telling us, because if he's going to tell us something different, then I'm going to suggest he's not doing a very good job of listening to his constituents, Madam Speaker.
Before I go to the member for Newmarket Aurora, I'm still hearing a lot of heckling on both sides of the House, so I just want to remind members, if they have questions and comments, they can actually stand up and try to be recognized. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do appreciate that question, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for it. I also want to take this opportunity to let him know that the Argos are probably going to beat the Stampeders in Sunday's Grey Cup. That'll be a different issue. That can be a different issue altogether. But it's true. I went. Of course, we were that would be illegal.
Obviously, people are looking forward to the weekend. I would just remind members that we're still doing questions and comments here. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora, if he could get on topic.
Madam Speaker, I'll certainly bring it back around to topic. So the question, I believe, was what were we doing in our constituency week? Well, Madam Speaker, I spoke to a lot of my constituents, as every member in this House did, and I heard a lot of things. A lot of things. You know, most of them were keep up the good work, keep working hard, don't let the distractions keep you away from the job at hand. Those are the types of things I was hearing. I was also speaking, Madam Speaker, I took the opportunity during the break week to deliver, I created a Canada 150 medal for volunteers, and I gave 150 volunteers in the wonderful riding of Newmarket Aurora a medal to frankly thank them for making their community better and for making the country better. That's what I did on my break week, Madam Speaker. I came back feeling refreshed, positive, and ready to roll in the House as we get towards a Christmas break, like all of my colleagues, Madam Speaker. So I hope he had as a successful constituency week as I did, because I know I sure did. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to rise on behalf of my constituents. And the way this place works, oftentimes, Madam Speaker, you would know better than anyone, is that the Canadian public decides who's in government and they decide who's in opposition. And so they do so because they want to provide contrast. And today, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, I'm proud to report, will be offering some contrast to the bromides we've heard from the government. Now, when I was first elected to this place, one of the very first things I did was to read the member's handbook. Now, we all know, Madam Speaker, that's a lengthy read. And one of the first things that impressed upon me was the great amount of rules that have accumulated over the years. Now, some are extremely specific and others are quite obscure. And others you question, does it really need to be said? But of course, we all know why we have such a variety of rules, because of course, over time, someone invariably did something that they shouldn't have, and they got caught. And typically when that situation occurs, we hear, well, there was nothing specifically in the rules that said I could not do that, therefore I have done nothing wrong. Now, does that sound familiar? I mean, let's look at this case. We do not have a rule that specifically says a minister must place his or her assets into a blind trust. It does say that they may not hold publicly traded securities directly. And if they do not sell them, then they must hold them in a blind trust. Now, Madam Speaker, we know about this loophole, and I imagine others will explore the loophole. And we know that the government has said no to closing said loophole. And so when we have this situation, Madam Speaker, when we have a situation where the rules are not explicitly clear, one could say, I am following the rules. Now, just 1 second, Madam Speaker. According to our rules, I have to ask permission to share time with the the MP for Edmonton West, I would hope that that would be accommodated. Now, Madam Speaker, again, I go back, here we are. Because we know that this finance minister, he told his former firm that he expected he would put his assets into a blind trust. Now, this has been said publicly. Now, why do we think that the minister said that to his former firm? I would submit to this place, Madam Speaker, that the minister is an intelligent man. He knew full well that placing his assets into a blind trust was the correct, right thing to do, which is why at that time he made that comment. Yet, despite having made this comment, and clearly knowing the importance of blind trust to our system of ensuring that those who lead the country do not personally profit from activities of their own office, the minister ultimately refused to do so. And I will leave it up to this place to speculate on the reasons why. Unfortunately, things only get worse from here, Madam Speaker, because we also know at the same time the finance minister continued to knowingly hold shares indirectly in a company that would significantly benefit from Bill C-27. And now, at no time did the minister recuse himself from that bill, and that, Madam Speaker, is deeply troubling. And lest we not forget, we only learned of these details as they slowly leaked out. At first, the minister claimed he was not in any conflict. Then, under pressure, the minister finally sells all of the shares that he accumulated, both dividends, most likely from, and profited from, Madam Speaker. And then in question period this week, he told us that he is no longer in a conflict position because he's sold the shares in question. Now, the problem with this is that if not owning the shares means you are not in conflict, what did it mean when the Minister of Finance did own those shares? Right. Now, once again, I will leave it up to this place to contemplate that. Now, more troubling is that when the Prime Minister was asked, when he first learned that his finance minister had not placed his assets into a blind trust, as many believe he had, the Prime Minister refused to answer this question. Now, one thing we've learned about this particular Prime Minister is that the only time you get a clear answer is when the answer is not politically damaging. Let us not forget, the Prime Minister tells this place very little about his own ethics investigation. So now we have this problem. Because Canadians thought we had a finance minister who had placed his assets into a blind trust. And by extension, when he failed to do this, he introduced a bill that caused those shares to increase in value. Yes, he may well have since sold them, after the fact, I might add, and donated those profits away, but that does not change the fact that this was all after the fact. Once someone else leaked that information. And when we learned the finance minister did not recuse himself from Bill C-27, that there was no ethics screen, I asked this question. What would happen had no one leaked that these shares were not in a blind trust, Madam Speaker? Once again, I will leave it to those in this place to contemplate that. But one thing that is clear, when all of these things occur with your finance minister, it creates a serious credibility problem. And of course, that's why we're here today. Because we know the finance minister has other numbered companies. What we do not know is what assets are in those companies. If the finance minister truly has nothing to hide, then surely he would just disclose those assets. The finance minister, as I have previously stated in my speech, is an intelligent person. He would know this. Yet despite him knowing this, he continues to refuse to provide the necessary transparency, and now, Madam Speaker, has the gall to question to this effect that this is somehow an attack on his character. I can assure the finance minister and this place, there is no such thing. Instead, it is an opportunity for transparency to help restore badly needed confidence. I mean, after all, why do we have conflict of interest guidelines? Why do we have a Conflict of Interest Act? It is to ensure that public office holders, and in particular ministers of the Crown, do not personally profit from decisions made that are meant to be for the public benefit.
That's right.
It is, Madam Speaker, a matter of trust. And this is not a new thing. Why blind trusts were first created? Why did the Prime Minister publicly disclose he was using a blind trust? Why are other members of the government cabinet using blind trusts? Why have previous ministers of the Crown used blind trusts? We all know the answer to this question, and I do not have to leave it up to this place to contemplate that one. It is all about transparency and how ministers of the Crown honorably conduct themselves. Now, before I close, I'd like to leave you with this one question. As no doubt you will hear many times throughout the discussion today, the Prime Minister, as we all know, came into this place and said, and I quote, "Sunshine is the best disinfectant." Now, why do we think the Prime Minister said that? Did he say it because it was politically convenient to do so at the time? Did he say it because the principle should only apply to everyone else but a Liberal finance minister? Or did he say it, Madam Speaker, because it happens to be true? At the end of this debate, when we vote on this motion, the Prime Minister will have the opportunity to show his commitment to his own words of wisdom, as will all members of this place. Will we vote for transparency? Or will some choose to vote for the continued cloak of darkness and secrecy? Thank you for hearing my comments, Madam Speaker. I look forward to hearing some good questions that these members have for me today.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be voting in confidence in the Commissioner. The Commissioner's office is independent. What we find, Madam Speaker, is that the opposition parties constantly go after the Minister of Finance on a wide range of issues. They have consistently done that. What we've witnessed is a character assassination of the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance, like every one of us, have an obligation to report to the Commissioner all of our assets. The Minister of Finance has done likewise. And as the opposition tries to change the channel, while we focus on Canadians and what's in the best interest of Canadians, they want to focus on the Minister of Finance. That's fine. I myself will be voting in support of the Commissioner of Ethics, Mary Dawson, and voting against this motion.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, we have in this country a great system of responsible government. That means each one of us in this place are the determining factor of whether or not there is confidence in the government in its actions and policies. And that includes the personal conduct of individual ministers. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Ethics Commissioner is to help encourage and build trust so that Canadians know that there is disclosure. But, Madam Speaker, it does not supplant the absolute importance, the imperative of us as members of Parliament holding individual government ministers to account and to the Liberal government itself. I would simply ask, Madam Speaker, they continue to maintain responsible government and not delegated government to an office such as the Ethics Commissioner.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I know time is short, but I'd like to ask my colleague about something that a number of members have discussed today, and that's the possible incapability of the Finance Minister to recognize his ethic responsibilities, ergo his conflict situation. Now, we know he was born into wealth, he married into great wealth, he has lived an existence in a rarefied atmosphere the vast majority of Canadians can't relate to. One of the specialties of the firm that bears the family name is offshore tax avoidance. One of the family yachts does not fly the Canadian flag. It flies the flag of the Marshall Islands. So I asked my colleague whether or not he believes that the Finance Minister perhaps just believes he's above all of the rules and regulations that we and other Canadians have to follow, the exception, of course, being the Prime Minister.
It being 2 o'clock, I'm going to ask the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, to hold that thought. It was a tough question, as he says, but perhaps he'll be able to answer that following when the House next discusses this subject, whether that's after question period, perhaps. Statements by members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député de
Honourable Member from Ocam. Big week in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. The federal government found a way of scorning the clearly expressed will of Quebecers 4 times this week, and it's only Thursday. No to the unanimous request of the National Assembly to ban knives of less than 6 centimeters on planes. No to the unanimous request of the National Assembly to delay cannabis legalization by a year. No to the unanimous request by the National Assembly to obtain our fair share of shipbuilding contracts for Davie shipyards and to help the 600 workers who might lose their jobs by next week. No to Quebec's request to have its fair share of the Accessible Housing Fund. No, the government prefers to play petty politics on the backs of the less wealthy. And Mr. Speaker, that's just 4 days in the life of Canadian federalism. Do you understand why we would rather keep our tax money at home?
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize an outstanding municipal councillor in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Lee Noss just celebrated his 50th year as a municipal councillor in the municipality of the District of Lunenburg. First elected in 1967, Lee has won 16 consecutive elections since then. He is the longest-serving politician in Nova Scotia and certainly one of the longest-serving municipal politicians in Canada. Lee has been a driving force behind many initiatives in our area, including the solid waste facility, a new hospital, the new Riverview Enhanced Living Care Facility, new schools, and a new lifestyle centre. As every member of this House knows, public life doesn't just affect those elected to office, but also their families. So to Lee's wife, Margaret, and his family, thank you for sharing him with his community. I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Lee and wishing him all the best for the next 50 years. Bravo!
The honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This past Tuesday, debate on my private member's bill, C-365, began, and I thank all members who contributed to the debate. Bill C-365 proposes support for Canadian firefighters who stand ready to answer the call of duty 365 days a year. Firefighters depend on their equipment to do their job, and Bill C-365 seeks to provide specific denunciation and deterrence of mischief or theft related to firefighting equipment. Momentum for Bill 365 is building, with broad support received from firefighters, fire chiefs, fire prevention officers, their national associations, and the public. I'm truly grateful for this support. We all have an opportunity to support this initiative. I invite all Canadians to support our firefighters and this bill by signing online e-petition E1373 on the House of Commons website. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Melcorel-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge, and we must continue to honour the memory of our men and women in uniform. 99 years after the signing of the armistice, I rise here in this House as a former officer of the Royal Canadian Air Force Cadets, as member of the Standing Committee on National Defence, and as member for Melcorel-Fortin. I invite all of us here to acknowledge throughout the year the contribution of the men and women in our Canadian Armed Forces to our society, not just in November, Mr. Speaker. I would like to emphasize that it is just as important to pay tribute to those who are not deployed, but who enroll in our armed forces with the same desire to serve their country and their fellow citizens. On behalf of my colleagues in this House, our veterans, and the members of our forces, I say thank you. The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, in neighbourhoods throughout Quebec, we're preparing our future, and I couldn't be any prouder of representing Longueuil-Saint-Hubert and its people. We want to attract the best businesses in the world in aerospace and transport electrification. We like to see our people demonstrating for change, for affordable housing, to be able to use the beautiful bike paths by the Jacques Cartier without the noise of aircraft overhead. In my riding, we want to be able to have access once again to the banks of the St. Lawrence. We need Ottawa to be a real partner in terms of housing in a city like ours where more than 1/3 of children, I might say 1/3, live below the poverty line. But we saw yesterday that the federal government shows a condescending approach. It will decide instead of Quebecers what their priorities are. Citizens across Quebec have elected their municipal officials last year. Now it's up to Ottawa to join in the great ambitions of Quebecers for their cities.
For Kildonan, St. Paul.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, on November 16th, I stood at the grave of a great leader. 132 years ago, Manitoba leader Louis Riel was executed. Rejecting many protests, popular appeals, Prime Minister John A. Macdonald decided to hang him. His body was transported to St. Boniface, where his remains were taken to a cathedral cemetery at the head of a massive procession made up of the leaders and citizens of Manitoba. His grave, as well as his Winnipeg home and the Batoche National Historic Site, remained well-visited historic sites to this day. Louis Riel, first Premier of Manitoba, a father of Confederation, and Member of Parliament elected 3 times, but never allowed to take his seat in this chamber. We look forward to continuing to work with the Métis partners to build stronger relationships and better opportunities for Métis people. We are committed to walking the journey of reconciliation with you.
Honourable Member for Lambton Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest privileges that we have are serving others. Before my election as Member of Parliament for Lambton Kent Middlesex and representing those people, I helped to represent the people of Lobo Township, Middlesex Centre, and the County of Middlesex. Mr. Speaker, the directors of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities have been in Ottawa this week, and we've had the opportunity to welcome many amazing municipal leaders. While the discussions cover many issues, we've had in my area, they raised the concerns of legalized marijuana and particularly infrastructure needs outside of large urban areas. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Joanne van der Hayden, Mayor of Strathroy-Caradoc from Lambton Kent Middlesex, and all of the municipal leaders for taking the time to meet with us. Working together, listening to municipal concerns, we build a stronger nation.
Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to rise today to highlight some of the great men and women who live in my riding of Miramichi Grand Lake. Last week, I was honored to award sesquicentennial pins to 20 well-deserving community leaders.
Those who were honored showed the true identity of Canada and its exceptional leadership qualities while contributing greatly to their community. I'm very honored to represent this group of diverse people who have given so much of themselves to their communities.
Honorees included volunteer firefighters, those involved with the Canadian Peacekeeping Veteran Association, local artists, authors, historians, immigrants, champion of the LGBTQ community, and 2 First Nation chiefs. Recognizing this fantastic group of Canadians was one of the greatest pleasures and privileges I've had since being elected, and I continue to be inspired by the constituents of Miramichi Grand Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job, Patrick. Honourable Member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend is the 2nd annual Christmas in the Village Festival in Streetsville. Highlighted by horse and carriage rides, delicious food from local restaurants, fresh maple taffy treats, live music, and of course, a visit from Santa Claus himself. It will be a fun-filled weekend for the whole family. I personally look forward to taking part in the lighting of the Christmas tree in Streetsville Village Square, officially kicking off the holidays in the community. I also look forward to seeing so many of my constituents getting into the spirit of the season. Although the treasured annual parade will be missed this year, this weekend will be a great time for all in attendance. Because as BIA Chair Todd Ladner stated in a letter to me, nobody does Christmas like Streetsville.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, the Grey Cup festivities are underway. Today we salute the Hall of Fame class from 2017. The players, Anthony Calvillo, a glorious 20-year career, 3 Grey Cup rings, all-time CFL and pro football's leading passer. We salute Mike O'Shea, 16 years in the league, 3 Grey Cups, second all-time for defensive tackles. And we salute G. Roy Simon, 15-year career, 3 Grey Cups, the league's all-time leader in receiving yards. And we also salute Calvin Anderson, 8 seasons of rushing over 1,000 yards. The builder, Stan Swartz of Calgary, 5 decades of service in football. And we can't forget about Brian Towers, the all-time winningest coach in Canadian college football history. Brian from Saskatchewan won 3 Vanier Cups with the Huskies. He was part of that program as coach and player for over 3 decades. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, last weekend I visited the Family Worship Centre in Pickering to announce our government will be supporting their efforts to assist at-risk youth in our community through the Skills Link program. Through the leadership of Bishop Joseph Fisher, the Family Worship Centre has spent over a decade supporting young people in my community. The Family Worship Centre's program in my riding will help 30 at-risk but ambitious young people successfully navigate the job market, including pursuing entrepreneurship. A key part of our youth employment strategy, the Skills Link program, is helping young Canadians overcome barriers to employment. Most importantly, it's helping to break the damaging cycle of no experience, no job, and no job because of no experience. Together, we can ensure that every young Canadian, no matter their ethnicity or family income, has the opportunity to succeed and reach their full potential.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of football fans have descended on Ottawa for Canada's unofficial national holiday, the Grey Cup. What a way to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Fans from across our great nation will gather to celebrate our game. Fans of the Lions, the Stampeders, the Eskimos, the Rough Riders, the Blue Bombers, the Ticats, the Argonauts, the Red Blacks, and the Alouettes all come together to celebrate Canadian football. A few of them may even have a beer or two. This annual Canadian tradition has seen it all. The Fog Bowl, the Mud Bowl, the Ice Bowl, the 13th Man, and a horse or two in a hotel lobby. To the Calgary Stampeders and to the Toronto Argonauts, congratulations and good luck in the 105th Grey Cup. And as a lifelong Argos fan, I look forward to the Grey Cup coming back to Toronto. Argos!
I wouldn't dare get in the middle of that one. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm reminiscing today about my grandpa. At the age of 4, my grandpa would sit me down on the beautifully carved love seat they brought with them when they immigrated to Canada and dance for me. I'm so thankful they chose to immigrate to Canada. You see, I'm blessed to be his granddaughter today because my grandparents came to Saskatchewan in 1926, 5 years before the Stalin communist regime committed a horrific act of genocide known as Holodomor, or death by hunger in Soviet Ukraine. For years, this atrocity was covered up as 10 million Ukrainians died from brutal starvation. At its worst, 17 per minute, 1,000 every hour, 25,000 a day, exterminated by artificial famine. I'm thankful that in 2008, the Canadian government unanimously recognized this genocide, passing the Ukrainian Famine and Genocide Memorial Day Act. I'm thankful there's increased opportunity for young Canadians to learn the truth of this atrocity that continues to be a part of a painful history of our Ukrainian community in Canada and throughout the world.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, one of the human rights violations that is the most widespread is violence against women and girls. We're talking about over 1 woman in 3 who has suffered physical or sexual violence throughout her life. According to figures by the UN, 750 million women were married before the age of 18, and over 250 million underwent genital mutilation. The prevention of all forms of violence against women is essential. On 25 November, it will be the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Therefore, I would like to thank the members of the Éclaircie Women's Centre who give tirelessly in order to help all women get through their suffering. I urge all my colleagues to thank these people who make a great difference in the fight to attain a sexual equality, gender equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Victoria. I rise today to highlight the extraordinary work of leaders in Victoria, across Canada, and indeed the world, to raise awareness and to destigmatize and end gender-based violence. This Saturday is the UN International Day to End Violence Against Women. November 25th marks the start of 16 days of action. Activism against gender-based violence is part of the annual Orange the World campaign, orange being the color of hope and courage. I want to thank Rosemary O'Connell and Trudy Mole of Development and Peace Caritas Canada and Phyllis Webster and Shirley Swift of the Victoria Grand Network for their advocacy to support women's organizations working for peace. In honor of their work and the UN Orange the World campaign, I am wearing orange today. 1 in 3 women experiences physical or sexual violence worldwide. Prevention is the key. Let's do our part to treat violence against women as a human rights violation and adopt laws and prevention programs so that violence against women and girls is ended in our lifetime.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
On Sunday, all of Canada will be focused on our most important annual sporting event, the 105th Grey Cup. The much-storied Toronto Argonauts are underdogs, seeking to win a record 17th championship. The Argos won their spot through last-minute heroics in a come-from-behind win over Saskatchewan, sparing the Green Riders the uncomfortable awkwardness of being the Eastern team facing Calgary. The Argonauts, led by a youthful 38-year-old Ricky Ray, deliver when it counts. With stars like S.J. Green and Devere Posey, Marcus Ball, Martise Jackson, James Wilder, and York Simcoe's own Corey Watman on the line, the Double Blue are an exciting team to watch. We thank Argos owner Larry Tenenbaum for supporting the remarkable rebuilding led by Michael Copeland, Sarah Moore, Mark Tressman, and Jim Popp. Congratulations to new CFL Commissioner Randy Ambrosi for outstanding leadership and a great season. Let's all take in the great tradition, a deep part of our identity, a week-long party of fans from across Canada, capped off by the uniquely Canadian game, the Grey Cup. Let's go, Argos!
The Honourable Member for the Marie-le-Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs. Mr. Speaker, every year, McGill Women in Parliament brings a group of between 35 and 40 young women from McGill University here for 2 unforgettable days. The goal of this nonpartisan program is to elicit interest among women in politics and to meet inspiring female politicians so that they can share their experiences and discuss their passionate work with these students.
McGill graduate, first man in that lineage, mind you. I sincerely hope this opportunity encourages these bright young minds to put their names on the ballot. The underrepresentation of women in politics is a well-known and systemic problem. Overcoming it requires the education and opportunities that McGill's Women in the House provides.
To all the young women from McGill who are here today, I wish them a very warm welcome.
And I hope to see one of you in these seats in 2019. Bravo.
Questions oral questions. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Prime Minister's close friend, Stephen Bronfman, evaded paying taxes when he stashed away more than $60 million in sheltered offshore accounts. Now, when these revelations came to light a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister rushed to defend his top fundraiser, saying he was satisfied with the assurances that he received from Mr. Bronfman. We now know for certain that Bronfman was in fact directly linked to the trusts. Mr. Speaker, what assurances did Mr. Bronfman give to the Prime Minister? And is he still satisfied?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. The government is aware that this is an issue involving billions of dollars. We've invested nearly $1 billion in our last 2 budgets. The agency is using the information it receives through lists disclosed by countries that work with BEPS. That's why there have been hundreds of audits as well as criminal investigations linked to financial structures that are used abroad. The agency is looking at relationships between various agencies and will take the appropriate measures when it comes to the Paradise Papers. We continue to work for Canadians.
Well, Mr. Speaker, speaking of investigations, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wasn't the only one to rush to defend Mr. Bronfman. The Liberal Party jumped on board, and in doing so, they actually misled Canadians because they said in their statement that Stephen Bronfman had no direct or indirect involvement whatsoever in the Colbert Trust. Now that we know the truth, can this minister confirm that Mr. Bronfman is now under one of the many investigations at the CRA?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. We are firmly committed to fighting tax evasion. It's funny to hear the Conservatives talk about the importance of fighting tax evasion when the last minister, a former minister, Mr. Blackburn, said publicly that it was not a priority of the Conservative government. We have 98 investigations abroad done in the last year. Or rather, under the Harper government, only 98 investigations were done. We have done hundreds. We have sent many investigations to criminal investigations. We've did 335 last year, only 39 search warrants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Revenue Agency and the Minister have repeatedly promised an independent investigation into those evading taxes through the Paradise Papers have become apparent. The Prime Minister compromised this investigation when he waded into the Bronfman affair. He was so fast to exonerate his buddy, but the truth can no longer be denied. Will the Prime Minister allow the CRA to do their job and investigate his friend, or is this just another case of one rule for the Liberals and another one for the rest of us?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and abuse of tax avoidance. The tax system needs to be fair for all Canadians. I want to reassure my colleagues on the other side and the entire public that no one is above the law. I am very proud of the leadership of our country when it comes to how we've behaved on the international scene. Cooperation between tax entities includes the exchange of information, tax information, which is an essential component of ensuring the integrity of the Canadian tax system.
Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Canadians have found out very bad news concerning the ethics of the Liberal Party. This morning, we found out that Stephen Bronfman, the Liberal Party's bagman, had invested in the Cayman Islands, and yet he said he had nothing invested there, and the Prime Minister said, I believe him, there's no problems, he's innocent. What has the Prime Minister done once again to defend his bagman? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Our government has taken concrete measures over the last 2 years to fight tax evasion. Nearly $1 billion have been invested, Mr. Speaker, to fight tax evasion. And I find that these accusations are entirely ridiculous, and I'm not going to comment any particular cases. The law does not allow it, and my colleagues on the other side know it full well. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, what is ridiculous is that the Minister of National Revenue says she cannot comment, but the Prime Minister commented it, and he is her boss. That's ridiculous. The Minister is an honourable woman. Can she get up and reassure Canadians that Bronfman's case is going to be studied as it should be? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion, and the government, as well as the Canada Revenue Agency, are going to deal with all of the cases in the same way. At the Revenue Agency, we have 30 million statements that come in every year at the agency. We are working on Canadians' tax base. Every case has been treated the same. No one is above the law. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, when Stephen Bronfman was named in the Paradise Papers, he said, hand on heart, that the last time he was involved was 1998. whether it be directly or indirectly. And yet, it was revealed today that he was still linked to a trust in the Cayman Islands in 2005. Here's a very simple multiple choice question. A, Bronfman lied to the Prime Minister, or B, the Prime Minister misled the House? Is it A or B? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of the role that the Canada Revenue Agency has played internationally. We have worked with tax administrations and exchanged tax information. This is an essential tool to protecting the integrity of the Canadian tax base. That is why the agency has more than 990 audits, many criminal investigations linked to structures abroad, and as of the end of September, and we continue to work on the tax system for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques.
To our own facts, but let's get through the facts. The Paradise Papers initially revealed that Stephen Bronfman had ties to a trust in the Cayman Islands. Bronfman denied it, and he said that he gave a loan that was quickly paid back by 1998. Well, that was false, because today we learned that as of 2005, there was still $7 million outstanding on that loan. The government seems to be very content to buy and to accept whatever fishtail that the well-connected friends cook up. When will this minister understand that Canadians are fed up with this double standard?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law, and no one is interfering with the CRA's investigations. Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly.
Myself, having participated in a planned hacking of my cell phone as part of a CBC Radio-Canada report, Canada's networks are vulnerable. Phone conversations can be listened to and movements tracked. Every Canadian could be a potential target, from elected officials to business people. And while telecom companies have the capacity to beef up their security, what we need is leadership and legislation from this federal government. Right. So will the minister finally take Canadians' privacy seriously and modernize our laws?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, this matter falls under the jurisdiction of CSE, the Canadian Security Establishment, and they indeed have worked very, very closely with industry, including the service providers, to make sure that they have the advice and the knowledge that they need to correct the problem and to ensure that the safety of Canadians the privacy of Canadians is secured. And if the telecoms need a little bit more encouragement, we'd be pleased to give it to them.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly.
Nation falls on the responsibility of this government and the House of Commons, and that's what we're asking the minister to review and modernize.
Although I appreciate his intentions and his fine words, they are not actions, whether it be Equifax, Uber, and even the Revenue Agency. Canadians' privacy is often in a precarious situation. We need legislation that demands transparency and imposes fines. We are trailing far behind, Mr. Speaker. I ask the minister if he can commit today to reviewing legislation and finally modernizing the legislative framework to prevent security breaches and protect Canadians' privacy.
Mr. Speaker, indeed that work is already underway. A cyber review has been conducted over the last number of months. The House can expect to see at least 3 different initiatives coming forward in the weeks and months immediately ahead to establish a new policy framework, to provide a strategy that is geared to the 21st century, and a suite of initiatives that will ensure that Canada can be a leader in the forefront of the rest of the world. This is a vital area, and we do indeed take it seriously.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Lérade. Mr. Speaker, on November 1st, the Prime Minister said sunshine is the best disinfectant. Canadians all know today that the Minister of Finance has put himself in a conflict of interest, that he made millions, which he is now trying to sweep under the rug. The Minister of Finance is the most influential minister of the country, and he took advantage of his privileged situation to increase his own wealth. He broke the bond of trust with 35 million Canadians. Will the Minister of Finance finally let the sun shine on his own personal finances, or will he continue to hide his many-numbered companies in the shadows? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague from Mégantic Éclairable knows, what is expected of any parliamentarian in this House, including ministers and everyone else, is to sit down with the Ethics Commissioner as soon as we get to Ottawa, as soon as we take office, and reveal their situation, which is what the Minister of Finance did, and then to discuss the best route to follow. The recommendation was to set up a conflict of ethics screen, which was considered to be the best course of action. Now the Minister has decided to go even further than the recommendations of the Commissioner and to continue his work for Canadians.
After the Paradise Papers revealed top Liberal fundraisers' connection to a Cayman Islands tax evasion scheme, he said, and I quote, "Stephen Bronfman had no other direct or indirect involvement whatsoever with the Colbert Trust," that trust being located in the Cayman Islands. We now know that that connection came in the form of a $7 million loan that was still in place as of 2005. Does the Prime Minister still believe that Mr. Bronfman has no connection to this trust?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Our government is aware of the fact that this is an issue of billions of dollars, and we've invested nearly $1 billion over the last 2 years. The agency is using the information it received through lists that were disclosed via its international partners through the BEPS program. We're talking about more than 37 partners. That's why the agency has more than 990 investigations, 42 criminal investigations linked to financial structures abroad, which were ongoing as of September 30th. We're looking at links with Canadian entities, and we are going to take appropriate measures.
When the original revelations about Stephen Bronfman's connections to a Cayman Islands tax haven came to light earlier this month, the Prime Minister said, quote, "We have received assurances that all rules were followed, and we are satisfied with those assurances." Is the Prime Minister still satisfied with the assurances that his top fundraiser followed all of the rules?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, his accusations are completely ridiculous. No one is above the law. No one is interfering in the agency's investigations, and the law applies to everyone. No one is above the law.
Number for Carleton. Mr. Speaker, I think I just heard the Minister say that these allegations are completely ridiculous. Her job is to ensure that her department conducts these investigations totally objectively. But she has now predetermined the outcome by declaring that the allegations are ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians have any assurance that there will be an honest investigation into Mr. Bronfman when both the Prime Minister and the Minister have declared him not guilty?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the previous government, when a former Minister for National Revenue, Mr. Jean-Pierre Blackburn, publicly said that the Conservative government did not make this a priority, whereas for us, it is a priority. We've invested nearly $1 billion. I have already said, I will repeat, and I thought it was very clear what I said in French. Nobody is interfering in the agency's audits.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has not retracted her comment. She seemed to suggest in her earlier answer that the allegations were completely ridiculous. Well, Mr. Speaker, those allegations have not even been investigated yet by her department. We have new revelations from the Paradise Papers suggesting a link between Mr. Bronfman and this potentially illegal tax haven. How could the Minister possibly think it appropriate for her to stand and exonerate him before her department has even had a chance to conduct this investigation?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, no one is above the law, and my colleague knows very well that I cannot comment any individual case on the 30 million people who produce an income tax statement.
Order. Alors, l'honorable ministre de National.
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand that this is a hot topic for our colleagues on the other side, given that it was not a priority for them under the former government to deal with tax evasion, that is, whereas we have decided that it is a priority and we've invested $1 billion. We're looking at 4 jurisdictions per year. We have criminal investigations ongoing.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking for an assurance here. Will the minister assure Canadians that neither she nor the Prime Minister will stand in the way of an investigation by her department into Mr. Bronfman?
The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, it will be my pleasure to reassure my colleague on the other side and to repeat that no one is above the law and that no one, as I have said, no one will interfere in the investigations and audits led by the Canada Revenue Agency. I hope that my colleague is reassured.
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Yesterday, the Liberal government finally announced its housing strategy. But, Mr. Speaker,
Order. The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River has the floor, and I will allow her to restart, if she likes, without the applause.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Liberal government finally announced their national housing strategy. Mr. Speaker, you'd be right to be confused, because earlier this month, when my bill on the right to housing was voted on, every single Liberal voted against it. In fact, the member of Cambridge called the right to housing, quote, a legal risk. And the member from Spadina, Fort York, called the right to housing, quote, a slogan. For the NDP, the right to housing is never a partisan issue. So why did this government vote against it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Social Development.
I believe that every Canadian deserves a home that is safe, that is affordable, that is adequate. We want every Canadian to live somewhere that feels like home so that everyone has the equal chance to succeed in this country. Our $40 billion commitment over the next 10 years is historic. It's the longest and largest investment in public housing in the history of this country. It's framed in a human rights approach, which has now been praised by the United Nations as groundbreaking on the international scale. And I will read you a quote quickly. Congratulations, well done. Heck of an accomplishment on housing. Joe Cressy, that's the NDP candidate I defeated to get in this place.
Order.
Order. Order. Alors.
Order.
L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, it's confirmed. The government has once again done things all wrong and are just blowing smoke. And it didn't make the government of Quebec very happy. When you have no agreement with partners as important as the provinces and you extend only a quarter of the amount you announce, you can't brag and say that $40 billion has been invested in housing. What nonsense. Will the government listen and respect asymmetrical federalism, or once again will it impose its decision? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much for the question. Consultation is the first responsibility of our department.
This question says we're going too slow, and now they said we went too fast. I don't understand. But let me tell you what we're doing. We're serving Canadians through a rights-based approach. There will be 385,000 people who will see their subsidies renewed. There will be close to 500,000 Canadians who will receive rent subsidies so they can now live in affordable and safe housing of their choice. There will be more than 100,000 people who will see new housing units built in the next 10 years, and close to 300,000 units will be repaired. This is the best policy a government of Canada has ever produced, and I'd be happy to walk her through her riding to show where it's going to make real change.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, Every day brings its lot of bad news for the Liberals when it comes to the Minister of Finance's conflicts of interest. The most ironic thing in all this is that the Minister of Finance keeps saying we're attacking him personally, which is absolutely false. What we want to know, what Canadians want to know, is what are the other conflicts of interest that the Minister of Finance might be involved in with his many investments in numbered companies. Can the Minister of Finance disclose all of his assets, and that way Canadians will be able to trust him? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Beauce has been sitting here long enough to know that the institution charged with preserving integrity of Parliament is the Ethics Commissioner. The Minister of Finance has always worked with the Ethics Commissioner by presenting his situation and by following the recommendations made for him. And he's going even further by putting his assets in a blind trust and by divesting himself of shares in Morneau Chapelle. He's been working hard for 2 years to make sure that Canadians are looked after. He has helped 300,000 children get out of poverty. He has helped with a new housing strategy. That's what the Minister of Finance has been doing for the last 2 years. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Minister of Finance works with the Ethics Commissioner after the fact, after getting caught, and instead of disclosing his villa in France, he also forgot and tried to hide through a numbered company assets in his own family company. The Minister of Finance may be working with the Ethics Commissioner, but it's after getting caught, after the fact. We do not have any trust in the Minister of Finance when it comes to his assets. And we would like for today, we have a motion before the House to make sure that we get an idea of all of the Minister's assets to ensure there is no more conflict of interest. Will the Minister disclose his assets to Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I mentioned, the institution responsible for preserving the integrity of Parliament is the Ethics Commissioner, and the Ethics Commissioner is the one that the Minister of Finance has always worked with in order to respect the rules that we have to follow in this House. And he has put up a conflict of interest screen, and he recently announced that he would take additional steps by divesting himself of shares in Morneau Chapelle and by putting assets in a blind trust. He has been working in that direction in order to continue the important work for Canadians.
Bruce Wayne said, "It's not who we are underneath, but what we do that defines us." And the finance minister is defined by his conflict of interest. For 2 years, he held Morneau Chapelle shares in a company that he both regulated and owned. There was no blind trust, there was no sign-off from the Ethics Commissioner, and now he's under investigation yet again. So will the finance minister finally open up the curtains and let the light shine in, or is he content to continue to keep Canadians in the dark night?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Ministry of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if it's true that we're defined by what we do and perhaps by what we don't do, what the finance minister hasn't done is mismanage the economy the way they've mismanaged it for 10 years. And what he has done is create 500,000 jobs in this country, most of them full-time, grow the economy at a faster pace than they ever could, reduce child poverty by 40%, reduce taxes for 9 million Canadians, go back on regressive policies that they put forward, such as doubling the TFSA limit that would benefit to the 3% of wealthiest Canadians so that we can give more to most Canadians who need it the most. And yesterday we announced a national housing strategy that they should have done a long time ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Bruce Wayne also said that everything is impossible until somebody does it. Right now it seems impossible for the finance minister to admit that he was in a conflict of interest. It seems impossible for him to even acknowledge that he's under investigation from the ethics commissioner yet again. So why won't the finance minister do what up until now has been impossible for him, be the hero that Canada needs now, and reveal all of the assets that he's been hiding in his other private numbered companies?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what was impossible for them to do for 10 years is grow this economy. Remember 2 years ago we were debating, are we in the recession or heading into a recession? No one's asking that question now, Mr. Speaker, because Canada's economy is growing at the fastest pace in the G7. It's putting other countries to shame. They're looking with envy at Canada because of the work of this finance minister. He's done this while reducing inequalities in this country, something that never occurred was a good thing to them. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals completed 3 rounds of preliminary discussions for a free trade agreement with China. And according to the media, the Prime Minister is planning to go to China by the end of the year. But this is despite serious concerns about the human rights situation in China, about their lax labor laws, threats to Canadian intellectual property, and many more issues. Why are the Liberals rushing ahead to get a free trade agreement with a government like China? Honourable Minister of International Trade. Mr. Speaker, our government has a progressive, strategic, and rules-based trade agenda in Asia-Pacific to create new opportunities while keeping our values at the heart of what we do. This market represents a good plan for growth. Canadians expect us to discuss responsibly with China, and that is exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're doing this for Canadians across the country.
For Essex.
China has no free press. Torture is widespread. Workers do not have a right to collective bargaining. Businesses are worried about their intellectual property rights, and hundreds of human rights defenders and dissidents have been detained. China does not even have market economy status, which means we cannot possibly have a level playing field in a trade deal. The Liberals won't even stand up to unfair steel dumping from China that's costing jobs in our steel industry right now. How can Canadians possibly trust that this government will defend Canadian values and jobs in any new trade negotiations with China?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the world has seen that Canada will always stand up for Canadians when it comes to trade negotiation. They saw that in Asia last week. Our government believes in rule-based, progressive, and a strategic trade agenda throughout the Asia-Pacific that helps create new opportunities for Canadians across this country. To dismiss the enormous potential that this market represents for our middle class is unrealistic and is not a plan to grow the economy or engage with this dynamic region. Mr. Speaker, farmers, workers across this nation expect this government to engage in trade in a progressive fashion and inclusive fashion. That's exactly what we're going to do.
Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, as the chair of All-Party Diabetes Caucus, I have heard concern from Canadians and stakeholders regarding access to the disability tax credit and type 1 diabetics. I appreciate the time the Minister of National Revenue and her Parliamentary Secretary took to meet with me to discuss the situation and to allow me to share the concerns I have heard. Can the Minister of National Revenue inform this House on the steps she is taking to make sure that the Canadians with the disabilities have their concern heard by the CRA?
The Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for Brampton South for her question and for her hard work for her citizens. Our government is committed to ensuring that our government takes measures to ensure that persons with disabilities have transparent and accessible access to the credits they need. I'm proud to announce the Advisory Council for Persons with Disabilities. It was dissolved by the former Conservative government, and by restoring this council, we will benefit from better advice concerning making services to persons with disabilities more accessible. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, through the media, we've learned that the information that the minister gave yesterday about ISIS combatants actually dates back to 2015. The minister misled the House. He said that our security services were keeping an eye on the terrorists who had returned to Canada, but that's false. Our security forces are not able to say how many traitors to this country are free or where they are. Can the minister be honest with Canadians and give us the truth?
Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the statistics that I gave were accurate. Canada works constantly with all of our allies, the Five Eyes, G7, Interpol and others to know as much as possible about every threat. Our Canadian agencies constantly assess and reassess all the data to be effective and current in keeping Canadians safe, and they respond with a suite of measures, including investigations, surveillance, marshalling evidence, lifting passports, no-fly listings, threat reduction initiatives, criminal proceedings whenever possible. Our agencies do their job for Canadians 24/7, 365, and they do it extremely well.
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm not questioning the work of our security agents. They're the best in the world. But what I'm questioning is what the minister is saying in this House. The minister is an intelligent, well-informed man, so why is he misleading this House when he knows that the information he gave us yesterday is 2 years old? The numbers that he gave are taken from the CSIS director's comments from March 2016. The minister needs to wake up and take the situation seriously and inform Canadians. We want to know where these traders are and if they're being monitored 24/7.
The Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, now for about the fourth or fifth time, the fact of the matter is the information, the statistics that I have cited in this House are accurate. The numbers today remain essentially the same as they were 2 years ago.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the minister said that anyone who needs to be under surveillance is indeed under surveillance, and then gave the number of 60, but the minister's own office said that this number came from a 2-year-old report, so I guess it's accurate as of 2 years ago. How can the minister claim to be surveilling all ISIS fighters in Canada if he's using 2-year-old data and saying it's accurate? Is he claiming that no new terrorists have entered Canada in the last 2 years? Or is he admitting that there are terrorists here that he's no longer watching?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the objective of the Government of Canada with respect to extremist travellers is to surveil them and contain them to ensure that they do not harm more people and indeed...
Order. I would ask the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot and others not to interrupt when someone else has the floor. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the objective of the Government of Canada is to surveil them and contain them to ensure that they do not harm more people and indeed bring the full force of Canadian justice against them for fighting for a terrorist organization. And I know the member for Calgary Nose Hill must agree with those words because that is what she herself said word for word in this House last night.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the point that I have against the minister here and the question that I have for him is that he's saying that these figures are accurate, but he won't give the date as of when they're accurate.
2-year-old, Ralph.
These are 2-year-old numbers. So he's standing up and saying that all of these people are under surveillance, but he won't give the number of people that are in Canada that have come in over the last 2 years. So very simply, how many people in this situation have come in over the last 2 years, and how many are under 24-hour surveillance?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is the number released by CSIS 2 years ago was in the order of 60, and they have confirmed that that number remains essentially the same today. Whenever the security and police forces of our country recognize a threat, they take all appropriate measures to deal with that threat, Mr. Speaker. It would have been helpful in these circumstances if the previous government hadn't cut $1 billion from those services.
Order. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Seasonal workers are mobilizing, and tomorrow hundreds of them will call out this government's inaction in solving the problem of the black hole in employment insurance. And yet the Liberals had promised to help seasonal workers, but after 2 years, nothing's happened. In just a few months, workers and their families from the North Shore and all across Canada will have no income for several weeks. This is unacceptable. Why do seasonal workers still have to wait for a solution? Honourable Minister of Employment.
Committed to ensuring that Canadians get the support when they need it. The series of changes that we've put into place to improve the EI program are benefiting Canadians across the country. More flexibility, more fairness, a better service are what Canadians elected us for, and we are delivering. We're going to continue our work to ensure sound stewardship and accountability of the EI system while making it more simple and equitable for Canadian workers. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
The National Energy Board ordered Kinder Morgan to stop installing plastic anti-salmon spawning mats in 8 BC rivers, but 2 months later, these mats are still in place.
Oh my.
The Liberals need to enforce the law under the Fisheries Act and stop Kinder Morgan from wrecking salmon habitat. Our record low wild salmon returns will only get worse until this government starts taking meaningful action to save wild salmon. When will the minister enforce the law and stop Kinder Morgan from damaging critical salmon habitat?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows that this government is working very hard to protect wild salmon stocks in his province. In fact, we're investing record numbers, Mr. Speaker. We're investing record amounts of money in marine and ocean science. We have a $1.5 billion ocean protections program. My colleagues from British Columbia have talked to us constantly about world-class organizations like the Pacific Salmon Foundation. We will continue to do everything we need to do to protect wild salmon stocks in British Columbia.
Member for Durham.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, NAFTA is in crisis. This morning, an expert said that NAFTA is like a sinking ship. After 5 months and 5 rounds of negotiations, when will the minister admit that the plan isn't working? And when will the minister start fighting for jobs instead of only fighting for her ideology or his ideology? Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
One of Canada's strengths in this difficult negotiation has been our ability to rise above petty partisan politics and to all play for Team Canada. Having said that, Stephen Harper has recently proposed a different approach. And so I would like to take this opportunity to ask my honourable colleague to let his former boss know that this government's view is that capitulation is not a negotiating strategy.
Honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I'm working hard to make sure that that minister can return to asking the questions, but right now I'm asking the questions, Mr. Speaker. After 5 months and 5 rounds of negotiations, NAFTA is at risk. The Prime Minister likes to suggest his strength is his progressive agenda, but in Washington, the minister tells our stakeholders that those will be non-enforceable, non-binding measures, Mr. Speaker. So why is Canada putting non-binding priorities forward when they should be fighting for softwood, for auto, for agriculture, for the jobs that we need?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our negotiating position is clear in Canada and at the negotiating tables in the United States and Mexico. We will defend and maintain those elements of NAFTA which Canadians know are essential to our national interest. We're negotiating in good faith, and we expect our partners to do the same. A winner-take-all attitude is not the attitude of a good partner. I want Canadians to know that we will always defend the national interest and stand up for our values.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that the answers we're hearing from this minister are not about charting a course to national success. They're about attacking a former Prime Minister and cynically prepositioning Canada for failure. Now, we have always taken a constructive approach and tried to work with this government, and we've advocated for Canada's position. But rather than preemptively deliver talking points explaining their failure on NAFTA, we want to know when this minister will get serious and actually start fighting to protect the jobs of Canadian workers.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I want Canadians and all members of this House to know I take these negotiations absolutely seriously, as all Canadians expect of us. Now, we made some reasonable progress on some of the more technical chapters at the latest round, but significant differences remain. We will never accept extreme proposals that harm the national interest, and I know Canadians are with us.
Member for Cambridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's first ever national housing strategy was unveiled yesterday.
Yes.
Bravo. Bravo. As chair of the Human Resources Committee, I know the issue of housing has dominated our work and is the #1 issue in my riding of Cambridge. The National Housing Strategy is a historic document for many reasons, including its recognition that every Canadian has the right to adequate housing. Could the minister responsible for housing explain this rights-based approach?
First, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Housing rights and human rights, and I want to thank the member from Cambridge for drawing attention to this government's historic commitment to housing rights. Our commitment is grounded in the principles of accountability, participation, and of course non-discrimination. we'll be putting forward legislation that will require this government and future governments to maintain a national housing strategy now and into the future. We're establishing a community-based tenant fund for grassroots organizations so that people with lived experiences can help guide us through this process. We're creating a national housing council, appointing a federal housing advocate to ensure our policies are inclusive and accountable. We understand the importance of housing rights. We're matching our actions with words, but more importantly, our words are financed and funded. Let's get building.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, while two of our ships, the Preserver and the Protector, are out of service, the Senate Committee on National Security and Defence has said that it is urgent for Canada to have 4 auxiliary oiler replenishment vessels to ensure proper replenishment of oil and equipment. And the Davie Shipyard is finally ready to deliver on this urgent order. What is the government waiting for to immediately award the contract to build the second supply ship? This is a question of national security. The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Mr. Speaker, our government has reiterated its commitment to the national shipbuilding strategy. As is laid out in the strategy, a $2 billion agreement for the construction of ships is awarded through contracts to Davie and other Canadian shipyards, other than the ones selected to build large ships. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Liberals are continuing to beat records for incompetency when it comes to defending official languages. Media reports suggest it's increasingly difficult to get service in French at the border. The number of complaints is increasing every year, and the sad thing is it's not even surprising. The CBSA is a repeat offender in this area. There are recurrent problems. Has the Minister of Official Languages forgotten that it's her responsibility to guarantee bilingual services in all government agencies?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman has a very important point. The official languages law is a fundamental law of this country, and every Canadian government agency has the duty and obligation to ensure that that law is followed meticulously, and I will draw his question to the attention of the President of the CBSA.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, this week is Education Savings Week. We know that Canada's prosperity depends on young Canadians' ability to get the skills and experience they need to succeed and move forward in their careers. Families with savings to allow their children to study have much better chances of seeing those children complete their studies and graduate with less debt. Can the Minister update us on what our government is doing to ensure that families can save for education for their children? The Honourable Minister.
To thank my colleague for their question. And this year, the 1 millionth child received the Canada Learning Bond, meaning 1 million Canadian families have had a head start for their child's education. Making post-secondary education more affordable for Canadians is critical for helping them find a good job in their future. And the Canada Learning Bond gives low-income families up to $2,000 to save for their children's future studies. We'll keep working to make sure that more Canadians than ever can access post-secondary education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Milkman Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, over the past few months, the Liberals have demonstrated time and time again they are desperate for new revenue to pay for their reckless spending. Now, today, the PBO confirmed that the Finance Minister's tax changes will pull an additional $6 billion out of businesses over the next decade. Now, the Coalition for Small Business Tax Fairness has called for a full economic analysis to be released. Now, surely the Minister has done this assessment. Will the Minister now release this analysis so Canadians can learn how many jobs are at risk as a result of these changes, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We welcome the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report. From the very beginning, he has supported the idea that 3% of Canadian businesses, private businesses, have more than 90% of passive investments in the country, and 97% of private corporations will not be impacted by these changes. Our objective is greater tax fairness, and that always has been our goal. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, this morning on 98.5 FM, the Minister of Transport suggested that small knives don't pose any more of a threat on airplanes than a pillow that your seatmate could smother you with. But small knives are still on the ICAO's list of high-risk items, and pillows are not. According to the ICAO, there's no obligation to harmonize rules concerning high-risk items in airplanes. Will the minister finally admit that if he's allowing small knives on airplanes, he's strictly doing it to pander to his base? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, air safety is an extremely serious important. That's why experts within the government closely examined the question of small blades. Experts in other countries also came to the same conclusion. I'm talking about France, Germany, Great Britain, Portugal, Spain, Italy, New Zealand, Iceland, and many more countries. Mr. Speaker, we have done our homework. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the minister is about as successful as a pillow at making us fall asleep. According to the LCN, the Minister of Transport's office recently met with the Sikh community. As if by chance, they talked about Kirpans in airplanes. And, well, as if by chance, the World Sikh Organization subsequently applauded Transport Canada's decision. Does the Minister of Transport really think that allowing small knives in airplanes will improve airplane safety?
Minister of Transport.
Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, our decision was based on a periodic review of objects and items that may be allowed or not allowed on airplanes. Our goal is to ensure air safety. This has nothing to do with the interests of any particular interest group.
Now I believe the honourable member for Chilliwack Hope has the usual Thursday question.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition in the House of Commons, I'd like to ask the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons what business will be in the House for the remainder of this week and for next week.
Honourable Government House Leader.
We will continue the debate we began this morning on the opposition motion from the Conservative Party. Tomorrow we will have the second and last day of debate at the third reading of Bill C-45 on cannabis. Next Monday, we will continue our debate on Bill C-59 regarding national security. After that, we will continue with the report stage for C-63 on the budget.
Bill C-63 on Tuesday. On Wednesday and Thursday, we shall take up debate on the Senate amendments relating to Bill S-3, the Indian Act, unless we can get it done sooner. I should also note that we will have the LGBTQ2 apology next Tuesday, November 28th, immediately following question period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It seems that I should remind members who I hope are listening, and perhaps those of their staff who are listening could pass this on to them, remind them of this, that in this House, we don't pass between a person speaking and the Speaker. Order. I have the honour to lay upon the table the House of Commons report to Canadians for 2017. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, reprise du débat sur
Government orders. Minister of Finance.
Order. I know members have some conversations they want to carry on, but I encourage them to do that in the lobbies. And I'd ask members to assist me by saying shh. Thank colleagues for their assistance. There are 2 minutes remaining in questions and comments following the speech by the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Questions and comments. Oh, excuse me. I better let him answer, though, the question he was asked just before question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly an honor to rise and continue debate on this. The member previously asked in regards to some of the holdings that the finance minister and his family have the benefit of. I'm going to let people come to their own conclusions on those, but I would simply say that when we see yachts that are very expensive, that are registered in foreign jurisdiction, it does show that they obviously know how to plan and how the rules are set up and do them in such a way, arrange their affairs so that they are probably tax efficient. But again, Mr. Speaker, I've said a number of times today, the finance minister is an intelligent person. If he is aware of how to conduct himself with the tax efficiency and within the rules of international waters when it comes to yachts, surely he can navigate the system that we have here of accountability and show that Canadians that he has their interests at heart and not his own. When we make a commitment to this House, not just as a member of Parliament, but as a Minister of the Crown or a Parliamentary Secretary, we take a second oath that says that you will not profit from your own office. This is how you start as a Minister or Parliamentary Secretary, and Canadians expect, when that oath is taken, Mr. Speaker, that they will exercise it with the utmost discretion and duty.
I think we have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to rise and ask a question to the honourable member, and thank you to him for his great speech today. Certainly, Mr. Speaker, one follow-up question that I had in terms of what his thoughts were. When you look at what the finance minister has put forward in terms of Bill C-27, the fine for $200 that because of the place in France, saying that everything would be in blind trust and then it not being there, it seems to erode a trust with the Canadian people. Could you just comment on that for us?
Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
I'd like to thank my seatmate for the very tough but fair question. In regards to this, I think he's right. I think one of the reasons why we have a very vibrant Canadian democracy with the Westminster system is because there is accountability or expected accountability with responsible government. That means that each one of us is charged with asking the questions about the personal conduct of someone when they discharge their ministerial duties. The minister, time and time again, does so and does not respond in a way that allows for confidence to be forthcoming from not just the opposition, but from Canadians. And I would hope the government would reflect upon that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the opposition motion calling on the Finance Minister to finally act in the interest of full disclosure. There's a well-regarded book called The Improbability Principle, Why Coincidences, Miracles, and Rare Events Happen Every Day by David Hand. Now, according to the author of this book, there's 5 laws contributing to the improbability principle. There's the law of inevitability, the law of truly large numbers, the law of selection, the law of the probability lever, and the law of near enough. So what is the improbability principle? Well, Hand states it as follows. Extremely improbable events are commonplace. Now, Mr. Hand's theory has been proven by the actions of the Liberal government. And if by some miraculous coincidence, Mr. Hand, if you're watching CPAC at this exact moment, you're welcome for the book plug and for proving you right. How, you ask? Well, however probable or improbable it seemed that the Prime Minister would go on a record promise-making spree so soon after being elected, Hand argues that it was always possible and indeed probable. For example, this is the very first time in Canadian history both the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister at the same time are both being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner. Now, Mr. Hand, before you get too big an ego, I think every Canadian knew that the Liberals and ethical lapses were inevitable, long before you noted the first law of inevitability. I suppose it was also inevitable that, in response to questions from the opposition about the Finance Minister's scandals, the Prime Minister would deflect by chalking up our questions to mudslinging and petty politics. Well, if it's mudslinging and petty to point out the government is acting unethically for their personal gain, then I proudly wear those labels. But dismissing our concerns as matters not to be discussed in this House is shameful. Just because the Liberals don't like talking about their unethical actions doesn't mean they have any right to dismiss legitimate concerns as distractions. It does not mean the Finance Minister has the right to run away from journalists' questions, saying he doesn't report to journalists. It does not mean the Prime Minister has a right to dismiss questions as mudslinging and neglect to provide an answer. In doing so, the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister, and the entire Liberal government show complete disrespect and contempt for this institution, for accountability, for the opposition, and fundamentally for Canadians themselves. by dismissing questions about their ethics as mere distractions, mudslinging, or petty politics. Now, this arrogance is typical of Liberal government. They believe they are above the law. They believe it's not wrong, as long as they smile. But dismissing ethics and conduct as irrelevant, the Liberals forget they are accountable to Canadians through their responsibility to this House. And they must answer for their unethical and law-breaking decisions, whether they like it or not. The government seems tired of deflecting questions about the Finance Minister's ethics, but it's a simple solution. If the Finance Minister doesn't want questions about his financial holdings and whether or not he benefits from government legislation that he actually creates, he should just not own stock in companies impacted by his decisions. He should fully disclose the assets he owns and controls. What's in the numbered companies he's trying so hard to hide? Is he voting for legalizing pot because he owns shares in a pot company? Is he handing out millions of taxpayers' dollars in bonuses for Bombardier because he's a shareholder? How about some engineering companies or others that stand to gain from the new infrastructure bank? With his disdain for ethics displayed so far, Canadians have every right to second-guess his every move. Now, the solution applies to the entire government caucus. If the Prime Minister doesn't want to answer questions about using enormous amounts of taxpayers' money to fund his vacations to Billionaire Island, then he shouldn't use expensive vacations on the taxpayer's dime. If the Liberals don't want to talk about broken promises, they should just stop breaking promises. But that's the problem with this government. They promise to act ethically, openly, with an eye to accountability. But like so many promises to date, they cast aside any casual nod to openness and transparency the moment it becomes inconvenient to be honest. It's been apparent from day one that open by default is just another promise to be broken once in power. Now let's let the Liberal record speak for itself. A year ago, we were talking about the Cash for Access fundraisers. The Liberals were selling government access for donations, but bowed under political pressure once they realized they could no longer pretend they weren't wrong, promised to do better, and then went right back to selling access. The Liberals were forced to back down from expensing limousine travel to the taxpayer. Now, if it weren't for the petty opposition, the Liberals would still be charging Canadians absurd amounts for their limousine rentals. Last Christmas, the Prime Minister took a private helicopter to Billionaire Island for a vacation, compliments of a registered lobbyist. Then he failed to disclose the true cost to taxpayers. Now, if it weren't for the mudslinging of the opposition and pestering from the media, we wouldn't have any idea the Prime Minister broke the law by flying in a private helicopter and accepting a gift from a registered lobbyist. Earlier this year, the Treasury Board President introduced reforms to the Access to Information Act that the Information Commissioner herself deemed as regressive. The minister was supposedly open to amendments, cue the smile, but then summarily dismissed the majority of the substantial amendments to the Act. Recently, the Government Operations and Estimates Committee tabled a unanimous report recommending substantial overhaul of the Whistleblower Act. Now, the Treasury Board President promptly blew off the proposed overhaul, instead opting to limit any reforms to just minor tweaks, the type of reform that every expert warned was insufficient to protect whistleblowers. Now, I want to quote one witness who was at OGO to provide a human aspect of the government's broken promise. David Yazbek, a whistleblower advocate, stated in committee, "If I can be a little strong and emotional here, whistleblowers are heroes. They risk their families, they risk their careers, they risk their financial stability in order to make the operation of government better and therefore improve the lives of Canadians. The system doesn't work. It needs to be fixed. The committee has a golden opportunity to do that. I would urge the committee to listen to people like us and do that. This is not only better for whistleblowers, but it's also better for Canadians." Now, in response to a motion I tabled asking the Treasury Board President to appear in committee to detail the concrete actions the government plans on taking to protect whistleblowers, the Liberal committee members voted it down. Now, the Liberal record of closed by default and broken promise continues with the Finance Minister's recent troubles. After having been fined $200 for breaking the law, the Minister is trying to pretend that he's done nothing wrong. Given that there were actual punitive actions taken against him, he's deliberately misleading the House and Canadians as a whole when he says he's always acted according to the law. The Liberals promised to do better. They promised to go above the spirit of the law. But the fine from the Ethics Commissioner shows that the government's not even willing to follow the letter of the law. There is no one, save for this government, that would defend their actions. Yet every day they continue their charade and pretend that they are on the side of angels. They make promises they have no intention of keeping, accusing the opposition of being petty for, heaven forbid, opposing their agenda, and dismiss any legitimate questions about their lack of ethics as distractions not worthy of this place. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. The Finance Minister won't even apologize for breaking the law, let alone misleading the House about his actions and hiding his assets. He spent months attacking small business owners as tax cheats for trying to escape the death grip of taxes being imposed by this government. And when it turns out he's doing the exact same thing he's accused of others of, again, he refuses to apologize. The Finance Minister claimed that now that he's divested his ownership of Morneau Chappelle, he can act freely and without conflict. He doesn't seem to realize that he implicitly admitted to being within a conflict for the past 2 years of his mandate. Since September, it's been a surprising revelation after revelation for the minister. Hand's law of inevitability proved true. Again, it's a simple solution. He could prevent any future surprises just by fully disclosing his assets as promised by the Liberals and demanded by the Prime Minister and his entire cabinet. Now, looking at the Liberal mandate tracker under don't break the conflict of interest laws and make millions on a company you legislate, we can consider this one underway with challenges. This is why we work to demand accountability from this government, why we hold their feet to the fire every day in question period, and why we will not back down from making the Liberals answer for their betrayal of the trust of Canadians. The mandate tracker is a shining example of the Orwellian doublespeak Liberal spin on this government's inability to police itself. So we'll continue to keep on the Finance Minister and ask him what he's hiding in his numbered companies. When we look at the Liberal government, like all Liberal governments, we all know some familiar themes keep popping up. When challenged, they hide behind the lowest standard. They deflect questions of integrity and ethics and act like rules are for the little people, not themselves. It's all very Liberal and all very inevitable indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. It was interesting, kind of all over the place, as if it was written by a Conservative talking points generator from one hit to the next. What the honourable member didn't mention was an economy that's on fire, that's performing the best in the G7. He also mentioned that promises not being kept, but promise was delivered, Mr. Speaker, yesterday on working for the most vulnerable, on delivering on housing. Perhaps he can comment on that, or the Canada Child Benefit that reduced child poverty by 40%. A lot of these, the promises that we made, the promises that we delivered for working and middle-class Canadians, and we're going to continue to do that under the minister's plan and minister's oversight. I was wondering if he could comment on that and the great work that the minister is doing and how we're sticking to our plan to help the most vulnerable in this country.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. His excellent work on the file. I want to repeat from the last 30 seconds of my speech, I talk about when the Liberal government is caught being Liberals, they hide behind the lowest standard, they deflect questions of ethical integrity. And here we have a perfect example, just seconds after I finished my speech, talking about how they deflect from their ethics and their issues. Instead of answering the question about the lack of ethics that this Finance Minister, this Prime Minister, and this government has, they deflect and ask other questions. I wish the colleague from the other side would actually ask perhaps a question about the ethical failings of the Finance Minister, which is addressed in the Opposition Day motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam. Nope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. New Westminster Burnaby, but you're very close and you're very good at picking up all of our ridings. I'm proud of representing both New Westminster and Burnaby in the House of Commons, and I thank the member for his speech. I usually don't support Conservative motions. That's certainly been my trend over the past few years, because quite often, I disagree with them. But the motion today is to call on the Finance Minister to reveal assets that he has bought, sold, or held within his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister, to determine if there are any conflicts. I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, that we even have to debate this, that we even have to bring forward a motion like this to push the finance minister to do the right thing. This is something that he should have done years ago. So I'd like to ask the member why he thinks that the finance minister is refusing to do the right thing and reveal his assets.
Good question. Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from New West Burnaby for his question. I used to work in Burnaby. It's a wonderful part of British Columbia. I'd like to get back there one day, perhaps when the colleague's done. To be honest, I think the finance minister is not revealing what he's holding because he's obviously afraid to reveal the information. He was afraid to reveal he was holding a mansion, a villa in France. He was afraid to reveal that he was actually holding shares in his own company held within, using a loophole, within a numbered company that he completely held 100% of and controlled himself. I think he's evidently hiding something. I mentioned in my speech. Perhaps he's bought stock in pot shares. Perhaps he's bought shares in other companies that he financially regulates himself. I think the minister is hiding something because he's afraid to come clean with Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga. A brief question and response.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, repeatedly today during the speeches by our Liberal colleagues, they point out a very rosy picture of our economy, and yet we do know that the average family today is paying $840 more in taxes than they were 2 years ago when they took office. In fact, 81% of middle-class families are paying more in taxes today than they were under our government. But, Mr. Speaker, they continually try to divert the topic back to their supposedly rosy picture. My question to my colleague is, with the motion before us today, that we ask the minister to simply open up the curtains and let the sunshine in as a good disinfectant, I'm wondering if my colleague would comment on how his constituents have contacted him about the egregious errors of our Liberal finance minister and how that is impacting the level of trust that Canadians have in their elected officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his hard-hitting question. Now, the Liberals are very fond of quoting Louis Brandeis with his sunlight is said to be the best disinfectant. What they never mention is the first part of the quote, which is, publicity is justly commended as a remedy for social and industrial diseases. And that's what we're facing here. Liberals always try to deflect from the publicity of what's going on with the finance minister. When I go back to my community in Edmonton West, it is on top of people's minds. We're paying more in taxes. We're having an attack on my small business. We're getting attacked as for type 1 diabetes are being asked to pay more. But at the same time, the finance minister is using his powers to shield his own wealth from Canadians. They've lost faith in the finance minister. They've lost trust in this government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is always an honour and a privilege to rise in this House and speak to Canadians about the hard work the Minister of Finance is doing for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The motion says sunshine is the best disinfectant, and that's why on October 19, 2015, after 10 years of cloudy skies, people in Canada voted for real change and let the sun shine in. And let me repeat that again. Let the sun shine in, Mr. Speaker. And, we've been clear right from the beginning that the economy needs to work for the middle class and those working hard to join it. This is a must. See, my parents immigrated to this country because they knew in this country there was rules. And as long as you followed those rules and you worked really hard, you could be successful. And that's why we've had a clear focus to ensure that hope and hard work succeeds for Canadians all across this country. First, we introduced a middle-class tax cut, which continues to benefit nearly 9 million Canadians. Then we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Compared to the previous system, where child benefits were not targeted and were given to millionaires, the CCB is an after-tax targeted benefit that is helping a lot of families, including in my riding of Brampton East, which almost $10 million has been given to Canadian families in need of additional assistance. And in the fall economic update, in the fall economic statement, Minister of Finance announced the government's intention to accelerate the indexation of the CCB by 2 years earlier to July 2018. This simply means better support sooner to ensure the CCB continues to play a vital role in helping low and middle income Canadian families with children. Mr. Speaker, this was announced less than a month ago, and I had the honor and privilege of hosting the Right Honourable Prime Minister in my riding. He met with families in my riding that had young children who thanked him for the investments in families and the Canada Child Benefit. It was a great day, and I always encourage, every time I get up in this House, to invite all members to my riding because it's a wonderful place. Especially you, Mr. Speaker. We run basketball camps on Sundays. I want to see you there and shoot some hoops with the people in Brampton East. Moving right along, it was also announced that the government's historical agreement with provinces to enhance the Canada Pension Plan at maturity. It will increase the maximum retirement benefit about 50%. In today's dollars, that represents an increase of nearly $7,000 to a maximum benefit of around $20,000. And with the recent action by the government of Quebec to enhance the Quebec pension plan in a similar fashion to the CPP, Canadians from coast to coast to coast can now look forward to a safer, more dignified retirement. See, Mr. Speaker, our government knows that those working hard to join the middle class can face financial barriers to joining or rejoining the workforce. That's why, as part of our agreement to enhance the Canada Pension Plan, we increased the working income tax benefit. Because the economy is growing, we are doing even more to help those working to join the middle class. And in the fall economic statement, the government announced its intentions to further enhance the WITB by an additional $500 million per year. This will provide even greater support to current recipients and will ensure more workers can qualify. In the fall economic statement, the government also announced its plan to reduce the small business tax rate. By doing this, the government is helping small business grow and create jobs. The small business rate will be lowered to 10% just 5 weeks from now, and then to 9% from a year from now in 2019. This means up to $7,500 in federal corporate tax savings per year to help entrepreneurs and innovators do what they do best. Small businesses are a key driver of our economy and are cornerstone of our communities across this country. As our plan works to grow the economy, small businesses see the benefit of what growth with lower taxes delivers. As we lower taxes on small businesses, we are committed to ensuring low taxes support businesses, business growth, and investment, and not give personal tax advantages to the wealthy over the middle class. See, Mr. Speaker, we inherited a system that encourages wealthy individuals to incorporate in order to pay less tax. This means someone making $300,000 can save about as much on tax as the average Canadian who earns $48,000. We are making changes to address tax advantages that only the richest individuals using high-priced accountants can take advantage of. We have listened to small business owners, professional farmers, and fishers, and we will move forward in a way that protects small businesses, protects the middle class, and innovators and entrepreneurs. But there is more. Budget 2017 also laid out the government's plan to invest $81 billion over 11 years in public transit, green and social infrastructure, transportation infrastructure that supports trade and rural and northern communities.
Order. The honourable member for Edmonton West on a point of order.
And you allow a lot of leeway, but there's issue of relevance here. It has not once discussed the motion in front of us today.
I know this has been a topic that this is a point of order rather that has occurred earlier in the day, and members will know, of course, that the standing orders are clear on the issue of relevance. I note that the member is 6 minutes into his 20 minutes speech, and he did cite one phrase from the motion. I will certainly, for the honourable member's benefit and others for that matter, members agreeably are given a considerable latitude in coming around to the motion that's before the House. I think it's important, it's difficult, I should say, for chair occupants to, of course, one cannot judge relevance until such time as the members had an opportunity to, in fact, present their arguments. And so sufficient time needs to transpire until we see where indeed the member is going. What I would say is that what is important is that before the member presents a continuation or a theme of arguments, shall I say, it would be good to introduce at the outset of that how those particular set of arguments apply to the question that's before the House, and he may want to think of that and incorporate that into it. I'm not here to tell him how to frame his arguments, but certainly that would be one way to make that relevance connection. The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel like I'm back in law school, so thank you so much for the lesson on how to present an argument. I must say that the honourable colleague on his point of order said that I wasn't being relevant, but the fact of the matter is the first 6 minutes was just my preamble. I was getting to it. And, and we started off by saying that sunshine is the best disinfectant. And I just want to say that, the Ethics Commissioner has a role to play, and we all respect the Ethics Commissioner, and she's doing a great job ensuring that all members of this House, including ministers, including the Prime Minister, even including opposition members, members on the backbench, members of the third party, independent members, are held to high ethical standards. And the Ethics Commissioner's job is to, all members are elected to this House by great Canadians, and they sit down with the Ethics Commissioner to make sure that they're on side and don't have any conflicts of interest with their government and parliamentary work. See, the Minister of Finance proactively sat down with the Ethics Commissioner when he was elected as the MP for Toronto Centre, and then subsequently appointed as the Minister of Finance. And he followed her advice. He set up a conflict screen, and he went forward building a stronger economy for Canadians. And that's simply what the matter is. There's a set of rules. The minister followed those rules. He met with the Ethics Commissioner. She provided a recommendation. He followed that recommendation, and he went on to build a great economy in the last 2 years. And that's the problem. The issue is, and I get it, when I was in opposition, I was just an innocent bystander, and I've had the great fortune of being in politics since I was 19, volunteering. And when you're on the opposite side of government, it's frustrating, especially being on the opposite side of our government that has the fastest growing economy in the G7, that's created 500,000 new jobs, that's cut taxes for the middle class, that's reduced taxes for small businesses, that's increased the Canada Child Benefit and lifted 300,000 children out of poverty. I mean, Mr. Speaker, of course you're going to find things to talk about, but even if they're not relevant, I mean, they love to talk about relevancy. I mean, the Ethics Commissioner did her job. The Minister of Finance followed her recommendation, and now is focused on Canadians and ensuring that Canadians from coast to coast to coast have the opportunity to work hard and succeed. And that's what we're focused on, and they can focus on the opposition, trying to distract us, but it's not going to work. We've seen this song and dance before, Mr. Speaker, and that's why the sunny days started on October 19, 2015, and they will continue for years to come. With the budget, the government showed its commitment to put together a new housing strategy and to help ensure that Canadians have more affordable housing that meets their needs. Just yesterday, the Right Honourable Prime Minister and the Minister of Social Development announced how this will make housing more affordable for Canadians. Canada's first ever national housing strategy is a 10-year, $40 billion plan that will give Canadians a place to call home. It will promote diverse communities and will build housing that is sustainable and accessible. Mr. Speaker, all of the government's investments to date are having a real impact on Canadians, a real impact on our economy. The Canadian economy, the fastest growing economy of G7 countries. How come the opposition never likes to talk about that? The Canadian economy has created over 500,000 jobs since our government was elected in 2015. You know, I'm hearing a little bit of heckling from my NDP colleagues, so I'd love to remind them that the Canada Child Benefit, which directly helped lift 300,000 children out of poverty, is something that that party voted against. And until they can come full circle and realize that they actually voted against middle-class tax policies, they really should not throw stones when they live in a glass house. Among young Canadians, the unemployment rate is at the lowest on record. Labor market participation among working-age women is at an all-time high. Canada has the lowest net-to-GDP ratio of the G7. According to projections by private sector economists, the federal debt-to-GDP ratio could be just 5 years from now at its lowest level in 40 years. Mr. Speaker, our plan is working, but we're not done yet. As we look forward to the future, our next federal budget, the government remains focused on how best to grow the Canadian economy, how to make sure that growth benefits all Canadians. That means continuing to make smart investments in people and communities to ensure continued progress for the middle class and invest.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to raise it again, but my colleague assured all of us that he was just in his preamble earlier when he had not yet referred to the motion before us, other than that one phrase. So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to call my colleague to order.
I thank the honourable member for, again, bringing this to the attention of the House, and I just ask the honourable member for Brampton East to bring his commentary around to the motion in front of the House. We've got about call it 6.5 minutes remaining, and I'm sure he'll do his best to do just that. The honourable member for Brampton East.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I'd love to repeat myself and Mr. Speaker, again, the honourable member from York Simcoe, should speak when he's spoken to, and more importantly, he has opportunities to rise in this House and ask a question in 6.5 minutes. I look forward to him rising and asking me a question, and I'd be happy to answer it. But more importantly, I want to say that the Ethics Commissioner is appointed to a role with a mandate to ensure that no member of Parliament, whether backbencher, whether minister, whether the Prime Minister, whether independent members of Parliament, all 338 of us that serve in this House, that are honourable members, that are duly elected in a democracy. The Ethics Commissioner's role is to ensure that nobody violates conflicts of interest. It's a job and a mandate that she's independent of this House of Commons, which we respect that. The honourable member from Toronto Centre was elected, was appointed as Minister of Finance, met with the Ethics Commissioner proactively. She wrote to him instructions. He followed those instructions. And then he focused on building a stronger economy for Canadians. And I understand why the opposition doesn't want to talk about that, because it's nothing but good news on the economy, Mr. Speaker. Again and again and again. You know why? Because the unemployment rate is going down, more jobs are being created. 500,000 jobs, 500,000 jobs. The strongest growth rate in 10 years. And that's why my colleagues on the other side of the House keep on coming up with fancy words and wordplay and try to distract Canadians. But they're not going to distract our government. They're not going to divide us. That's the politics of the Harper regime. We're focused on sunny ways, and we know sunshine is the best disinfectant, and that's why we're focusing on growing a strong economy, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it means we got to make continually smart investments in people and communities to ensure continued progress for the middle class, and investing in lifelong learning to give Canadians the tools they need. It also means ensuring that the government policy and budget decisions considers impacts on all genders and advance gender equality. Mr. Speaker, I think I've tabled all the proof that we need. I think I've tabled more proof than we need that the Minister of Finance and the Government of Canada are doing a great job for Canadians. Since coming into office, Minister Marneau has focused on improving the lives of the middle class. Minister of Finance has focused on improving the lives of the middle class. Under his leadership, we will continue to ensure that Canadians who work hard will have an opportunity to succeed. We ensure that we protect the most vulnerable people in our society, and we ensure that no matter what, that we give an opportunity for all Canadians from coast to coast to coast to achieve their very own Canadian dream. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had told that member that if he said nice things to Maclean's about me, that I wouldn't ask him tough questions anymore. But I've got to renege on that deal. I'm sorry. That member is a friend, though, so I will do him this credit. I'll say that if the Prime Minister is looking for a new finance minister sometime soon, he might consider the member for Brampton East, and I look forward to responding to his invitation to again come to Brampton East. I have to tell you, it is one of my favorite places to knock on doors. There is such a positive response to the Conservative message in Brampton East. I just love going there again and again, and I can assure you that I'll continue to do that. Now, the member did not, frankly, say much about the ethical failures of the finance minister. He did talk about some other issues related to the economy. He should know that under Stephen Harper, Canada had the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio, the best economic growth record, and the best job creation record in the G7. And here's another critical difference. Stephen Harper had a plan to balance the budget, and we got to balance budget. And we did it through a recession. But can I ask the member in particular about the issue of the small business tax cut? This government promised to follow through on what the Conservatives were already doing, which was to continue to move the small business tax rate to 9%. Then they reneged on that promise. And then, in response to strong advocacy for small business by the official opposition, the finance minister said, actually, that promise is back on. It's still in the future, but it's back on. Can I ask the member, is this a promise that they're going to renege on again? Is this on again, off again plans for the future? Something that the member for Brampton East wants to address.
Here, here. Honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member is a friend, and those comments that were made of him in Maclean's were true and honest, and I congratulate him on the award that he received and for the good work that he's doing for his constituents. I do welcome him back to Brampton East. The more he comes, the more my margin of victory increases. So I consider it a bonus if he comes by Brampton East. I hope he comes more often. Getting to the member's question, he spoke about the small business tax rate. We on this side of the House understand that small businesses need a strong economy. We are reducing the small business tax rate from 10 to 9%, and we look forward to doing that for small businesses. But at the same time, we're making investments in infrastructure. We're making investments in communities. We're making investments in families that benefit the small businesses that we're all trying to ensure that they do very, very well. And that's why they benefit from the fastest growing economy in the G7. That's why they benefit from the 500,000 jobs being created. That's why they benefit from the Canada Child Benefit to ensure that 300,000 children are lifted out of poverty. That's why they benefit from the further indexation of the Canada Child Benefit. So, it's always nice to agree with the honourable member that small business tax rate should be at 9%, and I look forward to hosting him and his growing family in my riding very soon. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so I just want to get this straight. The finance minister, when he got elected, he put his $21 million in Morneau Chappelle shares into a numbered company in Alberta. And that company has made $5 million since he's been elected. In fact, his investments grew, what we've learned, 5% the day that Bill C-27 was tabled that benefited Morneau Chappelle. So I've got some questions for the member here, because he says that he seems to think that this is okay, that the recommendations were made by the ethics commissioner. So maybe he can clarify, did the ethics commissioner recommend to the finance minister that he take his Morneau Chappelle shares, put them in Alberta, in a numbered company, and use this loophole so that he could protect his assets? Because it'd be nice to get clarification on this. And another thing, Mr. Speaker, while I'm at it, I'd like him to tell me that people in his riding, has anyone said to him that they think this is ethical and this is okay?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. The honourable member mentioned that, this is what happened. But in fact, I've already mentioned that the member from Toronto Centre was elected in the 2015 election. He was subsequently appointed as Minister of Finance. He met with the Ethics Commissioner, which governs all members of Parliament, except for maybe the leader of the NDP, who's not a member of Parliament yet. But otherwise, all MPs are governed. All MPs are governed by the Ethics Commissioner. And the Minister of Finance was provided by recommendations. Recommendations were followed. The rule of law was maintained. And that's why the Minister of Finance has been focused on growing the economy. And I understand why the NDP can't stand that, because at the end of the day, we're actually making contributions and helping families. And people in Brampton East are really happy with me. And you're more than welcome to come to my riding and participate in 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Brampton East for his comments. Mr. Speaker, Confucius is known to say that real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance. And I would like to know from this, to get some real knowledge, because the real knowledge that we do know is that the conflict of interest rules of the federal legislature state that techniques to control your methods of available control for conflicts of interest are disclosure. We know the minister didn't do that. Avoidance. We know the minister didn't do that. And withdrawal, or which really means recusal. And the minister appears to not have done that either. I wonder if the member would actually, Mr. Speaker, actually comment on the question today, which pertains to these issues.
Honourable member for Brampton East.
I just don't understand why the opposition doesn't get it. The Ethics Commissioner is appointed to ensure all members of Parliament follow the rules. The member from Toronto Centre got elected. He got appointed into cabinet. He met with the Ethics Commissioner. The Ethics Commissioner gave him advice. He followed that advice, and he went on to focus on growing the economy, covering his mandate as the Minister of Finance, ensuring that we had the fastest growing economy in the G7. So again, the members opposite can keep focusing on what they got to focus on. We're going to focus on Canadian families, and the Minister of Finance is doing a great job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague from Brampton East for his excellent speech and for his passion and energy and his public service. Mr. Speaker, today's motion really is a product of the ideological residue of the former regime, Mr. Speaker. The previous government refused to believe that investments would pay off, refused to give Canadians credit for the idea that when we invest in them, they would do well. These are social investments, these are economic investments that we've made that the Minister of Finance really is putting forward with the same passion reflected by my colleague from Brampton East, the same passion for public service. I'd like to ask my colleague, when he goes door knocking in his riding, what he hears about the work of our Minister of Finance, his commitment to public service, and the compound effect of the investments that my colleague described so well that we have made in Canadians, in social structures, and in our economic future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And, it gives me an opportunity to talk about the people of Brampton East, the fine people that gave me an opportunity to come serve in this House and achieve my very own Canadian dream. When I go door knocking on a weekly basis, when I talk to my constituents, they're supportive of the direction of our government. They appreciate the small business tax cut. They appreciate the Canada Child Benefit, which is more money after tax to more families that need it. They appreciate the national housing strategy to ensure that all Canadians can have access to affordable housing. They appreciate our work to grow the fastest economy in the G7. They appreciate our investments in infrastructure that are making a difference in the lives of citizens in Brampton. They appreciate that we understand that their voices are being heard in Ottawa, as opposed to 10 years where only Ottawa's messages were being pushed down to Brampton. And that's why they are supportive of not only the Liberal Party government, but ensure their own member of Parliament that's always been accessible to them, that always ensures that no matter what, I will never forget that they gave me an opportunity to serve, and I will always be there to fight for their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. We've got time just for one very short question and response. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I'm sitting here listening to this arrogance that's dripping from the other side. And I'm very curious if when there's knocking on doors that people who have public pensions, people who are part of organized labor are telling this member how much they love C-27 and how much they love that their ministers put this on the table. But I'll ask one quick question, and I do understand why the member doesn't want to stay on topic, doesn't want to answer a question, because to be quite honest, it's indefensible. So here's a question, and I would like the answer yes or no from this member. My question is very simple. When this member ran in 2015, did he promise his voters that a Liberal finance minister would take advantage of an ethical rule loophole, all the while misleading everyone into believing his assets were in a blind trust? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. And the beauty of being the member from Brampton East is that the honourable member can just go ask her own leader what Brampton East is all about, because he was knocking doors against me consistently in 2015, and you know what happened, Mr. Speaker? Well, I got 52% of the vote, and I think they got like 22% of the vote. And so the question, honestly, the people of Brampton East, what they want, and what all Canadians from coast to coast to coast want, even in their ridings, is a stronger economy, and that's exactly what we're delivering for Canadians, is a stronger middle class, a better Canada Child benefit, and I welcome the honourable member to my riding whenever she wants to come out, and I'd love to go door knocking with her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It was very hard to discern what was actually said in that last few minutes. On both sides, I meant. But anyway, that's what happens when there's too much noise in the chamber. It's difficult to hear honourable members. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Here. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent.
Thanks for recognizing that try. Mr. Speaker, today we have the honour to debate a motion that was put forward by the opposition that reads that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister, to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. I'd like to read a quote also from the Prime Minister that says, "The trust Canadians have in public institutions, including Parliament, has at times been compromised. By working with greater openness and transparency, Parliament can restore it." Well, Mr. Speaker, that is what's happening today. Parliament is overseeing and debating a motion that seeks to restore what has been compromised by the Finance Minister over the past couple of years. I have another quote from the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. It says, "We've also committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government. It's time to shine more light on government to ensure it remains focused on the people it serves. Government and its information should be open by default. If we want Canadians to trust their government, we need the government that trusts Canadians. It's important that we acknowledge mistakes when we make them. Canadians do not expect us to be perfect. They expect us to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest." Now, Mr. Speaker, those are the words of the Prime Minister to the Finance Minister in his mandate letter. And we're here today speaking on this subject because the Finance Minister has broken trust with Canadians through a pattern of perhaps half-truths or premeditated dishonesty. We don't know for sure. But for 2 years, the Finance Minister held shares worth approximately $20 million in Morneau Shepell, a company that he now regulates as Finance Minister. He held these shares outside of a blind trust, despite his colleagues on both sides of this House believing his shares were in a blind trust. And while he held these shares, the Finance Minister introduced Bill C-27, which would create a targeted benefit pension plan, and TBPs are highly specialized products offered by, guess who? Morneau Shepell. Only after the Finance Minister was revealed to be not holding his assets in a blind trust did he acknowledge any wrongdoing and agree to sell those assets. The Finance Minister is under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner for tabling Bill C-27 while continuing to hold shares in Morneau Shepell. The Prime Minister and Finance Minister are two of the most powerful, if not the most powerful officials in this country. And Canadians must trust that they will act in the public interest rather than in their own private, personal interest. As the Prime Minister has said, sunshine is the best disinfectant. So let's throw open the shades and reveal the Finance Minister's assets. Now, to quote the Prime Minister again, Canadians do not expect us to be perfect. They expect us to be honest, open, and sincere in our efforts to serve the public interest. This from the Prime Minister to the Finance Minister. So let's test that. We know the Finance Minister neglected to put his assets in a blind trust, even though he was advised to. We know he told Canadians he was going to put them in a blind trust. We know the Finance Minister is sponsoring legislation that will directly benefit his company, family company, Morneau Shepell. These are the same shares that he said he would put in a blind trust and didn't. We know the Finance Minister misled, or at the very least neglected, to let the Ethics Commissioner know about a villa in France. We know that the Finance Minister paid $200 for this, quote, omission. We know he continues to hold assets in at least 6 numbered companies, but the assets held within those numbered companies are not publicly known. These, Mr. Speaker, are undeniable facts. Is the Finance Minister being open and transparent with his current personal holdings and in numbered companies even after he was caught with holdings outside of blind trust? The answer is no. Is the Finance Minister being sincere when he is sponsoring Bill C-27, when his friends, his family, and indeed his own finances stand to benefit greatly? The answer is no. And we know they will benefit because he said so as much when he was in an executive position at Morneau Shepell. The only thing the Finance Minister is being sincere about is himself, helping himself and his cronies. It's clear that he failed to live up to the mandate letter that he received from the Prime Minister on the first day being an office holder of the Government of Canada. What other assets did he conveniently forget to tell the Ethics Commissioner about? It is because of this clear and established pattern of perhaps misinformation coming out of the Finance Minister that we have brought forward this opposition motion today. And you know how much I love quoting the Prime Minister, so I'm going to continue it. Government and its information should be open by default. If we want Canadians to trust their government, we need a government that trusts Canadians. This again from the Prime Minister to the Finance Minister. How can the government expect its citizens to trust them when the Prime Minister has allowed this Finance Minister to flagrantly ignore the ethical standards that the Prime Minister set himself? This Finance Minister has demonstrated to Canadians that he does not trust them. By refusing to provide us with the information about his numbered companies, he's done that. By failing to disclose his villa to the Ethics Commissioner, he's done that. And by introducing legislation that benefits himself, his friends, his cronies, he has done just that. And over the course of the last few months, the Finance Minister decided to tackle the issue of tax avoidance. Sounds great, sounds full of integrity. But instead of targeting his friends in the trust fund world who are actually engaged in overseas tax avoidance schemes, this government has relentlessly gone after the average, run-of-the-mill, middle-class Canadian. To name a few of the groups the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister have targeted or singled out, I'll go like this. Small business owners. Apparently they're tax cheats. Consultation never happened before they introduced what they were planning on turning into legislation. Doesn't sound like they trust small business owners, Mr. Speaker. Family farmers who work from dusk till dawn and feed our cities, they're apparently tax cheats. Canadians suffering from diabetes have apparently been cheating the system, so they need to change it and take away the disability tax credit or the RDSP. Families dealing with autism or mental health issues thrown into the exact same basket, and you never thought you'd hear this, but we have. Now even wounded veterans are seen in this same light. Mr. Speaker, I believe in sunny ways. I believe in staying focused on Canadians. And that is exactly what we're doing. I believe that sunshine is the best disinfectant. Openness and transparency is what Canadians expect. That is what we will always stand for. Mr. Speaker, that was the Prime Minister's statement. Not even 30 days ago, not even a month has gone by since he stated this in the House of Commons. We have a bill and a speech from the throne that said we need to trust the government and the government needs to trust its people first. We have a mandate letter that stated from the Prime Minister to the Finance Minister about honesty, truth, sincerity, openness, and again about trusting the people of Canada. And we have the Prime Minister's own words not even a month ago stating that it is in fact openness and transparency that Canadians expect, and apparently that's what they will always stand for. But we question today whether they will stand and vote for openness and transparency when this motion is heard. So, Mr. Speaker, the media and members of this House, we have opened the shutters and we have found out about the Finance Minister's villa in France. We have pulled back the curtains and we have found out that the Finance Minister's shares in Morneau Shepell were not held in a blind trust and that legislation he was sponsoring would greatly benefit his personal finances. We drew the blinds. And again, we found the Finance Minister holding assets in at least 6 unnamed numbered companies. Now is the time for the Finance Minister to face the audience, to come clean with Canadians about what assets he has in these numbered companies. Now is the time, Mr. Speaker, for the Finance Minister to let the sun shine in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We've spent an entire day talking about this very important issue, transparency, conflict of interest. We've been hearing about that for over 2 years now, this government, which is supposed to be more transparent, but we are here for an entire day talking about conflict of interest situation and a minister who forgot, quote unquote, to declare certain assets. I'd like to have my colleagues' thoughts. Did the Minister of Finance use the loophole on the conflict of interest law to obtain an advantage? And should this loophole be closed immediately? I'd like to hear what he has to say. Thank you.
Springwater Oral Medante.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you to the member for the question. I obviously can't comment on what the intentions were of the Finance Minister at the time. But what we can say is we can look at what the evidence is. The evidence is $20 million held in a private corporation, not in a blind trust, that reaped somewhere around $5 million in growth over the time period. And the question that needs to be answered by the Finance Minister is why this happened. The second question that needs to be answered by the Finance Minister is what's left in these other numbered companies. What other assets are there that perhaps have an interest in companies that the Finance Minister is personally regulating as a Minister of the Crown? Those are the questions that we need to hear answered through this motion. Hopefully we will get the support of the governing party, the support of both opposition or all of the opposition parties to ensure that the Finance Minister is held accountable to Parliament and the people of the country.
There will be 3 minutes remaining in questions and comments in a few minutes after I finish a statement to the House for the honourable member. Statement's not for the honourable member, it's for all members, of course. On Monday, November 20th, 2017, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented its 46th report to the House. The recommendations set forth in the report designated Bill C-352, an act to amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and to provide for the development of a national strategy, abandonment of vessels, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith as non-votable. Conformément à l'article
pursuant to rule standing order to the standing order, rather, the member has appealed this decision signed by herself and 5 other members representing the major parties, the majority of parties recognized in the House. I'd like to inform the House that the appeal by the member regarding the designation of C-352, an act amending the 2001 Shipping Act, and for the creation of a national strategy for abandoned vessel, in pursuant to Standing Orders 92.4 of the 92.4, and therefore on Tuesday, November 28, 2017, and Wednesday, November 29, 2017, there will be a secret ballot on the following motion.
An act to amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001 and to provide for the development of a national strategy, abandonment of vessels, be declared votable. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your announcement today for protecting my rights as a member to represent the interests of my community and constituents. And I look forward and encourage all members to participate in this act of democracy. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear.
Well, although it's not really a point of order, I appreciate the member's thanks, and we'll look forward to this new procedure being going forward. The questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ce que j'observe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From what I've been able to see from the debate and what is becoming quite clear is that the opposition is trying to talk about everything except what is important to Canadians. That means the economic gains that have been made over the past 2 years. And many members across the way tried to be judge and executioner in this debate, and that's why it's important to have parliamentary institutions, which the other side has undermined for over 10 years, rather. For example, the Supreme Court, but there are many other institutions as well. They are trying to be judge and jury at the same time, and they are showing that we need commissioners such as the Ethics Commissioner who are strong and independent. Does the member not think that the Ethics Commissioner is the best place to really look into this, and that when we follow her recommendations, we are acting in accordance with the rules? Is she not the one who is the most best placed to tell us how it goes? The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater.
And certainly I'd like to thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, when you're looking at what's transpired over the last couple of years, it's difficult to take from the governing party that they want us to focus on some sort of side issue. There is a real issue here. That issue is the trust between the Government of Canada, including that Parliamentary Secretary, including the Finance Minister, and the people of Canada. And when the conduct that we've seen coming out of the Finance Minister over the last couple of years is putting that into question, it is incumbent upon the opposition parties, not just this party, all of them, and incumbent on members of the governing party to ask questions, to try to understand. And until we have the information, we cannot do our full job. And so we need the Finance Minister to provide that information. We're calling on him to provide the information about the other private companies, the numbered companies, so that we can see what's there and determine if he has in fact done other things for companies that he owns that maybe he regulates in his position as Finance Minister.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to stand and speak during this debate, and you may be surprised that I'm wearing a bow tie here. There were a few funny comments on Twitter as well, but it's simply to tell you that I'm supporting my member for Elmer, who's here, for Movember. All right, Mr. Speaker, here we are talking about ethics. There's nothing that is more sensitive or more serious an issue in politics. When ethics are put aside, that's where you find the most the harshest debates, because ethics is very important and we must be very careful when it comes to ethics. Here we are talking about the ethics of the Minister of Finance. I have been the finance critic for the official opposition, and it has been my honor to fulfill this role. On a number of occasions, I have had the opportunity to say that I have all the respect for the person that he is. But when a man and a person of this caliber gets involved in politics, it is the entire political class that sees itself brought up in terms of quality. But when you are dealing with somebody of a high rank, that's why the ethics rules and their ethics in general have to be at the highest level. And that's where we've seen a problem with the Minister of Finance over time. What has happened, and what happened when this very successful businessman, who has been an inspiration for all Canadian entrepreneurs, started working in politics? What did he say? On November 4th, 2015, a few weeks after the elections, on CBC Power and Politics, a show that at the time that was hosted by Rosemary Barton, whom we see on the news now, that this is what the Minister of Finance said.
I was chair of before, and I expect that all my assets will go into a blind trust. I've already communicated with the Ethics Commissioner in that regard, and I do need to work throughout that process and will do the appropriate time frame, in the appropriate time frame, unquote. Je le répète, Monsieur le Président.
I repeat, Mr. Speaker.
The asset will go into a blind trust. Donc, toutes les propriétés.
So all of the Minister of Finance's assets were going to be put into a blind trust. That's what he said. Well, Mr. Speaker, 2 years later, when we looked at where this blind trust was at, we realized that it was completely untrue. When the Minister of Finance said that, well, he was playing with words. That's what's sad, Mr. Speaker, when I hear the members across the way keep telling us, but he followed the Ethics Commissioner's recommendations. Yes, he played with words. He said, I don't hold stocks directly into the companies, but it's still not a blind trust. Playing with words is playing with ethics and honor, because it has been shown, and I'll quote Global News.
That before 2015 election, Morneau held nearly 2.07 million common share in Morneau Chappelle throughout the Alberta number company 1193536 Alberta Limited. There is no public data about his current holding in the company. At their current value, just over $20 per share, those holdings would worth more than $40 million, unquote. Donc, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, what the Minister of Finance did is play with words. Instead of recognizing that he had a business and that he had direct access to Morneau Chappelle, he said it was a numbered company. And so the Ethics Commissioner had the wool pulled over her eyes, and the same happened with Canadians. And what happened despite all of that? Every month, thanks to this numbered company, the Minister of Finance received monthly dividends of $75,000. That's not peanuts. Now we know that he even hid information from the Ethics Commissioner, a numbered company, once again, which owns a villa in Provence in France. Mr. Speaker, I have a condo in my riding, which I've had for the past 15 years. I'm quite proud of it. I assume that some colleagues have a primary residence, a cottage, but forget having a villa in France, in Provence. And it was only when he was caught red-handed, when there was an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner, and that he was found to be guilty of this, and that's why he had to pay $200, that he acknowledged it, $200 in fines. Once all of this was revealed, for example, the numbered companies, the villa that he forgot to mention in Provence, what did the minister do? Well, he saw that he was backed into a corner, red-handed. He decided to do what he should have done from the very beginning, that is, sell his shares. And what did he do? Well, all of the profits that his company made, he decided to donate all of that money to charity. Oh, well, wasn't that touching? But really, it really shows that he felt guilty about it. That's what that shows, the guilty conscience. If for 2 years I had hidden something and then decided to donate everything to charity after selling it, that's because I have a guilty conscience. That's what's sad in all of this. This is a high-ranking person who forgets things, plays with words, and once he's backed in a corner, and then that's when he starts acting as he should have done 2 years ago. And Canadians will not have the wool pulled over their eyes.
Let us just recall that this same minister saw his assets increase by $5 million over the past 2 years. This is the Minister of Finance and Morneau Chappelle, founded by his father, and that he grew. So this is a company that is in direct conflict of interest. Morneau Chappelle is one of the biggest pension fund companies. And the Minister of Finance is the one who determines what kind of tax treatment these kinds of companies get. So it's a direct conflict of interest. I know what I'm talking about. I've worked in this area before. And perhaps it's a coincidence, but TQS's pension fund administration was in the hands of Morneau Chappelle, and I worked for TQS, so I know what I'm talking about. And the Minister of Finance seems to have forgotten to tell Canadians that he still had a controlling interest in Morneau Chappelle. So here's what at the heart of the debate. C-27 is the bill that the Minister of Finance brought forward. So his family company is a company that specializes in pension funds. Here we have Bill C-27, which is a bill that directly affects pension funds. That is a direct conflict of interest, Mr. Speaker. And we're still, Morneau Chappelle is the company that actually put together, designed New Brunswick's pension regime. And big coincidence, Bill C-27 is largely based on what was done in New Brunswick with pension funds by Morneau Chappelle. That is a pure and simple conflict of interest. And what did he say? Oh, well, no, I worked with the ethics commissioner. I'm sorry. That is not true. He went to see the ethics commissioner after bringing that bill forward. So that's what's crooked in all of this. So he has these numbered companies. He forgets his villa in France, and he says he consulted the ethics commissioner, but he actually only consulted the ethics commissioner once the bill had been brought forward. How can you trust someone who changes his story every time he's caught red-handed? And that's what's so sad and unfortunate in this case, Mr. Speaker. So, the Minister of Finance is being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner. And this has never happened in Canadian history. That is to say that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance are both being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner. So it is so sad, Mr. Speaker, that this Minister of Finance, who has a noble past, a wealthy past, an interesting, inspiring, wealthy past, and who decides to come into the world of politics and unfortunately just sees his prestige and reputation frittered away because of an ethics issue. And that is so unfortunate. And that's why, through this motion, we are asking that once and for all, the Minister of Finance shed light on all his affairs and that he make public all his affairs in numbered companies.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what really needs to be said and repeated, I believe, is the fact that we have the independent office of the Commissioner. Mary Dawson has done a fantastic job in ensuring that issues of the nature that the Conservatives and NDP continuously want to raise is in fact done in an apolitical fashion. It is the same rules that are in place today that were in place when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, every one of us, all 330 plus members of Parliament, have an obligation to provide their assets to the Commissioner, the Minister of Finance, like everyone else, has done the same thing. The Conservatives have a focus on the Minister of Finance for this government, Mr. Speaker, is they want to focus on the Minister of Finance. We are going to continue to focus on what's important to Canadians, and that being our economy and the many other different factors of improving Canada's middle class, those aspiring to be a part of it, and those that need the assistance of government. My question to the member is, would he not acknowledge that the purpose of the independent office is to ensure that the partisan shots that are being taken consistently from the opposition are in fact marginalized because we have a Minister of Finance that has met the expectations of the Commissioner, just like every other 300-plus member of this House of Commons.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
All our respect to the Ethics Commissioner, but the Ethics Commissioner was misled 3 times by the Finance Minister. First, when he said that he will put, and I quote, all my assets will go into the blind trust. He said that, he didn't do that. Second, he forgot his villa in Provence, in France. He forgot it. He forgot to say that to the Commissioner Ethics twice. Second. Third, he said he collaborate with the Ethics Commissioner on Bill C-27. False. He did it after that. This is why this minister was all wrong 3 times in a row. 1, 2, 3, you're out.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank once again my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent for his fabulous remarks. It was very passionate, and I love listening to him, even though we don't always share the same values. I would like to acknowledge all the work that he does and the beauty of his writing and the beauty of his bow tie. It really does suit him. Now, I was listening to his speech very carefully, and I'm quite concerned. I'd like to know, given everything that's happening with this apparent conflict of interest with the tabling of Bill C-27, which really does directly benefit the Minister of Finance, what would he have to say about the trust of Canadians in our Minister of Finance? Does he think that will be affected? Because he's the one who holds the key to our monies. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, absolutely. And that's why this issue is so important, because it has to do with the integrity and the ethics of the Minister of Finance. Now, where do the rules come from? Well, it's the Prime Minister who said in his mandate letter that the ministers have to uphold the highest standards of ethics, that they have to work in the service of the public, and that information should be open by default, and if any mistakes are made, we have to be open with Canadians. He said that Canadians don't expect us to be perfect, but they do expect us to be open and transparent, and that's the opposite of what the government is doing.
In response, the Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the member for Winnipeg North ask the honourable member if the role of the ethics commissioner wasn't to keep issues from being partisan here in Parliament. I'm sorry, but is it your view, or is it the honourable member's view, that the role of the ethics commissioner is actually to protect the government from ethical controversy, to protect them from being accountable? Is that really the role of the ethics commissioner? Because that's what I heard the parliamentary secretary to the Liberal House Leader say, and I would be very, very shocked, but it doesn't surprise me that that is indeed the view and attitude of the Liberal members.
Député de Louis Saint Laurent.
The ethics commissioner is the custodian of ethics, but for the ethics commissioner to be able to do that, she has to have the right information, and the Minister of Finance didn't do that. He said he had put his assets in a blind trust. He didn't do that. After that, he forgot that he had a villa in Provence, and third, he said that he had worked on Bill C-27 and that he had collaborated with the ethics commissioner, but that wasn't true.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by saying that I will be sharing my time with my marvelous colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'm proud today to rise and speak about a very important issue for all Canadians. The current government is boasting about its openness and its transparency. In the mandate letter that the Minister of Finance received from the Prime Minister, it says that if mistakes are made, then we have to acknowledge them immediately. Canadians don't expect us to be perfect, but they do expect us to be honest. So that is what we want in the NDP. We want this government to be transparent. We want the Minister of Finance to be accountable on all assets that he purchased, sold, or held in all his private companies or his trust ever since he was named to the post of Minister of Finance. Now, how many times over the past few months have the opposition held the Minister of Finance to account? How many times have we tried to get clear, specific answers from him? If the minister had nothing to hide, then he would have only had to stand up once in this House, and he would have answered the one question on that issue. And then we would have finished with the issue. We wouldn't be speaking about it today in this House. Unfortunately, though, that's not what happened. And for several weeks now, we have been talking about this. I can't believe that once again we are spending a whole day debating this issue. We could be using our precious time in this House to debate other important issues that are important to our communities and to the daily lives of our constituents, For example, poverty. For example, work hours. For example, workers' rights. For people who are striving to join that famous middle class, we could be talking about employment insurance. There are so many people who have to go out in the streets like they will tomorrow to be able to call the government to account on their lack of action on seasonal work and employment insurance. We could be talking about softwood lumber. We could be talking about the Bankruptcy Act. We could be talking about employees who suffer when a company goes out of business because they don't have access to their pensions. Mr. Speaker, on the government's website, one can read that the government is committed to strengthening open government, and that the 3 steps are this: open data, open information, and open dialogue. And according to this website, again, the purpose is to promote transparency. Well, Employment and Social Development Canada provides access to the use of public data so that all Canadians can call on Parliament and the government and public servants to be accountable. So that's written black and white, Mr. Speaker, on their website. As a member, these rules should apply to all of us. In the mandate letter, it also says that as a minister, the Minister of Finance has the responsibility to respect our commitment to instill a new type of leadership within government. And that includes close collaboration with colleagues and a commitment to work with opposition members. Well, I question that a little, Mr. Speaker. When the truth is hidden, and when the Minister of Finance acts like this, given his mandate letter, I question this again. He is jeopardizing the trust of Canadians in him. He led Canadians to believe that he had put his Morneau Shepell assets in a blind trust. He didn't do that. He then tabled a bill that would directly benefit Morneau Shepell and, therefore, the Minister of Finance himself. The minister used a loophole in conflict of interest legislation in order to put his assets in numbered companies rather than divest himself of them or put them in a blind trust. Now, when there was a legislative review of the Act in 2014 by the Ethics Committee, the Conflict of Interest Commissioner and Ethics Commissioner recommended to the committee that this loophole be closed. The Minister of Finance's work on Bill C-27 also leaves an impression of conflict of interest. It could be a serious breach of conflict of interest rules. It is obvious that if Bill C-27 were to become law, Morneau Shepell would significantly benefit through an increase in its profits and revenue. And as a significant investor in this company, the minister himself would also financially benefit from this bill being passed. The more information we hear, the more obvious it becomes why the Minister of Finance should not be taking more serious steps to tax the wealthy and close these, for example, CEO stock option loopholes. The New Democrats believes in a government that benefits everyone, not just a few friends of those in power, and not only those who are at a certain higher level than everyone else. The minister has to apologize for having betrayed the trust of Canadians. The Minister of Finance tabled Bill C-27, which would increase the use of targeted benefit funds. Well, coincidentally, Morneau Shepell is a strong advocate and is also a manager of those kinds of pension funds. So that business would be one of the few companies in Canada that would benefit from the new rules under Bill C-27. Bill C-27 would lead to an increase in revenue for Morneau Shepell because that company would be able to help its current clients move to target plans. And with those current pension funds, they would also benefit. The Minister of Finance holds or held, it's not clear to me, more than $2 million worth of shares in Morneau Shepell. Rather, more than 2 million shares, which are worth $43 million. Bill C-27 and is a government bill brought in by the Minister of Finance himself. The Minister of Finance did not declare any conflict of interest when he did this. 5 days after tabling his bill, the value of Morneau Shepell's shares went up by more than 5%, and that is an increase that could have benefited the minister by more than $2 million. That leads to a perception of conflict of interest because the Minister of Finance was in a position to improve his own affairs through his public position as Minister of Finance. Recently, in the hopes that this would quiet things down, the Minister of Finance said that he would make a donation to charitable organizations, that he would donate the profit that he made since holding his position. But he didn't talk about what kind of tax credit he might get as a result of that. We're not fools, Mr. Speaker. We know full well that this donation will decrease his own taxes. He could benefit from a tax credit of up to 29%. Well, that's a beautiful donation, Mr. Speaker. How charitable. Mr. Speaker, we're not here to benefit ourselves as members of Parliament or as ministers. We're here to improve the lives of all those we represent in our ridings, all throughout Canada. It is our duty to be transparent. All I have to do is want to increase my credit margin. Well, I have to call the Ethics Commissioner. Whatever I do, whatever I ask for, is something that the Minister of Finance has to do, and that's all we're doing. We're asking him to be more transparent. But quite sincerely, I think that an apology is in order. We have been spending weeks on this, and all this is doing is making people even more cynical. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to speak today, so there's one particular point that I wanted to make, and I'd be curious for the members' comments on it. There was an article profile of the finance minister recently in the Toronto Star in which it came out that he likes to go by the nickname Batman. Also, we know that the Prime Minister dressed up as Superman, and it's all fine to have nicknames and dress up in costumes, but at the same time, the government is cutting danger pay for our elite soldiers. These are the real superheroes, Mr. Speaker, people who put their lives in harm's way, standing up for Canada, and yet they're having their danger pay cut. I would suggest that part of the problem with this government is they're spending more time thinking about the people who dress up like superheroes instead of the people who are our actual superheroes fighting for Canada's interests. Does the member have a comment on the fact that we frankly have a government where so much of the focus seems to be on enriching the front bench as opposed to actually standing up for the interests of Canadians?
The honourable member for Jonquière. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And what I want to say is that we're here to serve Canadians, to serve citizens. And that's what we should be focusing on, is service. So we're there to serve the public. We're not there just to put on smokescreen shows or smoke and mirrors shows or to dress up as superheroes. So the Prime Minister is always willing to do these nice selfies and to be on the front page of the newspapers, but we're here to serve citizens, to serve those we're representing. So there are Canadians who are watching us and they're seeing us debate, for example, Bill C-27 that might benefit a company like Morneau Chappelle or directly benefit a member, let's say, or a minister. And that's not right. We're here to talk about many things. Earlier on, I listed them. For example, there will be people who will be demonstrating on employment insurance because, once again, they're going to be having trouble making ends meet. And there's this black hole that has not been resolved yet. So that's our role as members. Those are the kinds of topics that we should be talking about. Substantive issues, not ones like this. Thank you very much.
For St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech. I would like to correct one point from the honourable Conservative member where he talks about party leaders dressing up. It was interesting to see the honourable Conservative leader dress up as a Star Trek commander, which it's nice to see the Conservatives interested in science. That being said, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member started her speech by saying we're wasting our precious time. And I'm always interested in this place where members get up and say we're wasting our time, but then they go on to make a 10-minute speech about this particular issue. Perhaps in talking about, she said we should talk about issues like poverty. Based on part of the plan the finance minister is involved with, we've released a national housing strategy, the first time the federal government has done this. It resulted hundreds of thousands of people finding homes and getting out of precarious housing situation. Wondering if the honourable member could comment on that and the finance minister's role in that.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, earlier we see that the government is not taking this seriously and is talking to us about interventions which are completely off topic. We're talking about something substantive. Now, what is important today is to understand why the Minister of Finance didn't declare having a villa in the south of France, because we have to do this. We have to declare our secondary residences and other things. There's a questionnaire you fill, but when you're a minister, you have to be even better at doing these kinds of things and respecting ethical standards. If he had told the truth, if he had answered a clear question one time before, we wouldn't be here discussing this now.
In response, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Jonquière for her intervention. Since she's been here, I think that she's been seen to be truly remarkable with respect to the quality of what she has to say. Now, she represents Jonquière well, but also the lower Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. She does this in a very effective way. My question is a simple one. The Liberals refuse to disclose information with respect to the Minister of Finance. But we've learned that the indebtedness of the average Canadian family is the highest in the world. Why this contradiction? The Liberals are weak at ethics and weak at the economy. The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. It seems that this government is ready to manage our lives. There are conflicts of interest, but they forget about declaring things like their possessions, where we're trying to deal with things like poverty, like unemployment insurance and other things. But we have to act now and in a concrete way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith in respect to the status of women, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni regarding fisheries and oceans, and the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable concerning government appointments. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I think it's important to sort of summarize what's happened so that the public can understand, in order that they can understand the context right here. At the present time, we have a finance minister who, before being a minister, before being an MP, because he was elected in 2015, had companies. He had a company called Morneau-Chapelle, which, among other things, advised people with respect to pension funds. So he worked in the area of pensions, and as happens with all members, he had to meet with the ethics commissioner, and following his being named to cabinet as finance minister, but then we learned that he had placed his funds in a blind trust. Or we thought that he had placed his money in a blind trust. This means that someone else has total control over these funds, and he can't have anything to say about it. He told that to everyone. But he did. It was not a blind trust because, contrary to what he said to the Canadians and to his colleagues, was that he had taken a numbered company in Alberta to continue to be able to control his shares in his company. I think that he chose Alberta because there was a lot less tax to be paid. We know that the minister lives in Ontario, but whatever. He retained control. Now we know what's what, and he said he would rectify things. But as finance minister, he tabled a bill which would have an effect on the pension plans that Morneau-Chapelle sells. So this would have an effect, a benefit for the company. So here he was elected as a member, and between that time and then when we found this out, he could have made $10 million. So he made $10 million on the backs of Canadians. That's perhaps a slightly simplistic summary, but it is the truth. He made $10 million on the backs of Canadians. And now, in order to rectify things, what did the finance minister do? He said, I'm going to make the money I made to a charity. As if the fact of just putting this money there would settle everything. I just get rid of the money and then everything's solved as if by magic. It's like with certain countries with questionable ethics, you just throw money at it, and throw money at problems, and then they're settled. Does the Minister of Finance not realize what's happening? It's not a matter of money. we're not angry with him because of the 10 million. Is he saying that with 2 million would have been all right, but 10 million is not? It's not the money. It could have been $100. This wouldn't have been as serious, but $10 million and betraying the confidence of Canadians. He even betrayed the trust of his colleagues in his party. And then he acts as if nothing really happened, as if throwing money at a charity would solve all problems, and then everything would be fine and we would stop thinking about this. But the basic problem is that he breached the trust of Canadians, and that's why we have this motion before us today. Because he did this, but there are too many numbered companies. We don't know what's in them. So did he use the same strategy to make money with other bills that he tabled? Did he use the budget to make money? We just don't know. But he's continuing to hide what he has in these numbered companies. We're supposed to trust him, but he's continuing to act as if everything was fine, nothing had happened. You just throw money at the problem. But that's not how things work in real life. You know, when a man cheats on his wife over 2 years, he can't just throw a car at her to, give her a car to make her forget about it. No, because the basic problem is that there is a breach of trust. He's not going to be able just to buy her something and this will solve the problem, because the fundamental problem is one of trust. And the finance minister hasn't learned this yet. He has to realize that there has to be a lot more than throwing money at a charity to restore trust. And once again, the Liberals are showing that they have a double standard. The Minister of Finance can do that, throw some money at a charity and everything's solved. But what are they doing concretely? They're preventing handicapped persons from having their tax credit. There are disabled persons who have decided to work, but now they say because of certain criteria, you no longer have the right to this tax credit, despite all your efforts to find a job, despite your condition. You want to contribute to the Canadian economy, but despite this, we're cutting you off. So that's how they treat regular Canadians. And something else, and I see this every week in my writing, there's a family allowance, which the government never stopped saying it increased, but the poorest don't even have access to it because they're supposed to provide document after document to prove that they are responsible for their children. There's a woman in my writing who lives with her partner, and after months and months and months of trying to work with the CRA, she still couldn't prove to them that her son was living with her. Her 3-year-old child was living with her. It took 3 years. Now, with respect to the CRA, they were able to cut family allowance, and there was no money to pay for things. And not only family allowances and child allowances. They cut the allowance for all her children. So she didn't have a cent to pay for books, clothing, and at the same time, while this was happening, the finance minister was throwing money at a charity to solve his problems. Other people have to meet all kinds of requirements, and if they don't, they're cut off. And some people do some training in order to find a job, or at least they hope they'll find one. So then they declare that they've had a day of training, and then their unemployment insurance is cut off. And then they say, oh, they'll look into their case again. But in the meantime, the finance minister is making millions off Canadians, and it seems to think nothing of it. Now, let's really look at this. where they're continuing to pride themselves on doing so many wonderful things. But in the meantime, there are people in the most precarious and fragile situations who can have a really hard time trying to prove that they need the money, that they have a right to this money. These are people who are reduced to begging for this money. And in the meantime, it seems that the finance minister can do as he sees fit. He stated that he had a villa in France. Now, you must be really confused if you forget you had a villa in France. Personally, I've seen people who were drunk in the emergency ward of a hospital. But this is someone who, well, perhaps would have to pay less tax if he didn't declare something. Now, this is really something when you come to the point that you forget a residence. And what we also see on the government side is that this is being compared when the vote on the wheat board, and then they were saying that there are some people who have small farms. Now, this was a concern, but there's a real difference between a vote and tabling a bill in a majority government, so it's more or less guaranteed to pass. There's a big difference between making $10 million on the backs of Canadians and other issues. We can't simply let this pass. This is a real issue for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, and I'd like to recently thank her for her assistance in the PROC committee recently. She spoke a lot about her riding and the issues facing her constituents and working for those most vulnerable, which is what we're here for, Mr. Speaker. And the Finance Minister has been part of a team to bring forward changes to the Canada Pension Plan, to improve that, to increase the guaranteed income supplement, reducing child poverty in this country by 40%. And just yesterday, we had an amazing announcement on the National Housing Strategy and taking hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of precarious housing and ensuring that we address poverty in a meaningful way. So I was wondering if the honourable member could speak to the government's plan and the Finance Minister's role within it.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, we're in the same situation. The government is throwing money at programs without checking if they work or not. Now, this family allowance thing, it's not working. There are people who need this money and can't get it because they're asked for document after document. And they don't have the resources to do that. They don't have any help. If the poorest can't get access to this money, well, then programs don't work. If they took the time to see if what they were implementing was really going to help the most vulnerable, it's not just a matter of throwing money at a program. It's being responsible for making sure that this money was getting to the people who need it. And this government doesn't do it, so we find ourselves faced with situations where people don't have resources. So I, as the MP, I'm the only sort of resource person to make sure these people get their money. And it's $26 million that they're dealing with. I have to work with helping my constituents get the money that they need.
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for her excellent speech. I know that she works very hard as a member of Parliament, and I also need that she's also an emergency nurse. So she's met with and knows all kinds of people in her riding, hard-working people. Here, the Minister of Finance is making decisions and refusing to disclose why he's taking these decisions and how he might benefit personally. What do the people in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, what do they think? What are they saying about this refusal to disclose information? Do the people in Abitibi-Témiscamingue agree with us that the minister should disclose this information? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can say. Anything I would be able to say that my constituents say might be considered unparliamentary language. So they say that he's full of, and then you can complete the sentence. They are extremely disappointed. But what is most sad in all of this is that what the finance minister is doing leads to the fact that other politicians in my party and others, and probably in the Liberal Party, it makes it such that all members of Parliament who are really working for their constituents are really hurt in terms of their credibility, because there are members here who really work for their people. But what the Liberals are doing contributes to cynicism, and I think it's a great pity, and I think the Minister of Finance should apologize for all the harm he is doing to those who speak in this House and who work for their constituents. Resuming debate.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
I'll be sharing my time with a member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Madam Speaker. As the Member of Parliament for the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, located in the heart of the Ottawa Valley, I'm pleased to be allowed this honour to thank the constituents for the trust they've placed in me to represent their interests in the Parliament of Canada. I also take this opportunity to congratulate my Eastern Ontario colleague, the MP from Carleton, for his exemplary service to Canadians as the Shadow Finance Minister and author of the motion that we're debating today. The motion presented by the Conservative Party, Canada's Government in Waiting, calls on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. I've heard from many Canadians, they do not trust the Finance Minister, the member from Toronto Centre. They see him as a one-percenter who's made his money helping other Toronto wealthy one-percenters avoid paying their fair share of tax through the use of complicated tax avoidance schemes like offshore bank accounts. They do not believe the silly, repetitious talking points prepared for them by Gerald Butts from the Prime Minister's office, and they don't believe the controversial Ben Chin, the member from Toronto's recently hired excuse writer. Ben Chin is a refugee from Kathleen Wynne's Toronto Liberal Party. His specialty is finding ways to increase people's power bills. Explaining tax increases to pay for bad deficit spending is his current job description. He's doing a lousy job. Canadians are not buying what his party is selling. What Canadians see is a very rich Liberal Party insider, a greedy, rich Liberal Party insider. Let's be clear. The Toronto Centre MP has seen his personal financial holdings substantially increase since he was appointed Finance Minister by fellow one-percenter and trust fund beneficiary, the Prime Minister. Morneau Chappelle, the family company the Finance Minister has 1 million or more shares in, at least we think 1 million or two, because he refuses to come clean with Canadians, reported a 2017 third-quarter profit of $9.7 million, up a whopping 85.3% from the same period in 2016. Now, the Toronto Centre MP knows it made that big jump in profit because he neglected to put his vast personal holdings in a blind trust, which is what he was required to do, and misled Canadians into believing he had done.
We know he broke the law because he was found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner of Parliament and was fined for not setting up a blind trust. The Parliamentary Ethics Officer is investigating the contravention of Canada's ethics laws by the Toronto Centre MP when he introduced the legislation and whether or not he would personally benefit his vast private fortune. That legislation, Bill C-27, has been identified by outsiders as a massive conflict of interest. Canadians will not be able to judge the conflict of interest until the finance minister reveals all assets he's bought or sold or held within his private companies or trust funds since he became finance minister. Only then will Canadians be able to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties and whether Bill C-27 is worth supporting. One thing Canadians know for certain is that $9.7 million would pay for a lot of snowsuits and warm boots. This is particularly true in my riding in Eastern Ontario, where many parents are forced to choose to eat or heat, thanks to a corrupt environment policy of the Toronto Liberal Party. How corrupt, taxpayers ask? With figures from Stats Canada, there are between 550,000 and 700,000 households at risk for heat or eat in Ontario. As another example of bad deficit spending this year, the Toronto Liberal Party will add $660 million to the deficit to pay for the bad hydro policy they blame on man-made global warming, not including the $40 billion in deferred taxes that will have to be collected after the next election to pay for the unfair hydro plan. The finance minister and his Toronto Bay Street buddies don't care about seniors impoverished by their energy bills. They avoid paying their fair share of taxes using complicated tax schemes and offshore tax shelters. Canadians know this is the case, as the amount of taxes collected from the wealthiest Canadians has been dropping since the finance minister was appointed. This is not the first time smart voters in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke have made the connection between Liberal Party insiders and the attack on seniors, veterans, and pensioners by the finance minister. In the 2011 election, the finance minister's party parachuted a Toronto Bay Street lawyer into my riding. Christine Tabbert, a partner at the Toronto Bay Street law firm Fasken Martineau de Molin, that included then Liberal Party President Alfred Apps. She was dropped into my riding. In a clear demonstration of how smart Ottawa Valley voters are, parachute Liberal candidate Christine Tabbert came in fourth in that election, behind even the NDP, the Liberal Party's worst showing in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke ever. Ms. Tabbert would go on to seek the Liberal nomination for the Toronto riding of Trinity Spadina, only to be convinced to withdraw from a nomination race marked by controversy and legal challenges. She was rewarded for dropping out of the nomination with a political appointment after the last election, only to find herself losing that position after the minister she was chief of staff for was demoted for failing to help veterans. Ms. Tabbert came to the attention of the Liberal Party and Mr. Apps by being counsel for Carey Canada Inc., representing the company against a group of company pensioners. The employees lost their case to be protected from having funds removed by the company from their pension plan. The lawyer who represented the former Carey employees stated, "The big losers in this case are members of defined pension plans. The decision will lead to the erosion of defined pension plans. I don't believe this is in the best interest of workers in this province or this country." And the lawyer for one of the interveners in the case, the Association of Canadian Pension Management, stated, "A number of companies were already doing this. They would have been exposed if the decision went the other way." Morneau Chappelle, the company the finance minister held shares in, is currently an executive member of the Association of Canadian Pension Management. So Canadians know the finance minister was closely informed of this court case. Could it be, before he was finance minister, he was advising companies to raid workers' pension plans? Could it be when he was appointed finance minister by our entitled prime minister, he knew there was a problem that required a fix? Could it be that fix was Bill C-27? Canadians need answers. On September 18th, the Globe and Mail revealed that retired postal workers had warned the Ethics Commissioner in a letter the Finance Minister could be in a conflict of interest over the pension legislation, Bill C-27, and its potential benefits for Morneau-Chapelle. The same letter was delivered to the Toronto Centre MP's office on September 18th. It's now over 2 months later, and still the Finance Minister refuses to practice openness and transparency with all Canadians. The Conservative Party believes that all parliamentarians, regardless of their professional background, need to follow the rules and disclose their private interests publicly. Canadians expect openness and transparency from their government. Canadians have a right to know the member from Toronto Centre is profiting from his position as Finance Minister and whether or not his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties. Currently, 3 members of the Liberal cabinet are being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner, including the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister was caught exploiting loopholes to shelter his wealth, and he secretly profited millions of dollars from a publicly traded company while implementing the policies and regulations which directly impact that company. Now he's under investigation for introducing pension legislation that could profit Morneau-Chapelle. It's time for the Prime Minister to come clean with Canadians and order his Finance Minister to reveal all his assets. Let Canadians be the judge of whether or not his government is suffering from conflicts of interest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
My goodness, Madam Speaker, if there's any justification for having a commissioner that's truly independent, I believe the member across the way has just made the best case possible. It is incredible in terms of just how much misinformation she puts on the record. I would challenge the member to say what she said inside the chamber, outside of the chamber, Madam Speaker. It is incredible, and it emphasizes why it's so important that all members of this House have a responsibility, and there is no shame. The shame is on the other side. The shame is from the words that were being spewed from the member across the way, Madam Speaker. All members have a responsibility to go to the Commissioner. The Commissioner has the responsibility to review and make the inquiries where there's a need to do so, which happens on both sides of the House, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, does the member recognize that the Commissioner is the one that's in the best position to hold members accountable on related to the Code of Ethics? She is apolitical, and if I would ultimately argue is in the
I'm sorry, but I have to allow the member to respond, and we have to be able to get some more questions in. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that my biggest fan across the way was paying attention today. Unfortunately, his comments were an affront to the House of Commons. And what we would appreciate as all parliamentarians is for the Finance Minister to table his holdings so that the not only the Ethics Commissioner, but in the views of transparency and letting that sun shine through, all Canadians can know whether or not he was in conflict of interest.
And comments, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much. Here's something I'll say inside the House, and I'll repeat it outside the House. It was in the mandate letter to the Finance Minister and to all ministers in this cabinet, and I'll quote, Madam Speaker, "You must uphold the highest standards of honesty and impartiality in both the performance of your official duties and the arrangement of your private affairs. Should bear the closest public scrutiny." This is what Liberals committed to. This is what this Prime Minister committed to. And all of his cabinet ministers made the same promise to Canadians. We have the case of the Finance Minister, who for 2 years allowed it to be believed that his personal assets were in a blind trust. We then found out, because reporters dug into the files and found out that wasn't the case. He then revealed it. Yes, that's true. He has shares in Morneau-Chapelle. He introduced a bill that would help Morneau-Chapelle out, yet he's going to donate the profits to charity, some millions of dollars. The question now is, he has 5 other companies that are in numbered accounts, of which nobody, including my friend from Winnipeg, has any clue what is held within. If the Liberals are going to hold to their promise of public scrutiny, then they should simply do it. That's what makes this story go away. I'm not sure the Liberals even see this as a problem, and that should be a concern to all Canadians.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, there's certainly, I didn't have a question from the member there, but his comments were well taken by all parliamentarians. The Prime Minister required in the mandate letters that the ministers go over and above what was required of them in the Code of Ethics. And it did state public disclosure. So public disclosure means to all Canadians, and we ask that the minister uphold and bring to light his entire holdings.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. We have, I will have to interrupt the member shortly, so I just wanted to let him know. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly address this debate. Earlier I thought the NDP asked a great question about salmon stocks during question period. But I suggest to them that if they want the government to care about salmon stocks, all they have to do is get the finance minister to buy some. Madam Speaker, with 1 minute left, I just want to say, members of the government claim that the finance minister didn't break any rules. In fact, he paid a $200 fine for breaking rules. He had a villa in France that he didn't tell the ethics commissioner about. So on face, their talking points with respect to that are not factual. Now, in light of the vast amounts of money that the finance minister has made as a result of the appreciation of his shares since he became the finance minister, I doubt the $200 fine will sting very much. But the reality is it was clear that he broke the rules. And more than that, Canadians can see very clearly a conflict of interest. Thank you.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Monsieur Poilievre, appuyé par
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Legivsky, moves that the House agree with the Prime Minister's statement in the House on November 1st, 2017, that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and call on the Finance Minister to reveal all assets he has bought, sold, or held within all his private companies or trust funds since he became Finance Minister, to determine if his financial interests have conflicted with his public duties.
The House to adopt the motion. All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. Yay! Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent veulent bien.
All those opposed will please say nay.
My opinions, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Madam Speaker, I ask that this vote be deferred until Monday, November 27, 2017, at the end of the time provided for government orders.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, November 27th, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. Point of order. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Yep. Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that if you seek it, you'll find an unanimous consent to see the clock as being at 5:30.
Is it agreed? On est d'accord? On est tous d'accord.
All agreed.
Orders of... No. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Faire émanant les députés.
Private members' business. Consideration of motion M148 on the National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. In the name of Mr. Diorio.
Mr. DiLorio, seconded by Mr. Scarpaleggia, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the importance of educating Canadians about the consequences of impaired driving due to alcohol, drugs, fatigue, or distraction, which each year destroys the lives and health of thousands of Canadians, by designating the third week of March each year National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. Yeah. Just so I can't see. Débat. The honourable member for
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel.
And this enthusiasm that I rise to introduce my private member's bill.
Bravo.
Motion M148. Such bills represent an important part of the work conducted by this House. PMBs, as we refer to them around here, provide members such as myself with an opportunity to put forward and pursue a matter that is believed to be of fundamental interest for our fellow citizens, to trigger a fundamental change in their lives and to provide a tangible solution to a problem currently impacting their lives. It is with great pride that I apply myself in my duties as Member of Parliament for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. I represent good people who on a daily basis further themselves to improve their lives and those they hold dear, and thus ensuring that we all have a better country that we can all be proud of. I feel very humbled when I witness the trust they place on me. While I resisted the pressure and invitations to become a candidate for public office because of my concerns about my family and profession, all my constituents know that when I accepted, I did so with all my determination, energy, and enthusiasm. It was equally clear that I would continue to pursue activities that both define me and enrich my experience as a parliamentarian. And thus, I continued my practice of law, my teaching, my research and book writing activities, my involvement with charities, and most important of all, my work as an advocate for road safety, work which brings me back to an important motivation and guiding principle in my decision to enter public service. Chief among the reasons for carrying on my professional, philanthropic, and community activities after my election is my deep-felt need to remain grounded and retain the sufficient independence to carry on my work as an elected official. I am fully mindful that because of my decision to remain an active law practitioner and by virtue of the prevailing rules in place, I am precluded from ever occupying a cabinet position. As I will explain shortly, my personal journey and the objectives that I set to attain while having the privilege of being an integral part of this institution more than make up for any opportunity that I might be foregoing. Tout comme vous, Madame.
Like yourself, Madam Speaker, I've seen that these days our fellow citizens are adopting healthy lifestyles. Paradoxically, by having active lives, they're also, in a way, risking their lives because accidents are the foremost cause of death for Canadians under 45 years old. And this includes all accidents, not only road accidents, but it is mainly made up of road accidents. Canada saw a tragedy in the years 2000, in the early 2000s, when 158 of its men and women gave their lives in a war that went on for over a decade. And yet during that same period, more than 100 times more people died because of a collision caused by impairment due to drugs or alcohol. And this is an unspeakable tragedy. we're talking about 15,000 people who lost their lives. Madam Speaker, when a war ends, that doesn't happen for road fatalities. It continues today. 4 Canadians die every day because of a collision involving alcohol or drugs. And tragically, that is not the whole story. There are also all those serious injuries that involve paralysis, amputation, and other consequences. And one can add to that many other kinds of injuries and their consequences beyond material damages, beyond the cost of hospitalization and health cost. Madam Speaker, police have noted more than 72,000 cases in 2015 of driving impaired. Impaired driving is the most common offense in cases that are brought to the criminal courts. It is the most important criminal offense, the one that causes the most deaths in Canada. Now, on cannabis. Currently, Canadians drive under the effect of cannabis. Cannabis is currently sold by criminal groups. These criminal gangs are only motivated by profit. They have no sense of responsibility in terms of the wellness and safety and well-being of their clients. Now, it goes without saying that with cannabis being legalized, use will continue, and there will be driving with impairment caused by cannabis. So this is a new era that requires a new approach and more of a focus on prevention. Legalizing cannabis has raised several concerns regarding its impact on driving. However, this same legalization will bring about hope because it will now be possible and it will encourage more research into cannabis, into its effects, and into the necessary techniques to assess the consequences of its use on one's ability to drive a car at any point in time. Now, in terms of collisions and accidents, one often refers to a death caused by a drunk driver as being an accident, but there is nothing accidental about this. It is a collision, yes, but that collision is not accidental. On technology, one can speak at great length on the tragedies caused by impaired driving, but there has been real progress over the past decades. This progress is significant. However, the number of deaths is too high, much too high, and the number of serious injuries is much too high. There have been many, many people who have worked on prevention. Prevention, and I will say it over and over again, cannot stop. We have to continue to focus on prevention. And more than that, technology also has to be used, and it has to be used in prevention. Over the next several years, we will be doing research into artificial intelligence and deep learning in order to be able to find all possible solutions to combat drunk driving and impaired driving. And we will also be looking into ways of eliminating distraction.
To adequately describe my motivation, I need to provide a glimpse into my personal journey. After 5,000 years, I'm not counting, of lineage in a magnificent locality in what is now Italy, I was the first generation to be born abroad, namely my great country of Canada, while being a dual citizen. Where I was born was, at the time, the poorest area of the poorest neighborhood in Canada. While being poor, we never felt poor because we had one another. My father is a survivor of the Nazi camps, where he faced forced labor, the harshest of physical and psychological punishments, and hunger on a daily basis. Both he and my mother devoted themselves to their families while instilling the values and the virtues of hard work and service to the community. That is what brought me to be a founder of the largest ethnic cultural center in Canada, the Leonardo da Vinci Center, on the board of which I remain to this day and where I have established my riding office. Madam Speaker, then there was a call. In my case, it all began with a phone call in the middle of the night on July 24, 2010. The phone stopped ringing. Before I could answer, I went back to bed, and shortly after it rang again. It rang again. When I answered, the caller identified himself as a physician in the emergency ward of the Montreal General Hospital. Claudia, one of my 3 daughters, had been brought there after being in a car that struck a tree at very high speed, actually at 140 kilometers an hour. She was in critical condition, had brain bleeds, multiple fractures, and was in a coma. I did not recognize her when I saw her. The physician insisted that I get to the hospital as quickly as possible. He kept repeating and asking if I understood what that meant. It was the summer of Claudia's 16th birthday, after a midsummer school reunion. She was awaiting a taxi with 2 of her friends when a young man offered to drive the girls home. Despite their initial refusal, they accepted. Claudia and her friends, Justine, arrived at the hospital while being between life and death. Claudia was in a month-long coma before waking up, completely paralyzed. I was told she would never walk again. Madam Speaker, I never accepted the initial reports that she would not make it. Claudia, on the other hand, never accepted the notion that she would not walk again. Today, Madam Speaker, I simply need to turn my head, and I see a living miracle every time I look at her. Thank you. Now she attends McGill Law School. She is the youngest member on the board of directors of a public corporation in Canada's history. She was awarded the distinction of the Young Quebecer leading the way for 2017. She ran 2 half marathons, all that because of her tireless advocacy in matters of road safety and particularly impaired driving prevention. She's a survivor and a miracle. However, Justine, who was with her in the car, is still in the hospital, having gone through another surgery this week. Claudia asked me that I salute the member for Surrey, Moose Mountain, for his inspiring words of wisdom that he shared with me and with her this morning, and also to salute the member for Rivière-du-Nord, whose son was lost in a similar tragedy. What I did is I dissected the events. I had ample time to reflect, and that's where I created Cool Taxi with the fathers of the 2 other girls, which offers the option of a safe ride home and gives an opportunity that didn't exist before. What we see also is that the number of deaths in Quebec, as elsewhere in Canada, but in Quebec, the figures, we used to lose 100 kids a year between the age of 16 and 25. Now we lose 50. That means that every year there are 50 kids that are alive. They are there, and this is year after year after year. I want to salute all those that participated in the round table this morning. Give a particular salute to Teresa Ann Kramer, MAD, and all Fondation Jean Lapointe, Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse, Arrive Alive, Alcohol Prevention. And also, Madam Speaker,
What I want to emphasize is that people can change their behavior. They can change their behavior through prevention and through prevention volunteers and all those groups working in this area. And what these combined efforts do will combat this plague of accidents. So let's say yes to making a difference. Let's say yes to road safety. Let's say yes to prevention. Let's say yes to saving lives. Let's say yes to a National Prevention Week. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I commend the honourable member for his passion and commitment to this. I had the opportunity to meet with his daughter earlier today, and I am honored to say that I am a survivor like her. Families are affected on this tremendously. My parents were halfway around the world when it happened to me, and neither one of them knew what was going on. And in those days, we didn't have cell phones to get that information. So I truly understand and feel for what he and his family has had to go through. His thoughts, I just would be interested to hear from the member, because part of our conversation has been one of the discussions that have never happened, and I've not seen. While we have heard from MAD and they've spoken about various aspects of issues of impaired driving, we've not heard from the victims. We don't ask the victims, those of us that were lucky enough to survive such a tragic event. I'm wondering if he could provide us some comments on his thoughts on that, please.
L'honorable député de Saint-Léonard.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Salute my dear colleague, and he's been extremely generous in the words that he shared with my daughter, but also with the insight that he provided and the advice that he gave. And I really commend him for having made it all the way through this honorable institution. So I salute him. My daughter was victimized by the accident, and my daughter was also victimized by the judicial process. Having gone through that is extremely painful. I am a lawyer by profession. I own the courthouse. That's where I live most of the time. I spend a lot of time there. And despite all that, it was one of the most painful exercises. And I always think about all the other victims that don't have the expertise that I have to navigate through that. And I realize that what is lacking in our system is that the victims are not represented in the judicial process.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When I was younger, in my early teens, one of my favorite buddies was a cousin. And we woke up one morning to the news that he had been killed by a drinking driver up in Prince George. In those days, the penalties weren't what we would see today. I think the driver was fined something like $65. But what I learned over time, and particularly in work that I did with the public auto insurer in British Columbia, where my job was to try and educate the public about the dangers of drinking driving and other bad driving behaviors, is the matter where when somebody starts to drink, the first thing that goes is their judgment. And then all of a sudden they're not in a situation to make wise choices, sane choices. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could talk about the message that we need to send to people in a drinking driving week that talks about, making wise decisions before their judgment is impaired.
The honourable député de Saint-Léonard.
Honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel.
Colleague for his question. I will provide an example where we are all at risk getting involved in such behavior. A friend, a person that is highly commended in his community, got arrested for impaired driving, and I spoke with him and I said, of all the people somebody who has, you know, you're such a positive attitude. You're an example for everybody. How could you have been involved in that? He says I was at an event. We started, you know, having a few drinks. I got phone calls all evening that there was an emergency happening at the office. I kept trying to manage it over the phone. At some point, I said, okay, guys, calm down. I'm coming. I got in my car. First thing I know, I was stopped by the police. And when the police officer asked me, have you been drinking? Initially, for a split second, I had forgotten. He says he had forgotten that he had been drinking. So the question, that's why prevention is so important, because prevention is a constant reminder. And prevention is what works.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, every day across Canada, we know individuals that get behind the wheel of a car and make the dreadful decision of driving while impaired. I would be willing to suggest that there isn't a single member in this House that has not been either directly or indirectly impacted by an incident of impaired driving. I know the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel has been an advocate for ways to reduce impacted driving since his own daughter was severely injured in an accident involving an impaired driver, and I am so glad to be able to be here to see her here in the chamber with us today, in the gallery. I applaud the member for all that he has done to raise awareness and for introducing a private member's motion that will proclaim the third week of March each and every year to be designated National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. Far too often we hear in the news about another incident of fatality because the driver made the dreadful decision of either thinking that they were still capable of operating a vehicle or that they would not get caught. In preparing for this motion, it was heart-wrenching to read about what the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel went through as his daughter was recovering in the House and, of course, in his presentation here in the chamber this evening as well. If by passing this motion it saves one life, then it is worth setting this in stone a full week solely for the purpose of highlighting impaired driving. I understand that through the good work of schools, police departments, governments, and organizations such as Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Drinking and Driving, that individuals are bombarded about the consequences of getting behind the wheel after one too many beers or being high either through prescription drugs or illegal substances. Police departments such as the one in the city of Brandon are constantly setting up check stops to look for those who think they can evade the law and put others at risk. Many may be surprised to know this, but impaired driving in rural areas is far more overrepresented than those living in large urban centers. The reason being that in places like Ottawa and Toronto, or even in smaller communities like Red Deer or North Bay, there are available means of public transportation. This statistic of having more incidences of impaired driving in rural Canada should lead to a larger discussion of how we can make sure that impaired drivers stay off the roads and highways. Technology and innovation such as Uber or Lyft could in fact bridge that gap of having available ways to get home. And another particular program that has worked quite successfully is Operation Red Nose. For years, the volunteers of this very worthwhile program have driven home thousands of people from Christmas or New Year's parties, while also raising funds for many worthwhile causes. Mr. Speaker, the worst thing about discussing the topic of driving while impaired is that there are still some out there in society who are more than willing to continue to do it, but yet do not think about others who may get hurt because of their terrible life decisions. Driving while impaired is one of the most selfish decisions that anybody can make. There are some serious concerns out there that Canadians are not getting the message. According to a recent study that despite years of public messaging about the dangers of drinking and driving, Canada rates worst among 19 wealthy countries for percentage of roadway deaths linked to alcohol impairment. Last year, the U.S. Center for Disease Control did a study of various countries and found that while fewer people were dying from car crashes, the proportion of deaths linked to alcohol impairment was 34%, which is higher than any other country that they surveyed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am also pleased that the member has put forward in his motion that drugs, fatigue, and distraction would also be part of the Prevention Week. Psychoactive prescription drugs can also contribute to impaired driving. Not every prescription drug out there will have the same effect on one's body and mind. In many circumstances, it'll impact the driver in varying degrees based on the length of time they have taken the prescription drug or the dosage. And while alcohol and illegal substances are now at the forefront of any discussion involving impaired driving, we can never forget that more Canadians take prescription drugs than ever before in our history. While there are particular stories involving prescription drugs that have made the news, such as the recent incident involving a famous golfer, it is imperative for all of us to shine a light on the inadequate amount of information available to everyday Canadians about the consequences involving prescription drugs and its impact on one's motor skills. We also know there are countless incidences of people being under the influence of drugs such as marijuana, cocaine, ecstasy, and crystal meth, which impacts their body and brain just as bad, if not worse, than alcohol. According to the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse and Addiction, the percentage of Canadian drivers fatally injured in vehicle crashes and testing positive for drugs now exceeds that of drivers testing positive for alcohol. As parliamentarians, we must be fully seized with the unintended consequences of legalizing recreational marijuana. I have spoken in great length in my trepidations of rushing the July 1st, 2018 deadline. While I'm fully supportive of this private member's motion, I wonder if we should, at this moment in time, heed the advice from police chiefs to mayors and provincial governments who all say they will not be prepared for this date. Across Canada, police departments are scrambling to train and certify their officers as drug recognition experts so that they can identify and charge those who are impaired. If we at this time can reflect about the real-life consequences that will happen once marijuana is legalized for recreational purposes, I think that all partisanship aside, it would be inappropriate to rush ahead until at least the training and equipment are acquired by our law enforcement agencies. It is truly astounding that regardless of how many times people are reminded and taught about the dangers of driving while impaired, the numbers are not coming down as quickly as we would like. According to MAD Canada, over 1,000 Canadians a year are dying in impairment-related crashes. While there have been great strides in bringing this number down, there is still much more to do. We must never forget that only 50 years ago, impaired driving was in many instances a tolerated behavior. Many of us have heard stories where if you were caught behind the wheel, sometimes the police officer would maybe even let you drive home while he followed just to make sure that you got there. Now in Canada, our drunk driving laws are some of the most heavily litigated in our judicial system, and massive amounts of resources are being applied to keep our roadways safe. I know that bars, pubs, and restaurants are doing all their own part, in serving responsibly. I know that organizations are working diligently around the clock to lobby for stricter laws and new ways to deter reckless behavior. And the most powerful antidote to fix this problem is for friends and loved ones to step up to the plate and ensure that nobody operates a motor vehicle while impaired. Education and awareness must continue. I know there are many members in this House who have worked diligently on Bill C-46. I also know that police and RCMP officers are doing everything in their power to enforce the law and keep dangerous drivers from hurting others. No person or family deserves to go through what the member from St. Leonard, St. Michel has gone through. I too know firsthand what it means to be directly impacted by an impaired driver. One incident is too many. We should never tolerate under any circumstance, that driving while impaired is socially acceptable. With that, I will finish my remarks and once again thank my honourable colleague for all of his work throughout the years and for bringing this debate to the floor of the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise the débat. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to rise today to offer my support and congratulations to the member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel for bringing this important initiative before the House of Commons. Obviously, we'll be supporting it enthusiastically. I understand as well that this motion touches on issues that are quite personal for the member and his family, and I join with the member for Brandon-Souris in expressing my sympathy and solidarity with my colleague. It's certainly my aim to support all measures that reduce the number of impaired driving accidents in Canada, and in doing so, spare families the considerable pain and needless difficulty that my honourable colleague and his family have endured. Frankly, I'd be quite surprised if there's anyone of my colleagues in this House that would not support this motion. I would hope that despite our political differences, we were all united in our desire to protect Canadians' safety. With respect to criminal justice matters, the NDP supports preventative measures. If we can eliminate the behaviours such as impaired driving that precipitate such terrible outcomes, we save lives and alleviate the heavy burden on our justice system as well. Furthermore, I'd suggest that awareness campaigns target young people before they're old enough to drive. We must instill in young Canadians the knowledge that impaired driving is extremely dangerous and can have dire consequences. We must teach our youth that it's selfish and reckless and antisocial and immoral to take these risks with other Canadians' lives. The sooner Canadians of all ages fully understand the devastating impacts of all forms of impaired driving, the faster we can reduce the number of these senseless deaths and injuries. We've seen that awareness campaigns work. Rates of drinking and driving have gone down significantly since such awareness campaigns were launched. According to Stats Canada data, in 2015, the rate of impaired driving was 201 incidents per 100,000 population. That was the lowest rate since data on impaired driving was first collected in 1986. 4% lower than in 2014. Clearly, we're moving in the right direction. But in spite of a decline in impaired driving rates over the past 30 years, impaired driving remains one of the most frequent criminal offences and is among the leading criminal causes of death in Canada. We have made significant strides forward, but alcohol-impaired driving remains a serious issue in this country. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported that Canada had the highest percentage of alcohol-related crash deaths among the 20 high-income countries of the OECD in 2013. This reckless behaviour, Madam Speaker, is just unacceptable given our knowledge about its detrimental effects. One death or serious injury caused by alcohol-impaired driving is one death too many. I had the opportunity as a member of the Justice Committee to hear testimony from experts like Dr. Robert Solomon during its consideration of Bill C-46. And that bill would allow police to administer what are called mandatory alcohol screening measures as a way to apprehend all drivers at the stop who are impaired. This bill would allow officers to test every driver at a stop instead of relying on their subjective discretion, as is currently the case. More people are going to get caught, and more people are going to be frightened about being caught, and we hope that as a result, the level of deaths and impairment and injuries will go down. The evidence is unassailable. If you look at the European countries, as Dr. Solomon pointed out, that this kind of testing is going to lead to less carnage and mayhem on our roads and highways. He said that in Switzerland, when it enacted mandatory alcohol screening in 2005, the percentage of drivers testing positive for alcohol fell from 25% to 7.6%. Alcohol-related crash deaths dropped by approximately 25%. So along with adopting these sorts of effective practices, we must certainly continue our education campaigns and commitment to support police officers in their work to eliminate impaired driving from coast to coast to coast. I also now want to talk about misinformation that exists around drug-impaired driving, particularly among Canadian youths. This is very troubling, Madam Speaker. We all talk about the dangers of impaired alcohol driving as if everyone knows it, and it's well acknowledged. But there's a lack of awareness about drug-impaired driving among young Canadians, who are still the leading demographic for impaired driving. It's imperative we take the necessary precautions to ensure Canadians have accurate information. In order to ensure safety, we have to address the misconceptions among young people and some parents that driving stoned, driving under the influence of cannabis, is somehow safer than driving under the influence of alcohol. An alarming percentage of youth actually don't think drugs impair their ability to drive, which of course is categorically false. In a document published by the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse and Addiction, they address this persistent misconception head-on. Here's what they say. The challenge is many youth do not consider driving under the influence of marijuana to be risky, unlike driving under the influence of alcohol. Some youth even believe that using marijuana makes them better drivers, but evidence clearly shows that it impairs driving ability. More awareness campaigns that center on youth are needed to deter them from driving while impaired, especially after using marijuana." Close quote. So the idea that somehow driving stoned is going to make you a better driver is out there, and it's a very dangerous idea. So one hopes the government will take the necessary educational measures to increase awareness of this problem. Nearly 1/3 of teens do not consider driving under the influence of cannabis to be as bad as alcohol. That comes from a national study by Partnership for a Drug-Free Canada. Nearly 25% of parents of teenagers didn't consider driving while high on cannabis to be as bad as drinking and driving. So I hope, Madam Speaker, that by dedicating the third week of March as National Impaired Driving Prevention Week, we can reach primarily young people. The timing coincides nicely with spring break in most provinces, and a little reminder about impaired driving at that time is obviously a good thing. In addition to discussions around alcohol and drug impairment, I understand that Bill C-373 has been brought forward to address distracted driving. According to researchers Robertson, Bowman, and Charles, quote, in some provinces, distracted driving has reportedly been the cause of even more car accidents than impaired driving. With the exception of Nunavut, all provinces and territories currently have their own laws on distracted driving. And ultimately, it's up to the provincial jurisdiction to determine how we're going to implement these laws. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate in conclusion that the NDP is entirely supportive of measures that prevent tragedies that result from impaired driving. If we can educate Canadians about the extreme dangers of all forms of impaired driving, we can reduce the number of people who are doing this and avoid future tragedies for Canadians. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for St. John's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House today to speak to the motion put forward by the honourable member from Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. With the holiday season almost upon us, our discussion today is very timely. The holidays are a time of year when people get together to celebrate with family and friends, but there is, of course, a cloud to that silver lining, an increased likelihood of impaired driving incidents following the celebrations. A number of public education awareness campaigns are in full swing this time of year. They encourage Canadians to drive sober or offer drivers alternative ways to get home safely. One of them, as we've heard already, Mad Canada's Project Red Ribbon, is marking its 30th anniversary this year. Together, these efforts have had a powerful and positive impact. According to Mad Canada's estimates, between 1982 and 2010, nearly 36,650 lives were saved in Canada due to the reductions in alcohol-related fatal crashes. That's something for which we can all be very thankful. But despite the progress we've made as a society, impaired driving remains a very serious problem in our country. People who are in no shape to drive continue to get behind the wheel. Some choose to drive after getting high or having too much to drink. But as this motion suggests, impaired driving is not limited to drugs or alcohol. Motorists who are too tired to drive are also impaired, and they can cause just as much damage as drivers who are drunk or high. The same can be said for distracted drivers, including those who text behind the wheel. Impaired drivers of all kinds not only put their own lives at risk, they endanger the lives of their passengers and everyone else around them. In fact, impaired driving remains the leading criminal cause of death in Canada. Antisocial criminal decisions leaving thousands of Canadians dead or seriously injured each year. And what makes this carnage on our roads all the more senseless, Madam Speaker, is how easily these deaths could have been prevented. The risks are well known. The risks have been known for decades. The risks are common sense. Today, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who would deny the dangers of drunk driving. Sadly, it is a somewhat different story when it comes to drugs. Drug-impaired driving is actually on the rise, Madam Speaker. Almost 3,100 incidents of drug-impaired driving were reported by police last year, 343 more than the previous year. Overall, the rate of drug-impaired driving increased by 11%. According to the Canadian Centre of Substance Use and Addiction, 40% of drivers who die in vehicle crashes test positive for drugs. By comparison, 33.3% test positive for alcohol. Figures like these show how crucial it is to get the message out about the risks and consequences of impaired driving, including driving under the influence of cannabis. As you know, this past spring, the Government of Canada introduced Bill C-45. Its overarching goal is to protect the health and safety of Canadians, keep cannabis out of the hands of youth, and prevent criminals from profiting from its production and sale. The bill proposes tough new measures to severely punish anyone who sells or supplies cannabis to young Canadians. That includes 2 new criminal offences with maximum penalties of 14 years in prison for those who sell or provide cannabis to anyone under the age of 18. These proposed measures complement a public education and awareness campaign informing Canadians, especially Canadian youth, about cannabis and its risks. Budget 2017 directed an initial investment of $9.6 million for public education and awareness on this topic. The public education campaign has begun, Madam Speaker, and we will continue over the next 5 years because there's an immediate and continuing need to set the record straight on a number of issues related to cannabis. The funds will also be used to monitor the trends and perceptions of cannabis use among Canadians, especially our youth. Too many people are under the delusion that cannabis does no harm, which is completely false. Cannabis presents definite health risks. Another myth centers on a person's ability to drive after consuming cannabis. We know that young people who test positive for drugs, alcohol, or both continue to be the largest group of drivers killed in motor vehicle crashes. But when it comes to cannabis, research shows that many Canadians, including youth, don't take the risk seriously. According to an ECO study conducted for Health Canada last year, 27% of Canadians have driven a vehicle while under the influence of cannabis. More than 1/3 of Canadians also reported that they had been a passenger in a vehicle driven by someone under the influence of cannabis. That number jumps to 42% among young adults and 70% among recent cannabis users. The results of a national study conducted by the Partnership for a Drug-Free Canada help explain these findings. It found that almost 1/3 of teens don't consider driving under the influence of cannabis to be as bad as alcohol. In addition, just over 1/4 of Canadian young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 believe that a driver is either the same or, sadly, better on the road while under the influence of cannabis. The reality paints a far different picture and a more gruesome picture. Among all drivers killed in motor vehicle crashes in Canada between 2000 and 2010, 16.4% tested positive for cannabis, 1 in 6. Madam Speaker, it is clear that a large percentage of Canadians downplay or even flat out disbelieve the fact that cannabis impairs your ability to drive safely, and that is one reason why Bill C-46 is such an important piece of legislation as a complement to Bill C-45. Bill C-46 would strengthen Canada's laws to enforce a strict approach for those who drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, including cannabis. Among other provisions, it would create new criminal offences for drug-impaired driving and authorize new tools to allow police to detect drivers who have drugs in their system. In September, the government announced up to $274.5 million in funding to support the provisions of that bill. Up to $161 million of that fund is earmarked for building law enforcement capacity across the country. It will help law enforcement and border officials detect and deter drug-impaired driving and enforce the cannabis legislation and its regulations. That includes training additional frontline officers in how to recognize the signs and symptoms of drug-impaired driving and providing with access to drug screening devices. It also includes funding to raise public awareness about the dangers of drug-impaired driving. As announced last month, the Government of Canada is joining forces with Young Drivers of Canada to spread that very important message. The project will involve the airing of public service announcements over the next year. Public Safety Canada and Young Drivers of Canada will also work together to share material through Facebook, Twitter, and other social media. Madam Speaker, I think all of us in this House can agree that impaired driving is a serious problem in Canada. Awareness weeks like the one proposed by my colleague are another tool that we can use to foster good habits, recognize the dangers of impairment, recognize impairment itself, because there seems to be some misconception on that, have safer roads, and save lives. I will be supporting this motion, and I encourage my colleagues in the House to do the same. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of Motion 148, which reads that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the importance of educating Canadians about the consequences of impaired driving due to alcohol, drugs, fatigue, or distraction, which each year destroys the lives and health of thousands of Canadians by designating the third week of March each year National Impaired Driving Prevention Week. This is a very timely and important issue that I believe all my colleagues in this House should be seized of, and I thank the Liberal member from Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel for his dedication to this matter and diligence in bringing this motion to the House. We have for a long time known about the consequences of drinking and driving thanks to advocates like Mad Canada and police and community initiatives. Drunk drivers have now become the pariahs of society, and rightfully so. Statistics suggest the efforts made in the fight against impaired driving have saved 30,589 Canadian lives since 1982. Despite this number of lives saved, Transport Canada reports a total of 39,487 alcohol-related fatalities on Canadian roads since 1982. Impaired driving was the leading cause of driving injuries and deaths in Canada up until a few short years ago. In the fall of 2009, a milestone in human history occurred and slipped by almost unnoticed. For the first time, Madam Speaker, cell phones around the world were exchanging more data than phone calls. The preference for texting and emailing on cell phones has risen steadily year by year since 2009. And alongside this rise, so too has the incidence of injuries and deaths from distracted driving. The message, Madam Speaker, is clear. In my home province of Ontario, one person is injured or killed in a distracted driving collision every 30 minutes. Drivers who use handheld devices are 4 times more likely to get into crashes serious enough to cause injury. Even when drivers use hands-free devices, they are less aware of the traffic around them. They tend to react more slowly and, in fact, may not detect the danger at all, failing to see up to 50% of the information in their driving environment. Drivers who are texting are 23 times more likely to be involved in a crash. Distracting driving is now the #1 risk on Canadian roads, with 93% of rear-end collisions having distraction as a contributing factor. A study found that in 80% of collisions, the driver had looked away from the road 3 seconds prior to the crash. Checking a text for 5 seconds means that at 90 kilometers per hour, you've traveled the length of a football field, blindfolded. Distraction is a factor in about 4 million motor vehicle collisions in North America every year. 10% of fatal crashes, 18% of injury crashes and 16% of all police-reported motor vehicle traffic crashes were distraction-affected crashes. Almost half of all people killed in collisions where a teenager was distracted were teenagers themselves. No text, no tweet, no call, no post is worth a life. In my riding, on October 24th, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry held an environment blitz on Highway 35, just north of Norland, in the city of Kawartha Lakes. Conservation officers said the road check focused primarily on moose hunters traveling back from their camps in Minden and Bancroft. Numerous drivers throughout the evening failed to stop, even though officers were holding stop signs, were wearing reflective gear, and had 2 vehicles with emergency lights flashing. One driver blamed their dog as a distraction, while another, completely oblivious, slammed on the brakes at the last minute and skidded right by the officers. It takes just a few seconds of distraction to kill a father, a mother, an aunt, an uncle working on the side of a road. Earlier this month, at the end of the province-wide campaign, Vancouver police speaker were astounded after pulling over a driver with a tablet and phone taped to the steering wheel. During the campaign, Vancouver police issued nearly 2,000 distracted driving tickets in just 1 month. Since the beginning of January, Montreal police have handed out more than 10,000 citations to motorists for using their cell phone while driving. According to police, distracted driving remains, again, the #1 main cause of collisions on roads in Quebec. From 2002 to 2016, 32.9% of fatal crashes and 41.7% of collisions leading to serious injuries in Quebec were linked to distracted driving. In Edmonton, distracted driving infractions were up nearly 60% in the first quarter of this year. In Saskatchewan, during the first 2 months of the year, distracted driving charges were up a staggering 197% over the same period in 2016. The year before, 5,700 collisions were linked to distracted driving, resulting in 36 deaths, over 800 injuries, and thousands of families in Saskatchewan whose lives have forever been changed. Last year, more than 140 Nova Scotians were killed or involved in a serious collision due to distracted driving. In my home province of Ontario, it is much the same. The Ontario Provincial Police have said that in its jurisdictions, car crashes caused by distracted driving have come to outnumber those caused by intoxication or speeding. As of September, 1,158 collisions were due to drunk drivers, 4,700 were due to speeding, and just fewer than 6,400 were due to distracted driving. Tragically, deaths related to this driving epidemic are on the rise. As of August 28th, 47 people had died because of distracted driving, which is a 16% increase from the same time last year. Another 26 lives would have been taken by distracted drivers before the close of 2016, marking it the 4th year in a row that distracted driving led to the highest number of deaths on OPP-controlled roads. Over the summer, Ontario highways have been the stage for a series of horrific and deadly vehicle accidents due to distracted driving. On May 11th, 4 people died and 2 others were seriously injured in a 7-vehicle pileup on Highway 401 just east of Kingston, Ontario. The driver of a transport truck approached a construction zone and failed to stop, crashing into vehicles at the end of the traffic queue. The impact was such that a vehicle was crushed and became engulfed in flames, killing the family trapped inside. On July 27th in Georgina, on Highway 48, not too far from my riding, a dump truck hauling gravel collided with 5 vehicles, having failed to slow for stopped traffic. 2 died at the scene. 2 others, including a 10-year-old boy, were airlifted with critical injuries. 3 days later, on July 30th in Chatham, a 6-vehicle crash killed a mother and her son and seriously injured several others when a transport truck hit their trailer from behind, crushing it. The truck then mounted their pickup and pushed them down on the road into 5 other vehicles before stopping. The driver of the truck wasn't even paying attention, didn't even see the stopped traffic. The family was on their way home from a camping trip, Speaker. And just this past Halloween night, a chain reaction of collisions caused a 14-vehicle pileup that killed 3 people and left Highway 400 about an hour north of Toronto littered with tangled, twisted metal and a series of explosions that melted the vehicles right to the asphalt. While the investigation is ongoing, driver distraction is the leading theory for this incident. Another incident, which I fear will not be the last, a native from my town of Lindsay, Robert Griffin, while visiting his family in Oklahoma City in the United States, was out for a run on August 20th. He was killed instantly by a teenager who fell asleep going 80 kilometers per hour through a red light. Robert grew up in Lindsay, attending Heritage Christian School and St. Thomas Aquinas Catholic Secondary School. He loved sports, especially running. He was also an Army cadet and a reservist. He loved his community, he loved his country. He leaves behind a grieving widow and a 5-year-old son who miss him each and every day. Speaker, the time is now. We cannot wait any longer. We need to raise awareness. We need to get this message out. Distracting driving kills. It maims, it destroys lives, and tears families apart. Next year on Canada Day, though, 220 days from now, the government intends to legalize marijuana. This raises some very serious concerns from Canadians coast to coast to coast, and the police officers sworn to protect them. The irony is that this motion is raised by a member of the same government bent on speeding up legalization before the guidelines are in place and public education is placed. I don't really understand it, Speaker. We need to make our roads safer, not more dangerous, and we need to do that now, Speaker. Now, we all know education is the key, and Speaker, I'm pleased to take a stand and commit my support for this motion against distracted driving.
Hear, hear.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know what a pleasure it is to be able to speak on this very important resolution that my friend and colleague, the member from St. Liard and St. Michel, has introduced to the chamber. I really appreciate the fact that his daughter is here. I think daughter is very proud of Dad, as Dad is very proud of his miracle child. And it's always nice, I find, Madam Speaker, when we get that personal story. And just listening to what other members across the way and are saying about the resolution, I suggest to my friend that he's taken an issue and has captured the imagination of the House of Commons, that he's doing a fantastic job in representing his constituents by identifying an issue that has obviously touched the lives of so many Canadians in all regions of our country. And for that, the member, my colleague and friend, should be applauded for. Madam Speaker, it's not too often, when you think about it, that we actually have the opportunity to have resolutions such as this debated in the chamber. We might have, for example, in 4 years, 150, 155, depending on the numbers, a much smaller number that will actually pass the legislature or pass the House. And just by listening to members, I'm hopeful that we will not only see it pass, but I know the member, and I understand even you have the MAD organizations, Mothers Against Drinking and Driving, which is a Class 1 organization that's behind the resolution or the motion that we're debating here today. So for me, I expect that it will pass. I'm looking forward to it passing. The next time it'll likely come before us will likely be sometime in February. And I believe the motion is for the month of March. And in that sense, Madam Speaker, I think the timing is perfect. I would challenge members on all sides of the House, as we show our support for the resolution, that we think about December. December is one of those months in which there's this inclination for people to drink and drive. We have seen so much progress over the last number of years, but I would suggest give that little extra push in this December by reflecting on the debates that we heard here tonight. I was touched by not only my colleague and friend, but my colleagues from the Conservative Party and the New Democratic Party that also spoke in terms of that personal perspective. And that is something that's really important. I know that there is so many efforts that are put in from all ranges of individuals. And I look to organizations such that I just made reference to, the MAD organization, and some of the fine work that they do. But I'd like to bring it into some of our schools, Madam Speaker. We know when I graduated high school, we didn't have the whole safe grad concept. That was there. We have gone so much further. One of my colleagues made reference to, at the time in which there was a fine for drinking and driving, and it was fairly basic, especially even if there was an accident that was involved. How far we have come. When I was in high school, drinking and driving wasn't necessarily frowned upon by all. Today, it is not only frowned upon by all, but it is a major issue in terms of going into graduations. Whether for me it's Sisler High, Maples Collegiate, Children of the Earth, R.B. Russell, St. John's High School, all of which it's the young people that have really taken this issue head on and ensuring as much as possible that there is a very strong educational component to it, Madam Speaker, because we need to realize the victims and the harm to society that is caused. We saw it in the speeches this evening, and I'm being told, Madam Speaker, that my time will have to continue on as we've ran out of time for the day. So I look forward to being able to continue my comments when it comes up for a final hour of debate early in the new year. Bravo.
I do apologize, and the member will have just a little over 5 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The time for private members' business has now expired, and this is brought to the bottom of the agenda.
Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I note the issue we're taking up tonight, great concern from the NDP members on this side of the House about violence against women. The particular focus of the original question was around women in the Northwest Territories. They experience 9 times the national rate of violence against women. 80% have no access to victim services. 85% have no violence against women shelter that they can enter. Many of them have no phones. How can you call for help if there is no phone? This concern has been echoed by the United Nations Committee to End Discrimination Against Women. It's a body that tracks Canada's fulfillment of its commitments to the United Nations. In this particular area, only every 5 years, we get a report card. This is last year's report card. It says the committee is concerned about the lack of shelters, support services, and other protective measures for women of gender-based violence, which reportedly prevents them from leaving their violent partners. The committee recommended strengthening services for women of gender-based violence by establishing shelters throughout the territory of Canada and ensuring the availability of psychosocial rehabilitation and reintegration programs. The committee also noted with concern the insufficient measures taken to ensure that all cases of murdered and missing Indigenous women are duly investigated and prosecuted. And so what has been the government's response? In the budget this spring, although the government had promised to protect women and girls experiencing domestic abuse and violence, they announced instead $20 million over the next 5 years. Each year. That is going to be spent on spending within governments and for the RCMP rather than a plan to directly fund direct services to victims. Their commitment is almost the same as their commitment to space exploration, and I would have thought that we could look after things at home first. given especially that spousal violence and sexual assault costs the economy an estimated $12 billion a year. We should spend on this the way that countries like Australia do, which are way ahead of us as far as establishing a national action plan and funding victim services support. I note also repeated urging from many parties in different provinces to fund domestic violence leave. This means that if a woman has to leave her partner, she has a few days, kind of like sick pay in her workplace, that she could take to find a new apartment, to resettle her family, and then be able to return to work. The idea of risking your job and that one link to economic security is a terrible thing. Again and again, witnesses at Status of Women Committee and advocates and labour organisers across the country have urged that Canada establish paid domestic violence leave. It doesn't need to be used very often, but when it does, it could help enormously. This government has offered just 3 days unpaid. So I'd like to hear from the minister's representative, what are the actionable items that you are taking right now that would make women in our country safer today?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, as always, Madam Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this adjournment debate. And as the Minister of Status of Women has said, this government places gender at the heart of the work we do. This includes putting in place measures to prevent and address gender-based violence. And to meet this commitment, the Minister launched It's Time, Canada's strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence. This strategy builds on federal initiatives already underway and coordinates existing programs. It lays the foundation for greater action and is based on 3 pillars that will improve Canada's overall response to this form of violence. Prevention, Madam Speaker, support for survivors and their families, and, very importantly, promotion of responsive legal and justice systems. Through this strategy, gaps in support for diverse populations will be addressed, including women and girls, Indigenous people, LGBTQ2 members, gender nonconforming people, those living in northern, rural, and remote communities the member just referred to, people with disabilities, newcomers, children and youth, and seniors. Men and boys will also be engaged in important initiatives, Madam Speaker. The strategy includes important investments as part of a government-wide approach, including $100.9 million over 5 years and $20.7 million per year thereafter to support the implementation of this work, Madam Speaker. This strategy includes creation of a gender-based violence knowledge centre within Status of Women Canada to better align existing resources across government and support the development and sharing of research and data for enhanced coordination of actions on gender-based violence. It will serve as a hub for sharing information between and among federal and provincial territorial governments, researchers, and service providers. Status of Women Canada will fund projects to support diverse groups of survivors. New investments will also support a range of activities by other federal partners to address online child sexual exploitation, support members of the Canadian Armed Forces and their families affected by violence, develop and deliver cultural competency training to our CMP officers, and enhance the settlement program for newcomers. Madam Speaker, yesterday, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development announced a 10-year, $40 billion national housing strategy that will help reduce homelessness and improve the availability and quality of housing for Canadians in need. As part of the national housing strategy, our government is taking further action to support access to shelters as a priority. As a result of the strategy, 4,000 more shelter spaces will be created or repaired for survivors of family violence. Madam Speaker, this is in addition to the budget of investment in 2016 of $89.9 million over 2 years to enhance Canada's networks of shelters and transition houses through the construction or renovation of over 3,000 shelter spaces off reserve, with an additional $10.4 million over 3 years allocated to support the renovation and construction of new shelters for victims of family violence in First Nations communities. And of course, that addresses the Northwest Territories issue the member brought up. And finally, Madam Speaker, a further $33.6 million over 5 years will support shelter operations on reserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've run out of time.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
On Saturday, the world marks the beginning of the Women's Global Elimination of Violence Against Women campaign. This has been running for decades, and there are 16 days of action that run from this Saturday right through to December 10th, which is Human Rights Day. I want to salute in particular the Vancouver Island University Student Union and the Women's Collective, who have a whole range of on-the-ground action items that will make women safer and that will change lives right now. Monday, they launched their Clothesline Project, which has the symbolism of airing dirty laundry and engaging conversations about domestic violence. I salute the work of these students and activists in our community who are doing work that makes a difference right now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Status.
Well, I thank the honourable member and also salute those activities that are going on in her community. And yesterday, our Minister of Status of Women launched 16 days of activism here in Ottawa at a local high school. But, Madam Speaker, back to the adjournment debate. In addition to the measures outlined previously, in Budget 2017, we took further action by investing in a new national housing fund with $300 million invested over the next 11 years for northern housing and $225 million invested over the next 11 years for off-reserve Indigenous housing, as well as, Madam Speaker, expanding the homelessness partnering strategy, both of which prioritize vulnerable populations, including survivors of family violence. These actions, just wrapping up, Madam Speaker, further highlight our government's commitment to helping meet the needs of Canadians by addressing and preventing all forms of gender-based violence and supporting survivors in important and valuable ways. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to further discuss the issue of the Somas River and the Sockeye salmon run. I want to begin by underlining the significant importance of the Somas River salmon run in our riding. The Alberni Valley used to be a booming and thriving community that sent bucket loads of tax revenue to the federal government thanks to a strong resource-based economy. This is no longer the case, as we've seen a tenfold increase over the last 10 years of raw logs, which is killing the value-added forest sector. Housing costs are skyrocketing, poverty is increasing, and the opioid crisis is taking its toll, as it is in other communities across BC and Canada. In fact, the Alberni Valley, in a recent Stats Can report, has the highest proportion of low-income people in British Columbia. The nearby Somas River fishery represents an annual direct financial contribution of $12 million or more to the Alberni Valley and surrounding Sishat and Hupacheset nations, and up to $40 million in spin-off activity annually. Historically, this run produces about 1.2 million returning fish sockeye per year and up to 1.9 million. Madam Speaker, this year we started off the year with less than 170,000 forecast, and we did hit just over 300,000. But this is critical stage and deemed in a red zone by Department of Fisheries and Oceans. With a dramatically shortened season, our sockeye fishers took a massive hit to their income, and then they didn't even have enough hours, most of them, to qualify for employment insurance benefits. So, Madam Speaker, I just want people to consider the impact on a seasonal worker whose entire industry is shut down for most of the season and will receive no income and no financial support for the entire year. So we called on the government for extended EI, and I took this question to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, who then, we were requesting extended EI. He sent me to the Minister of Labour, who then sent me to the Minister responsible for Families, Children and Social Development, and then the Parliamentary Secretary of that department came back and asked me to go back to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Minister. Madam Speaker, we've been getting the runaround. We haven't had any response. People are needing support in our communities. It was a ministerial department merry-go-round, and today I'm still looking for an answer for my constituents. So here are some things that I really need to know. Were the qualifying hours for EI previously reduced for fishers on the East Coast during a time of crisis? If so, can we do that for our fishers on the West Coast? And if not, then why not? My constituents need this government's help. The other issue related to the Somas River sockeye fishery is the long-term health of the fishery. And this government created the Coastal Restoration Fund to help restore coastal aquatic habitats. Now, we've had a group called the West Coast Aquatic Stewardship Association, an incredible group, submit an application for funding under this program and to enhance the Somas River sockeye run. But unfortunately, that application was rejected, and really for what we think are questionable reasons. Time does not allow me to expand on this today, but I have had a discussion with DFO officials and the minister through correspondence and in person, and I remain unconvinced to their reasoning. And it's important to note that we actually got more money under the Harper government and the Conservatives in that river. So the Somas River sockeye run, we know it's an important local economic driver for the Alberni Valley, for the Sachat, the Hoopachesset, and a fragile, delicate ecosystem that is in a state of crisis. So knowing this, the Liberal government is still refusing to offer economic relief to our fishers, nor will they fund the restoration and enhancement of the Sockeye River fishery. So my quick questions to close here, Madam Speaker, are what are we supposed to do, and what am I supposed to tell my constituents about the Liberal government's commitment to our economic.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my friend across the way. And just to state, Madam Speaker, for the record, that my colleague, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, has made the conservation of Pacific salmon a top priority for his department. The Minister is taking a leadership role with both global and domestic actions to address the trend of declining stocks. Madam Speaker, this government understands the economic and cultural importance of this resource. Pacific salmon contributes to the BC economy and creates jobs in our coastal and local communities. This is why we are reinvesting in science and engaging with Indigenous groups, recreational fishers, and other stakeholder groups to support initiatives that will promote the recovery of these stocks. In Budget 2016, for instance, this government allocated $197.1 million in ocean and freshwater science. This is helping us deploy additional scientists to work on Pacific salmon. We remain committed to the conservation of wild Pacific salmon and the broader Salmonid Enhancement Program, which will receive $27 million in federal funding this year, as well as a new $75 million coastal restoration package as part of our $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. Another $1.4 billion investment as a result of the department's recent comprehensive review has been added to support more evidence-based decision-making, more scientists, more habitat restoration, and more community partnerships. The Minister of Fisheries and Oceans also has a mandate and a commitment to review the Fisheries Act in order to restore loss protections and incorporate modern safeguards. We are confident that any changes that will be brought forward to the Fisheries Act will benefit the habitat and conservation of all fish species, including Pacific salmon. Madam Speaker, this government recognizes that the strong and concerted action on the domestic front alone is not enough for the full stewardship of this important resource. We need to be active and forceful on the international front as well. Madam Speaker, I am pleased that Canada is currently in negotiations with the U.S. on the Pacific Salmon Treaty for 5 of the fishing chapters. These fishing chapters establish the requirements to conduct stock assessment, catch monitoring, escapement monitoring, and stock monitoring activities. Signed and ratified in 1985, this treaty commits our two countries to work together on the conservation and sustainable management of Pacific salmon. The treaty is critical to the protection of Pacific salmon because of the salmon migration patterns. Salmon that spawn in Canadian rivers will often travel through U.S. waters over the course of their life cycle prior to returning to their natal stream. a high degree of bilateral cooperation is essential to limit their interception by harvesters in U.S. waters and vice versa. And finally, Madam Speaker, we will seek to ensure that Canadian cultural, social, and economic interests are safeguarded in the renewal of the treaty. Pacific salmon can only be protected if Canada works both domestically and internationally. And to this end, Madam Speaker, this government remains fully engaged and committed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to read a quote from Chief Cynthia Dick from the Saskatchewan people, Saskatchewan Nation. She says, quote, "Salmon has always been an important part of who we are as Saskatchewan people. We rely on our salmon and our fishery beyond providing food security and to support our local economy. It's a major part of our culture, identity, and it brings us together as people." Madam Speaker, this government talks about Indigenous people being its most important relationship, but we don't see it in our community. In fact, they're fighting the Nuu-chah-nulth people in court. They talk about their $1.5 billion ocean protection plan, but we're not seeing the help that we need. They talk about helping those that aren't in the middle class join the middle class. We have the highest poverty in British Columbia. I've met with the Prime Minister, the Minister of Department of Fisheries and Oceans, the Assistant Deputy Minister, DFO staff. I've met with a lot of people around this issue, and we're not getting any answers, just more photo ops, more statements that don't back up their whole mantra, Madam Speaker. We need help. Is this member going to talk about how they're going to help?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and again, thank the honourable member for his passion on this issue, and just to assure him that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans has made the conservation of Pacific salmon a top priority and is working very, very hard to address the trend of declining stocks. This government remains committed to the conservation of wild Pacific salmon by injecting new investments in federal funding this year to support more evidence-based decision-making. We are hiring more scientists, supporting more habitat restoration projects, and developing more community partnerships. I hope the honourable member would support that. And finally, Madam Speaker, Pacific salmon can only be protected if Canada works both domestically and internationally. To this end, Madam Speaker, this government remains fully engaged and committed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my turn to end this fine day here in the House of Commons, and I'm going to quote myself, Madam Speaker, something that I don't do often, but here's a quote, something I said in June 20th, with respect to the appointment of Madame Mayer to the Official Languages Commissioner. I said, Mr. Speaker, under the false pretenses of openness and transparency, the Liberal government is busy being liberal. It's secretive and partisan. And this is undermining the credibility of all future holders of senior positions. It is ridiculous. Because of the Liberals, the public's understanding is that in order to be appointed, you must have contributed to the coffers or be a member of the select club of Liberal cronies. Will the Prime Minister commit today to removing the Liberal Party of Canada membership card from the selection criteria? And this is what leads me to this subject, Madam Speaker. I'll be able to speak about it a bit more later, but I think it's a good thing that I'm speaking about this today. It's speaking about the appointment of the Official Languages Commissioner. The Liberals really experienced quite a failure in having this candidate's appointment withdrawn. Now, Madame Mayer's competency was never in doubt or questioned, but the appointment, or the nomination, was a problem because it was seen to be a very partisan appointment. And then the problem got worse because Madeleine Mayer had been a former Ontario Liberal politician, and it was really the palace guard of the Prime Minister who had made this choice, and someone who had worked in Madame Mayer's office. So when Madame Mayer withdrew, it was said that she had better judgment than the Prime Minister. So 7 November last, in Le Devoir newspaper, someone said, that the Trudeau government was perfectly incapable of appointing people. In 2 years, they haven't managed to appoint one official, one independent official. It's really incredible. In 2 years, they weren't able to do this. Perhaps that there aren't enough Liberals that are competent for these positions, so they might want to go and look elsewhere to use other data banks, not just among their members, the Liberal Party members. I think it's important that the Liberals understand that this is a very important thing, appointments to these positions. But the Liberals made a choice of a new official languages commissioner. It was announced not to the leaders of the opposition parties, but it was announced to the Canadian press. And I'd like to know from my colleague if he can confirm whether, yes or no, the Liberals have chosen someone for the official languages commissioner post.
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend across the way. And what I can assure the member is that when you think of Government of Canada appointments that have been made, they are open, they are transparent, and they are individuals with great merit. And, you know, it's interesting the question that the member had posed back when he originally posed the question, and he said, well, they're Liberals, that we're appointing Liberals. You know, there's been hundreds of appointments been made, and I would be challenged to come up with a few names of actual Liberals that I'm aware of. But I can tell you one person I am aware of, and I think a lot of Canadians are aware of, is Kim Campbell. Now, Kim Campbell's not a Liberal. You know, she was a progressive conservative prime minister, and yes, she was a beneficiary of an appointment. Now, the reason why I say that, Madam Speaker, is because Canadians should know and understand, and I would suggest maybe even possibly appreciate that there was a significant change in the way and the manner in which appointments were being made when we had the last federal election. And it is, as I say, highlights those open, transparency, and merit-based appointments. And we have seen real, tangible results as a direct result of that open way of having appointments being made, Madam Speaker. In fact, I would suggest to my colleague across the way that the results are actually in the numbers. And you will see very encouraging numbers that have been brought forward. All Canadians are eligible to apply for federal appointments, and this government does base it on merit and on the credentials that they have. Let me just share, under this new process, Madam Speaker, we made several hundred, close to 400 appointments that have actually been made. Think about it. Almost 60% of those appointments are of women. Over 12% are visible minorities. 10% are Indigenous. And as I know, both my friends across the way would recognize that under this new process, we have seen no politicalization that has taken place. They might find that hard to believe, but I would really encourage them to believe us on that point. And that's the reason why I started off with the former Prime Minister of Kim Campbell and that appointment. You know, this new process will help strengthen trust in our democracy and ensure the integrity of our public institutions, Madam Speaker. Our aim is simple: to identify high-quality candidates who are committed to the principle of public service and embrace public service values. Further, our new appointment process will help achieve issues such as gender parity and truly reflect Canada's diversity. I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that Canadians can continue to apply for positions on commissions, boards, crown corporations, agencies, and tribunals across the country, as the selection processes for more positions continue to be launched, Madam Speaker. It is an open process, a transparent process that's based on merit, and I would encourage Canadians to continue doing what they have done in applying for these positions.
Le député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
C'est le conflit d'intérêts et à l'éthique en sont leurs...
There was a conflict of interest. The Ethics Commissioner said that she would leave in June, but she's on for another 6 months. They haven't yet confirmed an official languages commissioner. We don't have a chief electoral officer. Will the Liberals do something? And we heard about Raymond Théberge. We heard about him. We hope that he won't have been appointed with the same process, because the Liberals have to respect the process of consulting opposition leaders so that the same thing won't happen as happened to Madame Meyer, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The government, as I said, clearly actions speak louder than words on this particular issue. And I would encourage members across the way, what they really need to do is to take a broader look at all of the appointments that have been made. And the member across the way says, well, they're all Liberals. I would suggest to the member, or implies that they're all Liberals. I would be interested in hearing, show me the names in which the member says that there are all these Liberal appointments. I couldn't tell you whether or not 98% of them actually have a Liberal Party membership or ever have had a Liberal Party membership, because what I know is that the government does not put whether or not they have a party membership as a part of the criteria. What's important is what they bring to the table. And that's the type of appointments that we have been seeing with this government. Canadians should feel confident.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'ajourne est maintenant...
The adjournment motion is now adopted. This House is adjourned till tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to the standing order.